My name is Siegfried von Proa, and right now, I am fighting my way through the magic tower, alone, to rescue the mages imprisoned on its 49th floor. The historic event of one man invading the magic tower began with everyone on the first floor dying almost instantly. They had been exposed to powerful radioactive energy. A short while later, dozens of high-ranking mages arrived. How dare you enter this place? You will not leave this tower alive. Kill him. The mages quickly increased their resistance to poison. They wanted to protect themselves from the radioactive green fog that covered the first floor. Once they were ready, they charged into the fog without fear. And they aimed their staffs at Siegfried and began casting spells. Ashad Jilushka, Gilzik Kazan, Abracadabra, all of them released their spells at the same time. PFFT. Siegfried looked at the incoming attacks and snorted. He did not even bother using Wave of Oppression to block them. There was no need. As long as Siegfried remained inside Green Hell Magno, ranged attacks were useless against him. The green fog was filled with radioactive microbes. These microbes could completely cancel any attack fired from a distance. The only way to hurt Siegfried while he was inside Green Hell Magno was to approach him and attack him at close range. Wu-Langt. The spells flew less than 5 meters before disappearing. They vanished as though they had never existed. The mages froze, their eyes widened in shock. No complaints if I kill you now, right? Siegfried gave them a cold smile. Then he waved his hand. Whoosh! Hundreds of sharp aura blades appeared in the air. The blades fell on the mages like a deadly rainstorm. It was the transcendent torrential flower rain. The skill was so powerful that even most mages would struggle to match its destructive force. In only a few moments, every enemy on the first floor was dead. All clear. After wiping out the mages, Siegfried immediately moved toward the next floor. Before going up, he activated Inzaghai's clairvoyance. The magic tower was not a normal building. Although it looked like one enormous tower from the outside, its interior had been created using powerful magic. Inside, it felt more like another dimension. In fact, the tower was made from several different dimensions joined together to form one strange world. Without help, finding the correct path inside the tower would be extremely difficult. That was why Siegfried needed Inzaghai's clairvoyance. Elder Daod Tianzun's disciple is a woman, right? Siegfried tried to remember the name of the magic tower's previous master. She had also been the chairperson of the Magic Council. He thought as hard as he could, but the name refused to come to him. It was definitely a woman, but what was her name? Lala. No, it started with Lai. He had only heard her name briefly a long time ago. To make matters worse, he had fallen asleep during the meeting where they discussed the operation. He had not read the operation plan properly either. Because of that, he knew almost nothing about the mission. Damn it. I should have brought Hamchai with me. He missed the small creature at that moment. Hamchai was usually good at remembering names and important information. Unfortunately, Hamchai had refused to join this operation because it was Machai's birthday. What was her name? Lami. No, that isn't right. Siegfried continued thinking. Wait, was it Lamian? He opened the search system and typed in the name. Lamian. A message appeared. Alert searching. Another message followed. Alert, Lamian van Laurent found. Siegfried had finally found the correct person. Her name was Lamian van Laurent. She was the disciple of Daod Tianzun, the former master of the Magic Tower, and one of the 5-star heavens of the continent. According to the information, Lamian had been imprisoned with several other mages on the 49th floor of the Magic Tower. What? The entire 49th floor is a prison. Siegfried was surprised. He had not expected the Magic Tower to use a whole floor as a prison. After confirming Lamian's location, he immediately started moving toward the 49th floor. The paths inside the tower changed every few seconds. Hallways twisted, doors moved, and passages led in different directions. However, none of that was a problem for Siegfried. Inzaghai's clairvoyance always showed him the correct way. More importantly, it guided him toward shortcuts that led directly to the 49th floor. While Siegfried climbed the tower, news of his attack spread almost immediately. A messenger hurried into the presence of Emperor Stuttgart. Your Imperial Majesty. Siegfried von Proa has invaded the Magic Tower all alone. Emperor Stuttgart stared at the messenger. What? He went to the Magic Tower alone? Yes, sire, the Emperor frowned. That is difficult to believe. Emperor Stuttgart knew that invading the Magic Tower was almost the same as choosing to die. Even the powerful Martiani Empire had never seriously considered attacking the Magic Tower by force. Yet Siegfried had entered it alone. The report sounded so unbelievable that the emperor wondered whether someone had made a mistake. However, every report delivered to the emperor was carefully checked before it reached him. It was unlikely to be false. Emperor Stuttgart had no choice but to accept that Siegfried had truly invaded the tower by himself. "Deploy the knights," Emperor Stuttgart ordered. "Find Siegfried von Proa and assassinate him." "As you command, sire." After giving the order, Emperor Stuttgart leaned back in his chair and slowly shook his head. What is he planning? He could not understand the reason behind Siegfried's reckless actions. Siegfried was his enemy, but even Emperor Stuttgart could not help admiring his courage. Who else would be brave or foolish enough to storm the magic tower? Who would dare to do it alone? "I truly cannot understand you, Siegfried von Proa," the emperor muttered. "What are you planning to do?" However, the truth was very different from what Emperor Stuttgart imagined. Siegfried did not have a complicated plan. In fact, he barely had a plan at all. He had simply rushed into the magic tower because he wanted to rescue the imprisoned mages. There was no careful strategy behind his actions. Of course, Emperor Stuttgart would never consider such a ridiculous possibility. To him, it was impossible to believe that anyone would invade the magic tower without a detailed plan. However, Siegfried was what people might call a mindless gamer. Mindless gamers were reckless, brave, and difficult to stop. Whenever they faced a problem, they often solved it with force. Strangely, their reckless actions sometimes created miracles. "Things will not happen as you expect this time, Siegfried von Proa," Emperor Stuttgart said. "You have my deepest sympathy." The emperor lifted a glass of brandy and made a toast in Siegfried's direction. He was completely certain that Siegfried's reckless decision would cost him his life. Meanwhile, Siegfried continued moving directly toward the 49th floor. Thanks to Nzaghai's clairvoyance, he found a shortcut that allowed him to avoid all the other floors. Eventually, he reached his destination. The moment he arrived, several armed men appeared and blocked his path. "How did you get here? You will pay for stepping onto this floor. Prepare to die, intruder." They were magic swordsmen employed by the magic tower. The tower had a simple reason for employing them. Mages were incredibly powerful. On a battlefield, they could use magic to destroy large areas and kill many enemies at once. However, most mages had physically weak bodies. They were extremely vulnerable in close combat. Many mages died when enemies managed to approach them. An attack from a short distance. Mages understood this weakness and searched for a solution. That was how magic swordsmen were created. These men were not high-ranking knights, but they were still skilled fighters with considerable combat ability. The magic tower had personally selected them and taught them advanced magic. Using that magic, the swordsmen could strengthen their bodies before entering battle. They had many self-enhancement skills. They could increase their speed with haste. They could strengthen their bodies, improve their reflexes, and apply many other magical enhancements. With all those buffs active, their physical abilities became far greater than normal. They could overpower enemies through pure speed, strength, and superior statistics. A magic swordsman was usually much stronger than an ordinary knight of the same level, PFFT. However, to Siegfried, the magic swordsmen were no different from normal mages. They were not dangerous opponents, they were prey. The reason was simple. Siegfried possessed Wave of Truth. Wave of Truth could remove every buff from his enemies. All Siegfried had to do was use the skill, strip away the magic swordsman's enhancements, and beat them until they could no longer fight. "No," Siegfried said with a smirk. "You're the ones who are going to die today." He pulled out his +10 Sky Piercer. Then he released Wave of Truth. The magical enhancements surrounding the swordsmen disappeared. Before they could recover, Siegfried attacked with invincible spear art. Arg, Uwog, GGHRRK. The battle ended in less than 30 seconds. More than 12 magic swordsmen lay dead on the floor. Tusk, what a nuisance. Siegfried clicked his tongue in annoyance. He stepped over the bodies and continued toward the prison entrance. Soon, he stood before a pair of thick iron gates. The gates appeared to be made from an unknown metal. They were extremely heavy and looked almost impossible to destroy. Ugh, one of the magic swordsmen was still alive. The wounded man raised his head and glared at Siegfried. "You are making a terrible mistake." Siegfried looked at him. "Shem, once you open that door, the demons of hell will." The man coughed in pain before he could finish. Siegfried ignored the warning. He raised his +10 Sky Piercer and drove its tip directly into the iron gate. Wu Wang. He gathered his primordial force. Then he released Wave of Annihilation. 3, 2, On boom, the iron gates exploded, the doors that had appeared indestructible shattered into countless pieces. Oops, my hand slipped, Siegfried said. I opened it, so what? He looked at the dying magic swordsman with a mocking smile. You have opened Pandora's box, the swordsman warned him. The horrible demons trapped inside will. Siegfried waved his hand and interrupted him. No, don't worry about me. Just continue on your way to the afterlife. After offering his blessings to the dying man's soul, Siegfried walked through the destroyed gates. He entered the magic tower's prison. Then several deep voices came from the darkness. Who dares to enter this place? It seems a fool who does not understand fear has come to us. He will pay for his ignorance with his soul. One after another, the demons inside the prison stepped out of the shadows. Every one of them looked powerful and terrifying. Siegfried immediately became tense. They were currently in the middle realm, but any demons chosen to guard this prison had to be dangerous beings. He tightened his grip around his +10 Sky Piercer. He prepared himself to release every debuff he possessed. However, using them was unnecessary. Hey! One of the demons made a strange cry after seeing Siegfried. The demons stared at him in disbelief. Why, Your Majesty? The other demons looked at Siegfried. They also recognized him and jumped in shock. Thud, thud, thud. One after another, every demon dropped to the ground. They knelt before Siegfried and lowered their heads. We pay our respects to the great demon king. We pay our respects to the great demon king. We pay our respects to the great demon king. The demons guarding the magic tower's prison were demonkin from the demon realm. They had once formed contracts with mages. However, for different reasons, they had failed to return to the demon realm after their contracts ended. Some of them had later formed new contracts with the magic tower and agreed to work as prison guards. These demonkin could never fail to recognize Siegfried. He was the demon king. Siegfried could no longer use the demon king's full power while he was in the middle realm, but the demon king's aura still surrounded him. The demons could clearly feel it. Thank you for your hard work, Siegfried said. You can stand up now. There's no need to bow that low. He casually waved his hand at the demons. Thank you, Your Majesty. The highest-ranking demon among them stepped forward to speak for the group. His name was Nibraxas. Loyalty to the great demon king. My name is Nibraxas. It is a great honor to stand before you, my lord. Nibraxas spoke with deep respect. Siegfried looked at him. So, what are all of you doing here? All of us formed contracts with the mages of this tower, Nibraxas explained. You were given the duty of watching over the prisoners on this floor, my lord. I see. Nibraxas lowered his head again. If I may ask, what has brought your majesty to this place? Nothing important, Siegfried replied. I plan to smash this tower into pieces, but before I destroy it, I want to free the mages imprisoned here. Nibraxas immediately answered. Then we will assist you, my lord. Siegfried raised an eyebrow. Really? Yes, my lord. You are the ruler of the demon realm and the great demon king. Is it not natural for demons like us to serve our lord? Good. Siegfried nodded, then he smiled at Nibraxas. I like your personality. It is an honor, my lord. Very well, I'll give you an official position later. Oh, Siegfried continued speaking. I like demons who are loyal and have good manners. Demons like you are the good ones. Why, your majesty, I am overwhelmed by your endless kindness. Nibraxas was deeply moved by Siegfried's words. He shouted at the top of his lungs and slammed his head against the floor in respect. Siegfried then turned toward the wounded magic swordsman who had warned him not to open the gate. He proudly pointed toward the kneeling demons. Do you see that? Pandora's box? Where? Who? The magic swordsman stared at the scene in complete disbelief. And no, that can't be. He had never imagined such a thing. The terrifying demons guarding the prison had not attacked Siegfried. Instead, they had knelt before him. The demons inside the magic tower were actually the loyal servants of the intruder they were supposed to kill. They were the servants of Siegfried von Proa, the great demon king. There you are. As always, Chen Jin suddenly appeared behind Siegfried. His skill incarnation allowed him to move directly next to his intended target. It enabled him to move without making a sound or leaving any traces, so it was impossible for the target to notice that he had arrived. This skill was the reason Chen Jin would always manage to startle Siegfried as if he were a ghost. Chen Jin always enjoyed catching Siegfried off guard and giving him a jump scare. This time was no different. Let's see how you like this, punk, he thought with a grin as he quietly approached him. As usual, he snuck up behind Siegfried and tried to startle him, but he couldn't. Gotcha, bitch. Siegfried suddenly turned around and shouted at Chen Jin. Och, Startled out of his wits, Chenwu Jin landed hard on his butt. Badum, badum, badum. His heart pounded wildly as if it was about to jump out of his chest. The last thing he expected was for Siegfried to surprise him, so his body was in a total state of shock. "Hey, what are you so surprised about?" Siegfried asked with a mischievous grin. "Why, you scared the shit out of me, you asshole!" Chenwu Jin screamed, his voice still shaking. "Kekeg, what are you laughing about? I felt my soul leave my body just now." "Oh, so now you know how it feels, Kekek." Siegfried couldn't help but cackle out of delight after finally giving Chenwu Jin a taste of his own medicine. "Hey, you bastard, are you seriously? I bet you thought you'd never get caught off guard by me, didn't you, Keek?" "Why you?" Chenwu Jin growled, trembling in anger. "Yes, it's me," Siegfried sneered in response. "Just wait and see, I'm going to scare you to death next time," Chenwu Jin shouted, his voice filled with anger. "You're always welcome to try," Siegfried replied haughtily. He was not confident that he would never fall for Chenwu Jin's surprise attack ever again, as he would be caught completely off guard if Chenwu Jin decided to appear while he was completely immersed in something. Still, the fact that he got a win over Chenwu Jin this time was simply too sweet for him that he couldn't help but taunt the latter. Kekek, he had always been the one suffering from such jump scares, so the fact that he turned the tables around for once felt great. Thus, he decided to enjoy the feeling of satisfaction for now and worry about Chenwu Jin's retaliation later. "Anyway, why did you come here?" Siegfried asked, extending a hand. "Why else?" Chenwu Jin grumbled in response as he took the hand and stood up. Then he said, "I came to tell you something I spotted." "Is it about the Marshni Empire?" Siegfried asked. The only reason Chenwu Jin would suddenly appear like this these days was when he discovered some scheme the Marshni Empire was cooking. "Yeah. It looks like they're scheming something again," Chenwu Jin replied. "Oh, that's perfect timing. I was actually planning something myself," Siegfried said with a smirk. "Huh, planning what?" "Those damned mages are quite the nuisance," Siegfried said with a chilling grin. Mages? Hold on, no way are you planning to. I'm going to kill them all." Siegfried had resolved to wipe out every single mage within the Marshni Empire and bring down the magic tower. "Oh dear," Chenwu Jin muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. He couldn't help but be intimidated by the killing intent oozing out of Siegfried. He knew from experience that Siegfried was someone true to his words, so it would not be strange at all if the mages ended up getting wiped out. "So what do you think they're up to?" Siegfried asked. "I think they're going to destroy the dam," Chenwu Jin replied. The dam? Here, look at this. See the dam over here?" Chenwu Jin said, pointing at a map. "Yeah, I do. You might be wondering what they're hoping to achieve by destroying the dam when the water would flood toward the Marshni Empire rather than the Protein Empire. But if you look at this mountain here, hold on, does that mean? Yeah. They plan to destroy the mountain and cause the water to flood toward the opposite side. And if they succeed in doing that, then," Siegfried continued, "all the cities here will be destroyed. Our strategic fortresses will be submerged as well." "That's not the only thing they're doing," Chenwu Jin said. And he added, "They seem to be digging into the ground around the spot, which is quite strange if you ask me. There's no reason for them to be digging there. And on top of that, nearly 20,000 mages have gathered there. Do you think they're going to try to trigger an earthquake after digging? That's what I suspect. They must be planning to destroy the dam and trigger an earthquake at the same time. With those two combined, they will deliver a devastating blow to us. By my estimate, a third of our territory will be wiped out in an instant if their plan succeeds." Once again, the mages of the Marshni Empire were the main problem. They intended to use their mages to cause a massive disaster and deal a catastrophic blow to the Protein Empire. "This is wonderful. I've been needing a justification to hit them, and this is better than perfect," Siegfried said with a smile. While he was smiling, his eyes looked nothing short of murderous. He had already planned to drop Scourge of God on the Magic Tower, the so-called base of mages, so this gave him the perfect justification to do it. "Thanks a lot, man," Siegfried said. "Don't mention it," Chenwu Jin shrugged in response. Then he asked, "But are you sure it's fine if you do that?" Why? You do know that what we see isn't the true power of the Marshni Empire, right? They're far stronger than we think." "Yeah, I know." Siegfried had never underestimated the Marshni Empire, not even once. The Marshni Empire reigned as the world's strongest empire for more than 500 years, and that kind of power was not to be taken lightly. If an all-out war were to break out between them, then the Marshni Empire would, without a doubt, unleash countless destructive secret weapons they had kept hidden for centuries. In other words, Even though Siegfried could deal a great blow to them now, there was no way to predict the extent of their might once the real clash came. Even so, Siegfried knew that he had to do something. He knew very well that all he could do right now was to chip away at the Martian Empire. But he had to start somewhere. After all, he was already building the battleship that would combine both the technology of the Martian Empire and the Coral race, and it would serve as his own secret weapon in the upcoming war. In addition, they were searching for the resting place of the ancient corals. Those ancient corals would surely serve as powerful allies. All in all, he planned to do whatever he could to weaken the Martian Empire before the decisive battle. Siegfried immediately convened an emergency strategy meeting. Now that he knew what the Martian Empire was scheming, it was time for him to come up with an effective countermeasure. Your Imperial Majesty, I believe the Rod of God should be used to bring down the magic tower. That tower will have all kinds of defensive spells installed, so only something like the Rod of God will be powerful enough to destroy it, Oscar proposed. I agree, Siegfried replied with a nod. Then he asked, then what do we do about the Martian Empire's scheme? It would be best if we infiltrate and hit them before they manage to achieve their goal. If we destroy the dam before they manage to make the mountain collapse, then we can hit them with their own scheme, Oscar replied. Just as she said, infiltrating the enemy and hitting them with their own scheme was the best option. However, achieving something of that scale within the Martian Empire's territory would require not only the Protean Imperial Army's elites, but also the Protean Force and Siegfried himself. If I may, Your Imperial Majesty, Michel suddenly spoke up. Then he stood up and said, I believe there is something we must think of before striking the magic tower with the Scourge of God. What is it? Siegfried asked. The mages of the Martian Empire are not the only ones in the magic tower. We have reports that the disciples of the missing elder Daod Tianzan are in the magic tower. Also, hundreds of mages who opposed the Martian Empire taking control of the magic tower are also locked up in the prison within the tower. If Your Imperial Majesty uses the Scourge of God to destroy the magic tower, then the mages imprisoned there will die. I can't let that happen. I don't want innocent people to get caught up in it, Siegfried said, shaking his head. We must carry out a rescue operation first, Michel said firmly. The Protean Empire had no leads on the whereabouts of Daod Tianzan, so obliterating his disciples would surely not be the wise move. Besides, the mages against the Martian Empire's tyranny would surely join the Protean Empire once they were freed, and they would undoubtedly prove to be extremely valuable assets who would contribute greatly to the Protean Imperial Army. Siegfried wasn't someone who could miss out on such a rare opportunity to gain an army of powerful mages while dealing his enemy a devastating blow. Then this is what we're going to do. We will rescue the mages first, hit the magic tower hard, and then use the confusion to destroy the dam first, Siegfried said. A wise decision, sire, Michel replied with a nod. The rest of the ministers agreed to Siegfried's suggestion. In unison, too. Just then Duke Decimato raised his hand and spoke up. If I may, sire. Please, go ahead, Siegfried replied. While I have nothing against destroying the magic tower, the materials and knowledge inside the tower are beyond precious. Thousands of years of history, magic knowledge, and all sorts of rare materials are gathered there. Since we will be infiltrating the tower anyway, it would be best to gather those valuable magic documents and bring them to our empire. I will keep that in mind, but if the situation does not permit it, then gathering those things might be difficult. I understand. Your Imperial Majesty's grace is immeasurable. Okay, that's it. Everyone get ready to move out. With that, Siegfried started the operation to infiltrate the cradle of all mages on the continent, the Magic Tower. Siegfried led the Protean Force and infiltrated the Martian Empire. After positioning themselves near the Magic Tower, he gave the order for them to hold position while he proceeded alone. Why, Your Imperial Majesty, this is far too dangerous, sire. The Protean Force members tried to stop him, and rightly so. Storming the Magic Tower, which was swarming with tens of thousands of mages, alone made no sense at all. Not only was it dangerous, but it was also downright suicidal. However, Siegfried was not scared at all. No, he didn't even consider the tower to be dangerous. Why? It was all because they're all just prey to me. Siegfried was not afraid of mages. His wave of oppression disrupted a mage's channeling, preventing them from using spells. How many mages had he hunted down with ease in the past? It didn't matter how many mages he faced or how powerful they were, as he could easily defeat them using the wave of oppression. "Today's the day I spice my spear with mage blood," Siegfried thought, staring up at the tower. The magic tower was said to have been built by the greatest mage who lived around 2,000 years ago, making it a monument of magical history itself. Today, Siegfried was going to turn this antique tower into a piece of history by destroying it completely. "Let's go." Siegfried sprinted toward the tower's entrance. "Halt, who goes there? Stop. We will attack if you don't stop." The guards, mages, and knights stationed at the entrance shouted at Siegfried. However, he ignored their warnings and answered with the splitting heaven and earth instead. Bam! The +10 sky piercer struck the ground and Keruang! Splitting heaven and earth spread out in a fan shape, swallowing the entrance of the magic tower. For 2,000 years, ever since it was built, no one had ever dared to infiltrate the magic tower. The tower was swarming with countless mages, making it a stronghold that even the mighty Marshni Imperial Army did not dare to infiltrate. Turning so many mages into their enemy would be a burden even for the Marshni Imperial Army, which was the very reason the Marshni Empire was forced to orchestrate a coup to seize control of the magic tower from within. In short, Siegfried storming alone was a historic event worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. "I'm going to kill them all." With that resolve, Siegfried kicked down the gates and activated Green Hell Magno. Wulong, Siegfried gathered his primordial force and unleashed a cloud of radioactive gas around him. SSU, the green gas that was filled with radioactive energy and microbes, started filling the magic tower. Just like that, a massacre began. The Green Hell Magno inside the tower was so overwhelming that the mages on the first floor couldn't even put up any resistance at all. The radioactive gas killed them before they could even react or cast any defensive spells. In mere seconds, Siegfried wiped out the mages on the first floor, leaving not a single survivor. "I humbly present myself before your Imperial Majesty." Nadelberg prostrated himself before Emperor Stuttgart. Having spent the past months under house arrest and living with the status of a slave, he had been living each day wishing it was his last. He had no idea when Emperor Stuttgart would decide to execute him, so he had been living his days in fear. For him, being summoned by Emperor Stuttgart was nothing short of salvation, as he could have spent the remainder of his life in house arrest, or worse, he could have been executed. "Nadelberg." "Yes, your Imperial Majesty." "Have you heard the news?" "Yes, I have, my lord." Even though he was under house arrest, Adelberg still knew what was happening in the outside world. The Marshni Empire was not doing well these days. Signs of divisions were starting to appear, and the Emperor's once iron grip was weakening. On top of that, the recent failures had tarnished the Empire's prestige on the international stage, and even the people within the Empire were starting to lampoon the Emperor. With the situation so dire, Emperor Stuttgart had no choice but to call Nadelberg back. Emperor Stuttgart highly valued Nadelberg's cunningness, which was the reason why the Emperor had him as one of his closest retainers. Nadelberg excelled at devising all sorts of both ingenious and insidious tactics. He had executed countless plots that greatly benefited the Marshni Empire. Given the severity of the current circumstances, Emperor Stuttgart decided to place his hopes on Nadelberg once more. "Do you know why I have summoned you?" Emperor Stuttgart asked. "Yes, my lord. I am well aware that my gracious lord has summoned me to give me a chance to atone for my past failures," Nadelberg replied with his head bowed. "Can you do it?" "Without fail, my lord." "Good. I shall place my trust in you again." But this shall be my final trust. I shall no longer grant you any more grace than this." Those words meant that the only thing awaiting Nadelberg, if he failed this time, would be execution. Emperor Stuttgart had offered him two extremes. Nadelberg would be reinstated to prominence if he succeeded, but if he failed to deliver what the Emperor desired, then he would meet an unimaginably terrible end. "Your Imperial Majesty's grace is immeasurable, truly as vast as the oceans," Nadelberg exclaimed at the top of his lungs. He gratefully accepted the Emperor's offer. Why? It was all because he couldn't refuse it. He was either going to die or wither away under house arrest anyway, so it was far better to grasp this final chance than not. "I shall surely live up to my lord's expectations, and appease my lord's wrath." "Good. Hurry and resolve this matter and show the Protein Empire our might." "As you command, my lord, I will deliver delightful news to you soon." With that, Nadelberg, who had been banished into the status of a slave, made his comeback as the Grand Duke of the Great Marshni Empire. "I grant you full authority. "Do as you will to the best of your abilities," Emperor Stuttgart said. "Your grace is immeasurable, my lord." Grand Duke Nadelberg wasted no time and immediately got to work after he was reinstated. Unfortunately, there was a limit to what he could do right now. The epidemic was so severe and spread out that there was little he could do about it. "Beowulf will find and slay the demonic creature responsible for the plagues ravaging our empire. For now, all I can do is trust that he will deliver. Then, the only other thing I can do now is to destabilize the Protean Empire." That was the conclusion Grand Duke Nadelberg reached. The repeated blows from the Protean Empire led to the Martian Empire suffering severe damage. To reverse the situation, the Martian Empire needed to deal a decisive blow that would not only inflict major damage on the Protean Empire, but destabilize it as well. Since neither side could afford to launch an all-out offensive right now, the plan was to gnaw away at the opponent. "Summon the chairperson of the Magic Council." "As you command, Your Excellency." The Magic Council was the union of mages on the continent, which was basically the Magic Tower itself. The chairperson was the master of the tower, the one who commanded tens of thousands of mages affiliated with the Martian Empire. After defeating 6 of the 10 calamities, Siegfried decided to take a short break. While it was called a break, he was far from idle. What should I do about those damn mages? The biggest concern he had these days was how he could wipe out the tens of thousands of mages, acting as one of the pillars of the Martian Empire. The Martian Empire had mobilized countless mages to unleash a catastrophe that could have wiped out the Protean Empire from the face of the continent. The Protean Empire barely managed to avert that crisis. The root cause, the mages themselves, was still alive and well, which meant that they could threaten the Protean Empire again. Moreover, even if they did not hatch up another scheme, the mere existence of so many mages was equivalent to having millions of troops on the battlefield. Mage's true worth was made visible in large-scale battles. Even the weakest mage could unleash firepower greater than that of a whole squad of knights, and the higher their level was, the more powerful they would be as weapons of mass destruction. If an all-out war erupted between the Protean Empire and the Martian Empire, just the thought of it made Siegfried shudder. I have to do something about them. That has to be my priority before anything else. If the Martian Empire's legions of mages marched to the Protean Empire's borders, the relatively smaller Protean Imperial Army would stand no chance once bombarded with spells. The Protean Empire's population itself was small to begin with, which was the reason why its military focused on training elite soldiers rather than fielding a massive army. Against an overwhelming number of mages unleashing a barrage of area of effect spells, the Protean Imperial Army would, without a doubt, be annihilated in the blink of an eye. On top of that, the Martian Empire's soldiers and knights were far from weak. As the most powerful nation in the world, even its conscripts were armed with at least unique weapons. The Martian Imperial Army was truly the strongest in the world by far, both in terms of quality and quantity. The Protean Empire was equal and inferior to the Martian Empire in terms of the quality and quantity of troops, respectively. Thus, the deployment of the battle mages onto the battlefield would, without a doubt, be the downfall of the Protean Empire. But how can I storm the magic tower and destroy it? How? Siegfried thought long and hard until an idea struck him. Oh, he suddenly recalled that the cooldown of the Rod of God had ended, which meant that he could use it again. The Rod of God was the core of the incomplete masterpiece left behind by the legendary blacksmith, Herbert, and it granted access to the skill known as Scourge of God. Scourge of God allows the user to launch the Rod of God into the air and drop it at the desired location. The range is 8,000 kilometers with a 10-meter margin of error. The Rod of God will wreak absolute havoc within a 50-kilometer radius from ground zero. The Rod of God weapon will automatically return to the user once used. Cooldown: 1 year. The destructiveness of the Scourge of God surpassed even that of a nuclear bomb. Even Incarthus, who was the first black dragon as well as a demigod, died after taking a direct hit from the Scourge of God. It might actually be possible. No matter how many mages were in the magic tower, there was no way they could emerge unscathed after getting hit by the overwhelmingly destructive might of the Scourge of God. I wonder if I can use it now, Siegfried wondered. Without wasting another second, he headed straight for Quant's workshop. The universal weapon wasn't complete yet, so he wanted to go check whether he could use the Scourge of God even in its current state. Siegfried soon arrived at Quant's workshop. Isn't he pushing himself too much? He couldn't help but worry that Quant was overworking himself. Kaboom! A massive explosion suddenly erupted. Arg! Siegfried was caught in the blast and was sent flying dozens of meters away before slamming into a wall. At the exact moment he tried to enter the workshop, a huge explosion occurred inside. Cough, cough, ugh, hurry, get out of there. From within the workshop that had just blown apart, the blacksmiths scrambled out, seemingly running for their lives. Ugh! Quant groaned and staggered out as well. He was covered head to toe in black soot. He was a complete wreck. Unbelievable, Siegfried thought, shaking his head. He was left speechless at the sight, but it wasn't because he was not worried about Quant or the blacksmiths. It was all because he had already lost count of just how many explosions had occurred in the workshop. Surprisingly, despite there being an explosion almost every single day, not a single blacksmith ever ended up seriously injured. In Siegfried's eyes, what they were doing was no different from putting their lives on the line. However, there was one thing he was not aware of. Dwarves possessed a unique racial trait that granted them resistance against explosions or accidents that occurred while forging artifacts. As long as they were in the workshop, they would only receive 1% of the damage they ought to have received, making them virtually indestructible from mishaps while crafting. "Are you okay?" Siegfried asked, stepping forward and offering his hand. "What brings you here today, Your Imperial Majesty?" Quant replied, taking the hand and standing up. "I have something I wanted to ask. I apologize, but the universal-rated artifact is still far from completion. If Your Imperial Majesty could just grant us more time and funds, then I will surely complete it, and don't you know making excuses is a sin?" "Ah, I was just joking," Siegfried replied, laughing it off. He was not sure why he had suddenly blurted that out, but he just decided to make it seem he was joking. "Anyway, that's not what I am here for." "Then why?" "I was wondering if I could borrow the Rod of God for a bit." "Yes, that is not difficult. We are still in the early stages, so taking the Rod of God alone should be no problem, but just make sure you don't lose it. Then I'll borrow it for a few days. But may I ask what you plan to do with it?" "To land a blow." "Huh, you see, there are some bastards who need to be taught a lesson." "Ho ho ho," Quant chuckled after realizing that Siegfried intended to use the Scourge of God. He knew all too well just how powerful the Scourge of God was, so he knew that Siegfried was about to do something big. Quant went to fetch the Rod of God from within the half-destroyed forge and handed it to Siegfried. "Here, take it with you." "Thank you," Siegfried replied with a nod. He took the Rod of God and immediately left the workshop. "Now it's my turn. Kek. I hope you're ready for what's about to come," Siegfried thought with a big grin. He couldn't help but be excited at the thought of dealing a devastating blow to the Marshni Empire using the Scourge of God. Meanwhile, Chen Jin was monitoring the continent using the satellite when he noticed something unusual. What the hell are they up to now? The Marshni Empire's army, along with as many as 20,000 mages, was gathering near the borders of the Protean Empire, and this could only mean one thing. Those bastards are scheming something else again. Chen Jin immediately realized that the Marshni Empire had not learned its lesson and was once again scheming to strike at the Protean Empire. Tusk, what a bunch of fools. Do they really think things will go their way? Without wasting another second, he teleported to where Siegfried was located to inform him of the Marshni Empire's movements. "Nay!" The old horse let out a shrill cry and turned its long neck sharply to the side. Siegfried smirked the moment he saw the old horse's reaction. The horse was an aging beast, one so old that it struggled to even carry someone old and frail like Akrapovic, and yet it dodged Siegfried's attack. If it were really just an old horse, then that would be impossible. How could an old beast dodge an attack from a grandmaster? "Hey, let's not make this tiring for both of us. Just show your true form," Siegfried said with a smirk. "You're already exposed. There's no point pretending." The old horse did not respond and merely stared quietly at Siegfried with its large, round eyes. 10 long seconds passed. "Quite the clever one, aren't you?" The old horse finally spoke, its voice sounding raspy and sinister. "I didn't expect a mere human to see through me like that. It was too obvious," Siegfried snorted with a scoff. And he shrugged and added, "Akrapovic was the only one who went around causing all that madness, yet he wasn't the culprit. Then who else could it be but the thing that always tagged along with him? Trying to infest me with your fleas was a grave mistake. Ho ho ho, I've always despised quick-witted ones like you. Well, I guess we agree on something then. I hate sharp ones too. You must know just how much I loathe you right now." "I know very well." Time to make you pay the price. The old horse's body was suddenly engulfed in light. Moments later, a humanoid monster stood before Siegfried. It had the body of a human and the head of a horse. Ugh! Siegfried groaned and grimaced at the grotesque sight. The horse monster was bare naked, wearing nothing. It brazenly flaunted its obscenely massive manhood, and the sight of it alone was enough to make Siegfried's eyes rot. No way, don't tell me. It shouldn't be, right? A shudder ran down Siegfried's spine at the thought that the horse monster could actually wield his massive manhood like a weapon. And no, there's no way that's possible, right? It's not gonna attack me with that thing. Ugh, my brain is rotting from just thinking about it. Siegfried vigorously shook his head before glaring back at the demonic horse monster. Blood Drinker Gabe, a demonic entity from ancient times. Long ago, he spread fleas throughout the world that corrupted officials and drove them to exploit the people they governed. The people were exploited so badly that they were squeezed dry by the officials. Gabe's body houses an immense swarm of fleas. Being in close proximity to him stirs uncontrollable greed within anyone, turning even the most upright rulers into tyrants who will bleed their subjects dry. He was hunted down by the chief archangel, Michael, and sealed away in the celestial prison, Purgatory. Type: evil spirit race, evil spirit level, 750 class, bloodsucker. Note: one of the 10 calamities. Extreme caution is advised. Blood Drinker Gabe was the embodiment of the calamity known as the blood-sucking parasites. The fleas running wild and sucking the blood of their hosts were problematic, as they corrupted officials and nobles, transforming them into tyrants who would bleed their people dry. Heh, I'll drain your blood as well. Having completed his transformation, Blood Drinker Gabe flashed a wicked grin. Cut the crap. I'm busy, so let's finish this fast, Siegfried retorted confidently. With his +10 Sky Piercer in hand, he charged straight at Blood Drinker Gabe. The battle between the two raged with absolute ferocity. Blood Drinker Gabe was quite the formidable enemy. Armed with a very sinister-looking hook in each hand, he swung them with pinpoint precision with power that could only be described as devastating. His movements were both refined and quick, too. Among all the demonic monsters Siegfried had faced so far, Blood Drinker Gabe's combat prowess was without a doubt unmatched. He was so strong that even Siegfried struggled to land a single clean hit. What? He managed to dodge that too, Siegfried thought, surprised. Blood Drinker Gabe effortlessly avoided every attack he dished out with invincible spear art. Since that was the case, F-whoosh, S-u, Siegfried unleashed Embrace of Despair and Karma Flare, afflicting Blood Drinker Gabe with crippling debuffs. Blood Drinker Gabe's movements became noticeably slower and stiffer than before the moment the debuffs hit. Still, Siegfried found it difficult to land a decisive blow on him. Why? It was all because Blood Drinker Gabe was a fearsome warrior. He was so good that Siegfried was finding it difficult to find an opening for him to exploit. However, truth be told, the bigger problem was, fuck this shit. Damn it, that thing is getting on my nerves, Siegfried grumbled inwardly. He had to fight with a certain thing in his line of sight. A monstrous part of the demonic monster was swaying obscenely before him. Maintaining focus was a nightmare, as his eyes would involuntarily drift toward it, forcing him to jerk his head away again and again. Although Blood Drinker Gabe probably hadn't intended to use it as a distraction, his massive manhood was a colossal distraction for Siegfried. In other words, his manhood was a passive skill that made it difficult for his opponent to concentrate on the battle. For crying out loud. At least put some damn clothes on your monsters, you damn beehive. Even orcs and ogres wear underwear, don't they? Cursing the developer and distributor of B&W, the Hive Games Entertainment, Siegfried squeezed his eyes shut. Then, he activated the skill that allowed him to perceive everything with perfect clarity, even with his eyes closed sensory eye. Now that he was free from Blood Drinker Gabe's massive passive skill. Time to hit him hard with ranged attacks. Siegfried unleashed Transcendent Torrential Flower Rain. Shwiek. Tens of thousands of aura blades appeared in the sky and rained down toward Blood Drinker Gabe. Each aura blade was imbued with ice attribute energy that could freeze its target by simply grazing them. Blood Drinker Gabe was a tough opponent to handle. Siegfried planned to use his slowing debuff and freezing aura blades to restrain him. First, before dealing the finishing blow, puck, 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 hundreds of aura blades pierced Blood Drinker Gabe. Giga! Blood Drinker Gabe roared in agony after being turned into a pincushion by the aura blades. However, the Transcendent Torrential Flower Rain was far from over. After riddling Blood Drinker Gabe's entire body with holes using aura blades, the remaining aura blades turned into missiles, detonating upon impact rather than piercing him. Shwiek. Kaboom! Boom! Boom boom, a chain of explosions erupted around Blood Drinker Gabe, unleashing waves of bone-chilling frost that froze him in an instant. Not enough. I'm not done yet. Not satisfied with just the transcendent torrential flower rain, Siegfried cast absolute zero. A surge of freezing frost swallowed Blood Drinker Gabe whole. That's not enough. Still unsatisfied, Siegfried unleashed frozen hell, turning the entire area around them into a frozen wasteland with a raging blizzard. This is impossible. Blood Drinker Gabe's movement slowed to a standstill after being trapped by the endless freezing effect. Not even a demonic monster of his caliber could move upon taking the brunt of frost, stacked thousands of times over. On top of that, Siegfried even cast Elemental Shower to strip away Blood Drinker Gabe's resistance to elements. Thus, he was completely frozen solid, and the fact that he was still alive without shattering into pieces was a miracle in itself. But that was about it. Woong! Siegfried charged up Touch of Death into his +10 Sky Piercer. Now that's what I call a proper debuff, he thought with a grin. Freezing the demonic horse monster with a colossal thing until he could no longer move felt incredibly satisfying. Now that Blood Drinker Gabe was immobilized, all that remained was to finish him off. In the blink of an eye, Siegfried drove his +10 Sky Piercer charged up with Touch of Death toward Blood Drinker Gabe's obscenely massive body part. That thing had been an eyesore ever since the battle began, so Siegfried took the chance to skewer it clean. Gah! Blood Drinker Gabe's scream of agony shook the air. Kaboom, and a massive explosion followed shortly afterward. Just like that, Blood Drinker Gabe vanished without leaving a trace. Blood Drinker Gabe was stun-locked, debuffed, and he even took a direct hit from Touch of Death. It would have been strange if he had somehow remained in one piece instead of getting obliterated. Now that's what I call damage, Siegfried thought, smiling with satisfaction at the damage unleashed by his most powerful offensive skill. Alert, you have killed the Blood Drinker Gabe. Alert, you have gained experience points. Alert, you have leveled up. Alert, you have reached level 565. Alert, you have reached level 566. Alert, you have reached level 567. Alert, your quest progress has increased. Alert, the 10 Calamities progress has increased to 60%. 6/10, Siegfried leveled up and made progress with his quest. The 10 Calamities hunt down and slay the 10 most terrifying demonic entities that escaped from purgatory. Special quest progress, 60%, 6/10, reward, +20 levels targets, swarming locusts, bloodstained river, destructive hailstorm, plague of flies, endless darkness, mass extinction, curse of decay, bloodsucking parasite, wailing beasts, song of death. Note 1. Each slain calamity drops an item infused with its powers. Note 2. Collect all 10 to gain authority over world-scale disasters for 6 months. Note 3. This quest is exclusive to the main protagonist of BNW. He had finally taken down 6 of the 10 calamities. Thud. Jar of Calamity. Blood-sucking parasites, a bell containing the powers of Blood Drinker Gabe, one of the 10 calamities. When this jar is opened, blood fleas of greed will swarm the towns and cities, corrupting all officials and nobles they come across, turning them into tyrants. Type. Jar rating, mythic durability, 1/1. Note, this is a single-use item. Once opened, the jar will break and cannot be used again. Alert, you have obtained Jar of Calamity, blood-sucking parasites. Siegfried had secured the 6th artifact of the 10 calamities. After slaying Blood Drinker Gabe, Siegfried went to find Akrapovic, who was hiding behind bushes. Go and look for Michel. If you tell him that I sent you with my recommendation, he will surely lend you an ear. Also, he will appoint you to a position where you can finally put to use the fruits of your long years of work. Why, Your Imperial Majesty, it is truly an honor to have a man of your caliber in my court. Why, Your Grace is immeasurable. Akrapovic dropped to his knees and bowed deeply at Siegfried's feet. He couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the sudden appointment. His reaction was only natural. As a scholar who had studied public administration for almost his entire life, he longed for a stage where he could show off his academic achievements and put them into practice. Hence, he had been wandering from one province to another, meeting with officials, sharing his wisdom, and offering them his advice. He believed that by building up a reputation for being a wise man, he would be recognized and appointed to an important role in the empire someday. For such a person, Siegfried's appointment was nothing short of a rain in a drought for Akrapovic. Combined with Siegfried's earlier sincere apology, which had already moved Akrapovic deeply, Akrapovic became firmly loyal to the Protein Empire. Your Imperial Majesty, this old man will work until his body breaks down and bones turn to dust if need be. I will give my utmost to make the Protein Empire prosper. Akrapovic exclaimed, bowing low to the ground once again. I'm looking forward to it, Siegfried replied with a smile. Stumbling upon such a wise old sage and successfully bringing him into service was truly a blessing for a ruler like Siegfried. Why don't you come with me? I was planning to return to the Imperial Palace anyway, Siegfried added. Why, your Imperial Majesty's grace is truly immeasurable. It is as vast as the oceans. Akrapovic exclaimed in response, once again firmly pressing his forehead to the ground at Siegfried's feet. Unfortunately, the wise old man had yet to realize what it truly meant to become a high-ranking official in the Protein Empire. Kekeg. Let's see how long you can keep up your enthusiasm, Siegfried thought slyly. Why, it was all because the workload of the Protein Empire was nothing short of brutal. Michel and Oscar were practically married to their work. Forget about going home, they would work overtime almost every single day and fall asleep on makeshift beds placed in their offices. In fact, Michel had even sold off his mansion, opting to move into the Imperial Palace permanently. The Protein Empire placed great importance on high-ranking officials leading by example, so the higher one was up the ladder, the higher their workload. Michel and Oscar were basically second only to Siegfried, so they had far more responsibilities and workload than other officials. Bam, the door shattered into pieces. The mayor and Akrapovic jumped to their feet. It was only natural for them to be shocked, as they were deep in conversation, talking about various reforms and policies that would benefit the city. The next thing they knew, the door was blown apart with a thunderous boom, and someone barged into the office. Why, your Imperial Majesty? The mayor instantly recognized Siegfried and rushed forward to kneel. I greet His Imperial Majesty the Emperor. Thank you for your hard work as always, Mayor, Siegfried replied, waving his hand. But your Imperial Majesty, why would you suddenly barge in like this? Have I perhaps unknowingly committed some crime? It was natural for the mayor to ask, as Siegfried had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and smashed down the door. After all, any civil servant would fear they had done wrong if the ruler of the land suddenly barged in unannounced like this. No, Siegfried shook his head. Then he said, You did nothing wrong, Mayor, but just step aside for a moment. Don't worry about it. Go have a cup of tea somewhere. As you command, sire. The mayor couldn't understand why Siegfried was acting this way, but he followed the orders still. How could he dare to object and ask questions when the emperor personally gave the command? At times like this, obedience was the safest, no, the only choice. The old man got up and bowed courteously. Greetings. Your Imperial Majesty. My name is Akrapovic and I am a scholar. I have long devoted myself to the study of public administration. Yeah, I'm not buying it, Siegfried sneered in response. Shwiek. He drew his +10 sky piercer and aimed it straight at Akrapovic. Save both of us the trouble and just show me your true face. Pardon me? Oh, you dare put up that pathetic act before me? Why, your Imperial Majesty? I know not why your Imperial Majesty treats me so, but if only you would explain how I have offended you, then are you seriously asking me that right now? Siegfried cut him off, sounding flabbergasted by the audacity. Then he grimaced and growled, Do you know how many people are suffering because of the ones you corrupted? You corrupted good men and turned this empire into a wreck. Yet you're asking me what you did to offend me. Don't you think that's a good enough reason for you to die? But your Imperial Majesty, I only sought to share the fruits of my lifelong studies with the officials of the Empire. I longed for the Protein Empire to prosper. Don't make me laugh. Seems like you need a beating before you will show your true colors. Shwiek. Siegfried thrusted his +10 sky piercer straight toward Akrapovic's chest. The old man couldn't even react and simply squeezed his eyes shut. Siegfried halted just inches away from impaling the old man. The old man didn't put up any resistance at all. Instead of countering or defending himself, he merely shut his eyes like any ordinary person would do, and Siegfried found that to be strange. If he were truly a demonic monster that escaped from an ancient dungeon, then it would only be natural for him to put up some sort of resistance. However, Akrapovic's reaction was clearly that of a harmless scholar. What the hell? Did I get the wrong guy? Siegfried wondered and flashed his rune of insight at the old man. The results proved that there was indeed something wrong. Akrapovic was just an old man in his 60s rather than a monster. Still, he couldn't trust it completely, as there were certain high-level monsters capable of concealing their identities even from the Rune of Insight. Siegfried rubbed his chin and studied the old man with suspicious eyes. Then he turned to his men and ordered, "Summon Dame Oscar here. Tell her to come right away." "As you command, sire." After that, Siegfried turned back to the old man and said, "The officials you met have all fallen into corruption after your visit. You're the one thing they all had in common. Meaning, you're the prime suspect in this case." Although Siegfried had personally confirmed only 2 cases, the intelligence agents confirmed that the common link in all of the corrupted officials was that they had met Akrapovic. Thus, it was perfectly reasonable for Siegfried to be suspicious of him. I know nothing of this matter, Your Imperial Majesty." "Sure you don't." "Why, Your Imperial Majesty, I will do anything to prove my innocence." "Then just sit and wait, but don't you dare even think about pulling any tricks on me. One wrong move and I'll skewer you." "Why, yes, Your Imperial Majesty." Quite a while passed, and Oscar finally arrived. "Have you summoned me, sire? Check this guy for me." "As you command, sire." With that, Oscar's interrogation of the old wise man, Akrapovic, began. The Sword of Truth, Fragarach, was a powerful weapon that could exert influence over the NPCs, though not against adventurers. Until now, no one had ever succeeded in lying before the Sword of Truth, so there was no doubt that it was a very reliable method of verifying whether someone was telling the truth or not. "Who are you? State your true identity," Oscar asked. "I am a scholar who studies public administration." Akrapovic replied. "Have you ever contributed in any way to corrupt the officials and nobles you met?" "Absolutely not." Oscar's interrogation went on for nearly 30 minutes. Akrapovic vehemently denied all accusations hurled against him and made it clear that he was not some demonic monster. Thanks to the interrogation, Siegfried's suspicions eased to a certain degree, but he was not fully reassured yet. He considered the possibility that the Sword of Truth, Fragarach, might not work against demonic entities. "I have finished the interrogation, sire. This one does not seem to be lying," Oscar reported. "It seems like it," Siegfried muttered, rubbing his chin. "Why, Your Imperial Majesty, does this prove my innocence?" Akrapovic asked carefully. "Not yet," Siegfried replied, shaking his head. Then, what must I do for Your Imperial Majesty to believe me?" "Strip." "Excuse you." Akrapovic doubted his ears while Oscar tilted her head in confusion at the sudden order. Siegfried telling the old man to strip was nothing short of bewildering. Of course, it was all because the context eluded them. "Why, Your Imperial, did you just ask me to?" "Fine, I'll just do it myself." With those words, Siegfried used Embrace of Despair to restrain Akrapovic, and then he tore his clothes apart using Flying Sword. Those watching were stunned, but Siegfried ignored them and proceeded to examine the old man's bare-naked body, however. Didn't find even a single blood flea of greed on Akrapovic. What? Did I really misjudge him? Siegfried was shaken, based on his deduction. Akrapovic was supposed to be the culprit spreading the blood fleas of greed to the officials and nobles, however. It did not seem to be the case at all. Siegfried had always been confident in his deduction skills. But this time it seemed that he was mistaken. Even monkeys would fall from trees at times. And perhaps this was one of those times. If I'm really wrong then, I must apologize properly to him, Siegfried thought. He decided to trust the old man for now, as he had no evidence to back up his suspicion. With that, he disabled Embrace of Despair, ordered the servants to fetch clothes, and explained himself. "I sincerely apologize for my actions. I hope you would understand that I had no choice but to be aggressive," Siegfried said, bowing his head deeply. He had wrongly accused an innocent man, so he felt that it was only right that he genuinely apologized. However, Akrapovic was shocked by Siegfried's action. Gee, good heavens, to think that the emperor of a mighty empire would bow to a nameless old scholar like me. What Siegfried did was a huge culture shock to the old man. Akrapovic knew that Siegfried was wrong to not only accuse him of something so preposterous, but also to strip him bare naked in front of others. He agreed that Siegfried's deduction was sound enough, but in the end, it didn't change the fact that he had been falsely accused. Still, he had never imagined, even in his wildest dreams, that an emperor would apologize to him with such sincerity and even bow toward him. "Why, Your Imperial Majesty, why would you lower your head to someone as lowly as me?" Akrapovic cried out. "I humiliated you in front of others. Please forgive me," Siegfried said firmly, still bowing. "No, Your Imperial Majesty. I have already put it behind me." Besides, was it not simply the result of your Imperial Majesty striving to cleanse corruption in the Empire? I believe that it was not out of any selfish intent, Akrapovic said with a smile. Then, he added, on the contrary, your Imperial Majesty's actions have moved me. To think that a person of your status would personally seek to restore discipline among the officials and nobles. Ah, truly, you are a wise and virtuous ruler. Why you flatter me? Please, do not be troubled by what happened here today. I am perfectly fine, your Imperial Majesty. With that, the misunderstanding with Akrapovic was resolved smoothly. However, I would like to beg for some of your Imperial Majesty's time. What is it? I have long studied public administration and have found that. Akrapovic proceeded to explain the things he was researching, and then he expressed his intention to contribute to the Protein Empire. Shall we talk as we walk? I need to investigate the next village about 2 hours away, and there are no warp gates in that area. Your grace is immeasurable. Siegfried was pressed for time, so he invited the old man to accompany him. Akrapovic accepted the offer eagerly, as there was no reason for him to refuse when the emperor himself was offering him 2 whole hours. But what in the world is going on, Sai? I guess I'll have to run around and investigate more. Siegfried thought. Even while the old man was excitedly sharing the fruit of his labor, Siegfried's mind was still filled with countless worries. Siegfried walked alongside Akrapovic down the narrow path toward the village 2 hours away. Clop, 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 clop. Akrapovic rode on horseback, as there was no way he could keep up with Siegfried's pace. Even if Siegfried wasn't running, he could still move faster than most people, so a horse was the only way Akrapovic could keep up with him. While on the go, Siegfried struck up a conversation with the old man. But why are you riding a horse everywhere? Isn't it easier to just use the warp gates? And that horse looks pretty old, too. I have done nothing but study since my youth, and I have never held a proper job. What income could a scholar like me possibly have? I could not afford to use the warp gates, so I bought this old horse as my traveling companion. Siegfried pondered for a while. Then he said, I will make sure you get the support you need. So from now on, please do not put yourself through such hardships. Why, your Imperial Majesty, let's keep talking as we go. I am curious to hear what exactly these administrative studies you have devoted your life to. It is to see how governance could be made, it was then. From Akrapovic's old horse, a flea the size of a grain of rice leapt like a bolt of lightning toward Siegfried's back. Caught with his guard completely down, Siegfried neither noticed nor reacted to the flea. There was no way he could notice something so small moving at such high speed when he was not on his guard. However, the automatic defensive system of the invisible spear art was different. It was a system that exceeded human limitations, and it instantly reacted, stopping the flea dead in its tracks. The +10 Sky Piercer shot up like lightning and skewered the flea midair. Siegfried jumped in surprise when his body moved on its own in the middle of the conversation. Why, your Imperial Majesty? Akrapovic flinched as well, shocked when Siegfried had suddenly brandished his weapon once again. Hold on. Can you dismount from your horse? Without waiting for the response, Siegfried used flying sword to gently carry the old man from the horse. Then he stared intently at the old steed and asked, It's you, isn't it, Prrrh? The horse snorted in response, as though it was trying to say that it had no idea what he was talking about. So it's you, Prrrh. Still, the horse simply snorted. Oh, Siegfried smirked. Then, without another word, the +10 Sky Piercer moved like a bolt of lightning toward Akrapovic's old horse. Is it possible for a person to change this much? Just 3 months, Siegfried was dumbfounded to see Viscount Ralph suddenly change this much. The man once hailed as the romantic of the century had surrounded himself with half-naked women. On top of that, every dish and drink prepared for the so-called banquet of ecstasy was outrageously expensive. This is insane. How much money did he blow on all of this? Siegfried could tell from a single glance that the banquet alone would easily exceed the annual budget of the small provincial fief. In fact, a feast of this scale would only be thrown once a year for even larger cities. To hire half-naked hostesses on top of that. Viscount Ralph had, without a doubt, spent a fortune on this banquet alone. So what does my lord think of this banquet of ecstasy? Is it to my lord's liking? Viscount Ralph asked in a sly tone. Then he grinned and added, I was not sure which pleasure my lord enjoys, so I prepared everything. Tonight, please allow this humble servant to give my lord a taste of heavenly pleasures. I have arranged for the most skilled women to please my. It was then. Come outside with me for a second, Siegfried said, grabbing the Viscount by the scruff of his neck. Why, your Imperial Majesty, let's talk in private. Siegfried dragged Viscount Ralph to a secluded spot. Hey, why are you acting like this all of a sudden? Siegfried asked. Pardon, Viscount Ralph blinked, then he tilted his head in confusion and asked, what does my lord mean by that? This isn't who you are, Viscount Ralph. I only wish to properly entertain the great hero who saved the. Siegfried cut him off and said, you know very well that I hate these kinds of things. I'm not sure what you ate, but there's definitely something wrong with swoosh. Before Siegfried could finish speaking, something tiny, no bigger than a grain of rice, jumped from Ralph and made a beeline for Siegfried. Siegfried flinched in shock, but caught the tiny object. Between his 2 fingers, it was so tiny that anyone else wouldn't notice it. Even if they somehow noticed it, reacting in time would be impossible, however. Siegfried was no ordinary person, he noticed it and reacted instantly to it. Well, saying that he reacted wasn't quite right, as he himself couldn't react to it. The only reason he managed to catch the tiny object was all thanks to the automatic defense system of the invincible spear art. What's this thing? A flea. Siegfried observed the tiny thing caught between his fingers. The tiny thing was red in color, but it definitely resembled a flea. Blood flea of greed, a flea that corrupts those it bites. Those bitten will exploit the people they govern. Type, monster race, flea level, 250 class, exploiting parasite. Note 1, this monster rapidly changes its host's behavior. Note 2, those bitten will rarely realize they have been bitten. Note 3, this monster will only bite leaders or public officials. I knew it. This flea is responsible for this whole mess. Siegfried realized why the Viscount had changed so drastically. Anyone could be corrupted, and once they gave in to temptation, their fall would be swift. For someone as upright as Viscount Ralph to turn like this was unnatural. Viscount Ralph, yes, your Imperial Majesty, hold still for a moment. Siegfried immediately cast Embrace of Despair and placed a powerful slow debuff on the Viscount. Viscount Ralph froze. He was unable to utter another word after being subjected to the debuff. Siegfried stepped closer to the Viscount and combed through his hair, just like a monkey grooming another for fleas. Splat, splat, splat. He plucked blood fleas of greed from the Viscount's scalp and crushed them one by one between his fingers. Splat, splat. Splat, all in all, he squashed 7 of them. Ding. Alert, you have gained experience points. 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 As expected of monsters, they granted experience points upon being killed. There's no guarantee those damn fleas are only on his head. I have to search him thoroughly, Siegfried thought. Without hesitation, he stripped the Viscount of his clothes before proceeding to inspect his bare naked body for any more fleas. Of course, the Viscount was still unable to move due to the overwhelming debuff, aura weighing down on him. What the hell are you doing? Q. Hamchai froze at the shocking sight before him. He had been left behind in the banquet hall and had decided to come looking for Siegfried. Oh, owner Punk, what are you doing with that guy, Caillou? Huh, Siegfried turned around and blinked a few times. Why did you strip Viscount Ralph? And why are you groping him? Q, don't tell me, is that your thing, Q? Siegfried hurriedly shouted in response. And no, I was just checking whether Q, did you switch lanes or have you always been? Shut up. I said I didn't. Q, you have always been like that, so that really is your thing. It's not. KQH Hamchai is fine. Hamchai respects owner Punk's preferences. I said I'm not. Hamchai won't judge, but stay away from Hamchai, Q. Having been caught in the act, Siegfried had no choice but to endure Hamchai's teasing for quite some time. After all, what Siegfried was doing looked exactly like that from a third person's view. Hamchai had found him in a secluded spot with the Viscount, where he had stripped the Viscount stark naked and was even groping him. There was only one way to interpret what he was doing. Q. So that's what happened. Do you think I'm crazy? Why the hell would I do something like that? Q. Why not? There's no shame in it. I'm not into men, okay? Okay, Hamchai trusts owner Punk. Q. Owner Punk loves women. What the hell are you even saying right now? Q. Owner Punk is an infamous lecher. Jeez. Anyway, I'm not into that. Got it. Q. Got it. And even if I did swing that way, do you honestly think I would really be groping the body of some middle-aged man in an open place like this? That's true, Q. Stop making it sound weird and just keep watch. If someone else sees what I'm doing, they will really get the wrong idea. Q. Roger, leaving Hampshire on lookout duty, Siegfried thoroughly searched the Viscount's body. Fortunately, he didn't find any more blood flea of greed. Thud. Viscount Ralph suddenly collapsed. The fleas that had been sucking his blood and controlling him had disappeared, and he ended up losing consciousness as a result. Tusk. Siegfried clicked his tongue and dressed the Viscount before summoning the guards. The Viscount was momentarily controlled by a demon and lost his reason. Escort him to his chambers and have him treated. As you command, sire. Also, inform the Viscount's family of what I said just now, Siegfried instructed. Then, he added, and bring me the travel records of everyone who entered this place. Make sure to include every single one who has entered those gates. As you command, sire. While the blood fleas of greed were the direct cause, they were nothing more than tools used to control the Viscount. What Siegfried needed to uncover was their source, as unless he found out where those fleas that had corrupted the Viscount had come from, it would be impossible to resolve this matter. A few hours later, Siegfried had pored over the domain's records from the last 3 months until today, but nothing out of the ordinary stood out, except for one thing. Viscount Ralph had received a visitor, a so-called wise man named Akrapovic. This wise man had recently gained quite a reputation for his wisdom in the region. I've never heard of him before, Siegfried thought, making a mental note of the name for later. Then he left the place and headed to his next destination. The petitions of matters related to corrupt officials weren't just limited to Viscount Ralph's territory. Siegfried had to investigate numerous other places as well. The next place was no different. Just like Viscount Ralph, the lord of this place had once been a man of integrity and upright character. Unfortunately, the lord was already corrupted when Siegfried saw him. Zzzzz. The lord lay in his chamber, drooling in his sleep. He was sprawled across the floor, covered in piles of gold coins. Tusk. What an ugly sight, Siegfried grumbled under his breath. Couldn't help but click his tongue at the lord who was so corrupted by greed that he literally slept on a pile of gold coins. Siegfried stepped toward the lord and stripped his clothes off. Why, your imperial majesty? Please do not do this to me. What the hell do you mean by that? Siegfried shouted in anger. Please restrain yourself. And no matter how strong your lust is, you must not shut the fuck up. Siegfried screamed. Then he threw a punch straight into the lord's solar plexus, knocking him out cold. Tusk. Damn it. This is seriously starting to piss me off. Do I look like the type to pounce on him? Why the hell would I pounce on middle-aged men? Siegfried raged and grumbled. However, the lord was not entirely wrong from his perspective. Why? It was all because he had been sleeping soundly when the emperor suddenly appeared and started stripping him. He was even told to shut up while the emperor was groping him. How else could the lord interpret what was happening to him? His imperial majesty has opened his eyes to men. So that was his preference all along. Were the rumors just a smokescreen to hide his true preference? I'm not sure what's going on. But that's just wrong. Even the guards stationed at the lord's chamber misunderstood the scene before them. It's not that. Owner Punk is looking for the flea sucking the lord's blood and controlling him. Don't misunderstand. Fortunately, Hampshire stepped in to defend him, clearing up the misunderstanding. In mere seconds, Siegfried successfully removed every last blood flea of greed clinging to the lord's body. Unfortunately for him, one was attached deep between the lord's buttocks, forcing him to put his hands between the latter's cheeks. Bring me the records of everyone who entered from when the lord started showing unusual behavior, Siegfried ordered while wiping his hand. As you command, sire. He investigated the people who visited around the time when the lord started to become strange. Siegfried raised a brow after spotting a familiar name. The record noted that the lord's sudden change had begun after meeting a so-called wise man named Akrapovic. This guy is suspicious, Siegfried concluded. Then he left the domain and made his way back to the imperial palace. Without wasting any time, he immediately summoned the agents from the intelligence bureau and ordered them to investigate the wise man named Akrapovic. Since the same name had already surfaced twice, he felt no need to investigate the other places. Why? It was all because he was certain that Akrapovic was clearly the one spreading the blood fleas of greed. He was most likely to be a demonic monster who had escaped from an ancient dungeon. He is a scholar in his mid-60s and has spent many years buried in studies. He had recently emerged into the world, sire. For the past several months, he has wandered from place to place, meeting lords and nobles to share his wisdom and give counsel to them. Aside from that, nothing else stands out about him. An intelligence agent reported their findings regarding the wise man named Akrapovic. Is that so? Yes, sire. Where is he now? His exact location is uncertain at the moment, but we can locate him within 12 hours. Put out a warrant for him as well. That man is the reason why our nobles have suddenly started being corrupt. As you command, sire. While the intelligence bureau was searching for Akrapovic's whereabouts, Siegfried spent time playing with Verdandi, having tea with Brunhilde, and paying his respects to Deus. About 7 hours later, we have located Akrapovic, sire. Tell me where. I'll go at once. After receiving the report, Siegfried immediately stepped onto the warp gate. The intelligence bureau had determined that Akrapovic was currently in a major city of the Protean Empire, having a meeting with its mayor. Akrapovic was now widely known as a wise sage within the empire. His advice was always spot on, his solutions ingenious, and his guidance invaluable in shaping new policies. Naturally, the empire's officials sought him out and were eager to hear his counsel. Due to that, Akrapovic had gained easy access to the upper echelons of the Protean Empire's leadership. Using wisdom as a lure to corrupt them. What a scary bastard. With that thought, Siegfried stormed the city hall and headed straight for the mayor's office, where the mayor and Akrapovic were having a meeting. Loyalty. Salute to His Imperial Majesty. Loyalty, salute to His Imperial Majesty. Loyalty, salute to His Imperial Majesty. The civil officials, knights, and guards working in the city hall all bowed deeply or saluted the moment Siegfried appeared. Thank you for your hard work as always. Please carry on with your tasks, Siegfried said, brushing past them quickly. He stood right in front of the mayor's office and bam, kicked the door down. Forget about the MAX DMG. But there were no precedents of a player or an NPC dealing damage in the hundreds of millions on the damage counter. There was no way that T. Sung, who had staked his life on this game, would not know about it if it ever happened in the game. However, the old man in front of him had done just that with a single swing of his fist. In fact, he even made it look too easy since his fist did not even touch the Genesis Guild members. Did the damage counters overlap each other? I think I recall seeing once on the forums that a level 44 was thought to be a level 444 because of the text overlapping each other, T. Sung thought. He suspected that what he had just witnessed was most likely a bug. After all, it was logically hard to believe that a mere wandering old man was level 999. What the hell is Beehive doing? T. Sung grumbled inwardly. Beehive was the term Korean gamers used to refer to the developer and distributor of this game. Brave New World, let's take a screenshot at least. He thought T. Sung remained true to his instinct as a gamer because he tried to keep a record of the old man despite the chaos that happened around him just now. However, warning, it is impossible to take a screenshot of a hidden NPC. Warning, it is impossible to film while in the same field as a hidden NPC. Warning, it is impossible to livestream while in the same field as a hidden NPC. The system didn't allow him to keep any records of the old man. Don't tell me it's a hacking user posing as an NPC. Maybe it's a moderator, T. Sung thought. He could not make heads or tails of the old man's identity. However, he was sure of one thing despite the confusion. The man was not an ordinary being. Wait for a moment. The old man said, huh. T. Sung muttered, in response as the old man's words snapped him out of his thoughts. Let's talk after I get rid of the trash, the old man said while pointing at the Genesis Guild members. Did not take that long for the old man to get rid of the trash. Run for now. Damn it. Run faster, you bastards. The remaining Genesis Guild members scampered away like a bunch of cockroaches when a green aura rose up from the old man's body. Ho ho ho. The old man let out a leisurely laugh as the green aura around him grew stronger. The green aura that rose up from the old man's body was a disaster equivalent to the detonation of a nuclear bomb, and the result was the same as a while ago. 999,990. 9,999,999 damage. 999,999,999,999 damage. 999,999,999,999 damage. 999,999,999,999 damage. 999,999,999,999 damage. The old man once again proved his strength by raising the damage counters to max DMG as the Genesis Guild members disintegrated one by one when the green aura made contact with them. It was an understatement to call it a massacre since they perfectly disappeared without a single trace. You, the old man said as he pointed at T-Sung before he continued, I have been watching you for a long time. T-Sung muttered in confusion at the old man's words before asking, are you talking about me? Of course I am, the old man replied. The old man was telling the truth. He had been roaming around the continent in search of someone worthy to become his disciple, and he stumbled upon T-Sung warding off the Genesis Guild by coincidence. He decided to observe T-Sung. He observed him for a long time before he finally made his decision. I think I should accept that punk as the disciple of this great me, the old man thought, of course. This was something T-Sung had never imagined even in his wildest dreams, but why? T-Sung muttered in confusion. That's because, the old man said before he continued. You are an unsalvageable piece of trash, T-Sung muttered in response. Are you deaf? Didn't I just tell you that I had been watching you because you were a piece of trash? The old man said. T-Sung grimaced in response to the old man's words. The truth was bound to be harsh. But calling someone trash, even though they were technically a piece of trash, was going to end up offending the piece of trash even though it was true. And what do you mean by that? T-Sung respectfully asked with a hint of anger in his voice. You lack 4 things. You lack manners too, but that's not one of them, the old man replied. T-Sung muttered in confusion. You don't have luck, the old man said. T-Sung could not retort at the harsh truth the old man said. You don't have talent, you don't have money, and you don't even have timing on your side. The only thing you know how to do is to toil away like an ox, the old man said. Every single word the old man said stabbed T-Sung's chest like a dagger. You have a grand dream, but you are nothing but sewer trash in reality, the old man added. Then the old man raised his voice and continued, you are ambitious but incapable of achieving anything. T-Sung remained speechless. A buffoon who keeps trying even though you're obviously going to lose. No, a buffoon is too much of praise for you, the old man continued with his onslaught. T-Sung was still silent. The only thing you have that is a cut above the rest is your competitiveness. You're probably the best in the world when it comes to that, the old man said. T-Sung could not retort to any of the things the old man said since they were all facts even he was aware of. That is why, the old man said, he dropped a bombshell. I have taken a liking to you, the old man added. T-Sung muttered in confusion. I won't explain any further. Bow down to me 9 times, the old man said. When the old man finished his words, a message popped up before T-Sung's eyes. Ding, alert, epic quest. Master-disciple relationship has appeared. Alert, do you wish to accept this quest? It was the rare appearance of an epic quest. An epic quest appeared out of nowhere. Let's give it a shot for now, T-Sung thought as he decided to accept the quest. Epic quest was a very rare mission that most people could never come across. And T-Sung, who had to grab on any hope he could find, had no reason not to accept it. Yes, alert. You have accepted the epic quest, Master-Disciple relationship. Then, the quest details popped up in front of his eyes, Master-Disciple relationship type. Epic quest details. Bow down 9 times to the wandering old man. Progress. 0%, 0/9, reward, caution. You will have to sincerely bow to the wandering old man. The wandering old man might beat you to death if he notices you bowing insincerely. The quest was pretty simple, but it came with a chilling word of caution. I will die if he as much as grazes me. Let's do this as sincerely as I possibly can, T-Sung thought. He thought of the power the old man had shown against the Genesis Guild members just now. Bow as sincerely as possible, he reminded himself once again. T-Sung started to bow toward the wandering old man as sincerely as he possibly could, and he made sure that every single movement of his body was oozing with sincerity and respect. 1 time, 2 times, then 5 times. That's right, you're doing well. You're doing quite well, the old man said as he nodded in satisfaction. It seemed he was quite pleased with T-Sung bowing down. To him, it was at that moment that T-Sung bowed for the 9th time that a message appeared before his eyes. Ding, alert, you have completed the epic quest, Master-Disciple relationship. A bright light surrounded T-Sung's body as soon as the message popped up. What's going on? T-Sung thought in confusion as he was taken aback by the sudden light. Alert. Congratulations, you have become the disciple of Deus. Alert, you have successfully changed classes. Your class has been changed from elemental mage to disciple. It was a message that did not make sense to him. What the hell is going on? T-Sung wondered. He bowed down 9 times to a level 999 hidden NPC, and he not only became the hidden NPC's disciple, but his class also changed into disciple. You are now the level 999 hidden NPC, Deus said as he looked at T-Sung. You are now the disciple of this great me, your disciple. T-Sung muttered in response, that's right. Deus replied while nodding, and then he said, I shall open. T-Sung wondered what the hidden NPC would say next. Your path to becoming invincible, Deus exclaimed in a grandeur manner. And that was how the master-disciple relationship between T-Sung and Deus started. Meanwhile, there was a department in Hive Company, which was located in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, the United States of America, where even the board of directors could not intervene with their operations. This department was called the Hexagon. Hexagon was the most important department in the company, Hive Games Entertainment, and this was the department in charge of managing the epic story within Brave New World. In other words, Hexagon was the department managing the grand epic of Brave New World, which was the main story of the entire game. The operator of Hexagon said in a trembling voice, as of this time, the epic code 7 has been activated. The operator's announcement sent shockwaves throughout the entire department. 7, oh my God, finally, has Deus finally found his disciple? Who is it who got chosen as his disciple? Is it that pro gamer from last time? Oh my God, to think that 7 will be activated. The members of Hexagon noisily murmured among themselves. The leader of the entire Hexagon department, Oppenheimer, finally opened his mouth and asked, who is it? Who is the player who activated the epic code 7? In addition to being Hexagon's leader, he was also the vice chairman of Hive. He was staring at the screen while seated in the back seat of Hexagon's control tower. Is it that pro gamer Deus was eyeing? Oppenheimer asked. No, it's not, the operator replied. Then is it someone new? Oppenheimer asked. Yes, the operator replied. Who is it? Oppenheimer asked with his eyes filled with curiosity. That's. The operator muttered as he hesitated for a moment before continuing. It is a gamer from South Korea. So that's how it turned out. Oppenheimer muttered and nodded. He was well aware that the South Koreans were innately talented when it came to video games and that they were one of the best in the world. In fact, there was even a saying that the racial trait gaming would appear if the South Koreans were turned to video game characters. What is 7's level? No, I mean ranking, Oppenheimer asked. He was certain that the gamer Deus had picked as his disciple was a ranker since the gamer was bound to be talented if the hidden NPC Deus had picked him. Moreover, the gamer was from South Korea, a country renowned for producing talented pro gamers. Oppenheimer was confident in his deduction because this was the only logical outcome if he narrowed it down to these 2 points. However, the operator's response was the complete opposite of what Oppenheimer was expecting to hear. The gamer is level 91. The operator replied. Level 91? Has the gamer only started playing recently? Oppenheimer asked. No, the operator replied. No, Oppenheimer muttered in disbelief. The gamer 7 registered 2 years ago and is classified as a heavy user who plays more than 10 hours a day, the operator reported. Are you asking me to believe what you said just now? Oppenheimer asked in response with a look of disbelief before muttering in stupefaction. A mere level 91 is a heavy user. It might be difficult to believe, but it is true. I mean that is his current level, but the highest level this player reached is level 201, the operator clarified. That is a relief. But the gamer is still way below what I had expected, Oppenheimer said with an awkward look. It was understandable since Epic Code 7 was a key component that would affect the main story of Brave New World, and it was an event that would have severe repercussions for the entire game. The gamer who activated Epic Code 7 and was chosen by the hidden NPC Deus would become one of the main characters of Brave New World's main story plot. In fact, there was a possibility that this gamer would end up becoming the protagonist of the grand epic of Brave New World. Establish a special monitoring team to monitor this player within 24 hours, Oppenheimer said before he added, but that is if he can even last more than a day. These words seemed to foreshadow something. 1. The Korean gamers were actually calling the company that created the game, which literally means be house in Korean. Did you just say invincible? T-Sung muttered in surprise. The word invincible was stuck in his mind as he recalled the overwhelming power that Deus displayed moments ago. T-Sung agreed. That power was definitely worthy of the word invincible. That's right, Deus replied as he nodded. Is that right? Elder, T-Sung asked. Hey, Deus exclaimed as he grimaced. It seemed that being called elder did not sit well with the old man. What do you mean by elder? You are to address me as master from now on, you got that, Deus said. Ah, yes, T-Sung replied. Who am I? Deus asked. You are my master. T-Sung responded. That's right. I am your master, and you are the only disciple of this great me, Deus said. Yes, master, T-Sung exclaimed. T-Sung resolved to serve Deus as his master without any hesitation. It was not an exaggeration to call the level 999 hidden NPC, who was capable of dealing 999,999,999,999 damage in a single hit, a supreme being. T-Sung concluded that someone like this old man was not only a master worthy to be served, but it was T-Sung's honor to serve him as well. You will learn how to become an invincible being. Underneath this great me, it is going to be a very difficult journey. You will wish for death in every minute and every second of the day. Are you prepared for it? Deus asked. Yes, master, T-Sung confidently replied. His master warned him of the difficulty awaiting him, but he remained unfazed. After all, he had been about to check the temperature of the Han River with his own body. He was prepared to drink even a bottle of lye water if it meant receiving a second chance. All right, Deus said with satisfaction as he looked at T-Sung's resolute expression. Since it's just our first day, go back to your hometown for today. Come find me tomorrow, and Deus said before he started to rummage through his clothes looking for something. He then took something out and extended it to T-Sung. Take this. You look so pitiful right now. Go ahead and sell this, then get yourself some decent clothes and eat something nice. This is my first gift to you as your master. What is this? T-Sung asked as he looked at the item in Deo's hand. It was just a small necklace. The problem was, blessing of Persia. T-Sung exclaimed inside. It was a necklace being sold for 100 million won in real-life money. Web message, 117 million won. Has been deposited to your account from Trade Mania Co. Limited. Thank you, Woosen Bank. That evening, this is awesome, T-Sung muttered to himself. It was only after the item Blessing of Persia was sold on the item trading site, Trade Mania, that he finally acknowledged that he had truly met his master. Deus, is he really an NPC? And not a moderator, T-Sung said to himself. It still seemed surreal to him. Level 999, hidden NPC, suddenly appeared and gave him a quest to become the former's disciple. The former even gave him an item on top of that. Who would believe him? I hope the developers are not playing with me, T-Sung said with a hint of skepticism in his voice. Still, there's no way that the developers would bother with someone like me. That thought was totally eliminated from his mind when he recalled what the vice chairman of Hive, Oppenheimer, said in an interview. There is no such thing as a balance patch in Brave New World. B&W is not just another game, it is another reality as well. The game scenario, Nuremberg Saga, coupled with the artificial intelligence program, doppelganger algorithm, is perfect. As such, we are not going to get involved with the game. We are simply going to observe quietly from the sidelines. They would observe without getting involved. This was Hive's policy and motto when it came to Brave New World, and this showed the level of trust they had for the game they had developed. Let's see how it goes for now, T-Sung muttered. For now, he decided to stop doubting the entire situation. There was a saying that a person would receive 3 opportunities in life, right? It could be possible that meeting Deus was one of the opportunities he rightfully owned. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to escape from this shithole of a life. He had to grab this opportunity no matter what. Of course, there were a few things he had to settle first before anything else. First, T-Sung muttered as he booted his computer and accessed his internet banking. Let's pay this month's interest first. He made the smart choice of servicing his debt before anything else as soon as he earned money. T-Sung was in debt. A bit of debt was something like a passive life skill for those born dirt poor. To make it worse, T-Sung took even more debt to buy all sorts of expensive items only to become empty-handed in the end. His debt naturally evolved into a monster that amounted to hundreds of millions of won. He was able to earn a huge sum of money after selling the item his master gave him as a gift, but after paying whatever he could pay. What he had earned was reduced to almost nothing in the blink of an eye. Debt, utility bills, phone and internet bills, months of rent due, game account fee, other miscellaneous costs. After settling his urgent debts and bills, he only had 3,000,000 won left. T-Sung took 50,000 won from the 3 million and wired the remaining 2,950,000 won to his sister and mother living in the province. He decided to call his mother after a long while. "Mom," T-Sung said over the phone. "Why didn't you call back? You didn't even answer your phone." "I was worried. I'm sorry. I've been a bit busy these days," T-Sung said. "Are you having a tough time these days? It has been a while since you visited as well." "Not at all," T-Sung replied and put up a front. "I'm sorry." T-Sung felt like tearing up when he heard his mother's trembling voice. His mother had been suffering throughout her entire life. Her life took a turn for the worse after meeting his father, who was a violent, irresponsible, and patriarchal man. However, she did not give up on T-Sung and his sister. She withstood all the abuse for more than 30 years. This was the reason why T-Sung prioritized sending money to his family whenever he made any money. "I'm sorry that you have to suffer because I'm lacking." "I'm not. Don't say that," T-Sung replied, and then he added, "You did nothing wrong, Mom. You did everything right. You did everything you can, and you did not abandon T-He and me. You raised us as best as you can. Son, I'm not struggling at all, so don't worry about me." "Oh, I sent you some money just now," said T-Sung. "You didn't have to do that, T-Sung. You have to save up and get married too." "What do you mean by I didn't have to? It has been 3 months since I last sent you anything, so you guys must be struggling there. Just use that for now," T-Sung said. "T-Sung, if things get too difficult for you," T-Sung noticed that his mother was about to suggest that he return to their hometown, so he immediately cut her off. "Mom, I'll have to hang up now. I'm busy, so I'll call back next time," he said before one-sidedly hanging up. He had to end the call as he felt like he would not be able to control his emotions if he spoke with her any further. "Who?" T-Sung exhaled as he composed himself. "Let's not become weak and do something stupid again. My family is going to suffer if I fall down now. Mom and T-He can live comfortably as long as I work harder," he said as he steeled his resolve once again. He vowed not to ruin himself ever again and put his family in jeopardy. The next morning, T-Sung woke up early and went to the convenience store nearby. He purchased a bottle of water, noodles, a lunch box set, and some other things with the 50,000 won he still had. He could have splurged and bought some meat after earning a huge sum, but he had his priorities. The part-time worker at the convenience store, Kim Young-hee, scanned the items T-Sung had brought to the counter. "That will be 50,100 won, Kim Young-hee said in a cold voice. "Here," T-Sung replied as he extended his debit card to her. Insufficient funds, his card was declined. Please remove this," T-Sung said. He took out a bowl of instant rice out of the plastic bag after realizing he was short by 100 won. "Is this guy a beggar? Geez, I wish I won't see this damn junky bastard anymore. I'm sure he played games all night again," Kim Young-hee thought as she glared at T-Sung with eyes full of disgust. Kim Young-hee hated T-Sung, who frequently came to the convenience store. She hated seeing his disheveled hair, his messy beard, his worn-out shirt, and his pants riddled with holes. The only saving grace about him was the fact that he did not stink like an old man or of cigarette. But T-Sung was still the very definition of someone a woman would hate to talk with. "She's looking at me with those eyes again," T-Sung thought. He knew very well that Kim Young-hee's eyes would always be filled with disgust and contempt toward him, and he also knew very well that he looked quite detestable right now. "Does she really think I want to live like this?" He grumbled inwardly. It was inevitable for him to live like this. How could it be possible for someone riddled with debt and at the lowest point of his life to even have the luxury of thinking about dressing up and grooming himself? Still, there was no way anyone would not be offended after being glared at with those contemptuous and disgusted eyes just because of their appearance. Of course, the one looking at him with those eyes could be uncomfortable with his presence. But T-Sung couldn't help but feel that he was being wronged here. "Please, let's not live while being stared at by those eyes anymore. Let's live with dignity." T-Sung steeled his resolve after leaving the convenience store. He might not become the person everyone would look up to, but he vowed to work hard and strive not to be looked down on by anyone anymore. T-Sung ate a triangle kimbap and a cup noodle before going inside the VR capsule and accessing the B&W client. Loading. Connection established. The message disappeared as quickly as it appeared, and T-Sung found himself inside a dark cave. "I live in a cramped room in real life. And I'm in a cave in the game too," he grumbled. Other people lived an entirely different life in the game compared to their real lives, but that was not the case for T-Sung. After all, there wasn't that much difference between the life he had been living in the game and his real life. Ding, a message popped up in front of him. Alert, your master Deus is waiting for you deep within the forest. A message alerted him that his master was waiting for him. Let's get moving, T-Sung said as he left the cave to go to his master. It took T-Sung 30 minutes before he finally met his master deep in the forest. So you have finally arrived, my disciple, Deus said. Yes, master, T-Sung replied. But Deus inspected T-Sung from head to toe before he grimaced and said, does your stomach hurt and you want to take a shit, or did you choose to become a girl from now on? Huh, I do not understand what you mean, T-Sung muttered in response. Why is a man walking without an ounce of confidence in his steps? Deus shouted. His thunderous voice reverberated throughout the forest. Ah, T-Sung exclaimed. The thunderous boom felt like it would pop his eardrums. He tried to cover his ears, but that was nowhere enough to block off his master's thunderous voice. His master's shout just now was not simply a loud sound, but it was similar to a shockwave that shook T-Sung's brain. T-Sung felt as if his brain was shaken. His heart felt like it was being pressured as well, and his legs trembled from the shout. The hair throughout his body all stood on end. His master's shout could be classified as an attack rather than a rebuke. In fact, that single shout had reduced his HP by 90%. HP? Crazy, how is this even possible? He exclaimed inwardly. He had never imagined that a single shout could deal so much damage. Try walking again. Deus commanded, however. He grimaced when he saw that T-Sung was still in a daze, as such. He exclaimed to get the latter back to his senses. Get moving. Yes, T-Sung replied. He started walking while fearing for his life. Gulp, gulp, gulp. He did not forget to hurriedly drink a healing potion while he was at it. 1. Han River is the main river of South Korea, and there are many bridges connecting both sides of the river. Checking the temperature of the Han River basically means people committing suicide by jumping into the river. 2. Yes, we do have instant microwavable rice in Korea. 3. Walk like a man. Put more confidence in your steps, Deus shouted. Yes, master, T-Sung replied. Hey, where's your voice? Deus shouted. Yes, master, T-Sung exclaimed. He felt like he was serving his mandatory military service again. Step, 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 step. Then he walked according to Deus' instructions. Walk like a man, put more confidence in your steps. Deus shouted once again. Yes, T-Sung shouted in response. You can tell whether someone's powerful or not from their steps alone. Do you understand? Deus asked. Yes, master. Straighten your back, tighten your core, sharpen your gaze, relax your expression. The old man sounded like a movie director telling an actor how he should walk while pointing out every single flaw in the latter's movements. That's right, you are doing good. Keep walking like that. Good, very good. Deus exclaimed, seemingly pleased by what he was seeing. After 2 hours of learning to power walk like a man, his master finally seemed satisfied. That looks good. I think that's enough, Deus said before adding, you might not look strong, but at least you're not walking like a coward anymore. Thank you for your teachings, master, T-Sung said as he respectfully bowed toward the old man. Why the hell would you criticize the way I walk and ask? To learn how to walk, T-Sung could not understand his master at all. My disciple. Deus called out. Yes, Master T-Sung replied. Do you know why I criticize the way you walk? Deus asked. I do not know. Master T-Sung replied. He wasn't the type of person who would pretend he knew something and put on airs when he was ignorant. You were exuding the scent of a weakling from the way you were walking a while ago. Deus explained. Really? T-Sung muttered in response with a dumbfounded look. Your movement was timid and cautious while you were overly conscious of your surroundings. How can you become strong like that? Don't forget that you are the disciple of this great me. My one and only disciple walking around looking like a weakling is something I cannot accept. Deus explained. At that moment, a thought suddenly came into T-Sung's mind. Is it because I'm trash, that even the way I walked made it obvious that I was indeed trash? Finally, he could somewhat understand the reason his master criticized the way he walked. He had never realized it, but it seemed that his unstable mind reeked from the way he was moving. There was a saying that said, a car dealer could tell whether a customer would purchase a car or not by simply observing their speech, expression, and gestures. Was it because a person's habits would show what kind of person they were, or was it simply a matter of self-presentation? Whatever it might be, it seemed that the saying that one could tell a lot by simply observing a person's body language was not entirely false. My disciple, Deus called out. Yes, master, T-Sung responded. It is an undeniable fact that you do not have an ounce of luck, you are not talented, and you are dirt poor as well. Do you agree? Deos highlighted T-Sung's miserable life before adding, "But do you know?" "Yes, Master," T-Sung said. "Do you know what you stand to gain from announcing how miserable your life has been to the world? Only beggars roaming the streets hoping for some spare change will have anything to gain from doing that kind of thing. The world is a survival of the fittest. It is only natural for you to be hunted down and torn to pieces upon revealing your weakness. I hope you weren't thinking about stimulating the motherly instincts of women so they would sympathize and be with you, were you?" Deos said in a strict manner. "No, Master," T-Sung replied. "Lift your head, be confident wherever you go and whoever you meet. You are the only and only disciple of this great me. You are not allowed to grovel and lower yourself in front of anyone aside from this great me, your master, including even the emperor. Do you understand?" Deos asked. "Yes, Master," T-Sung responded. He did not disregard his master's teachings. In fact, he engraved every single word on his heart. Deos wasn't just a flashy, loud NPC created by B&W. Brave New World created NPCs based on its doppelganger algorithm, and this algorithm analyzed the appearances of the users, their way of speech, personality, movement patterns, and other things to create an NPC. Simply put, T-Sung's master wasn't carelessly generated by the AI. He was created after analyzing various users before he was molded into a proper master. The reason the users did not simply regard the NPCs in B&W as a block of data that could be differentiated by 0 or 1 was thanks to the system's ability to recreate artificial humans on a never-before-seen scale, even in other games. B&W was an excellent example of the saying, "Imitation is the mother of creation." Deos nodded in satisfaction and said, "Let's get moving now that I have bestowed my first teaching upon you." "Huh, where do you want to go, Master?" T-Sung asked. "We will go to a place where I can further bestow my teachings upon you," Deos replied before extending his right hand toward T-Sung and saying, "Place your hand on my hand." "Yes, Master," T-Sung responded. He was curious about their destination, but he decided to follow without questioning. Tap. He placed his hand on top of Deos' hand. Whoom. A magic circle suddenly appeared beneath their feet. "This is insane," T-Sung thought in surprise. Warp magic was a high-level magic that allowed the caster to travel hundreds of kilometers in a split second. It was a type of magic wherein even rankers had to spend hours drawing its magic circle before they could use it. Despite that, its magic circle was drawn in less than a second. It seemed that his master Deos was not a level 999 hidden NPC for nothing. Deos transported himself and T-Sung to a vast plain with clear skies and chilly breeze. Where is this? T-Sung wondered as he looked around. T-Sung was active in the Rainland Kingdom, located in the southeastern region of the Nuremberg continent. However, he was certain he was in a place that could not be found anywhere on the Rainland Kingdom's territory, as he was definitely sure there weren't any mountains tall enough to penetrate the clouds in the kingdom's territory. T-Sung was certain that they had traveled more than 10,000 kilometers. "Can you see that?" Deos said as he pointed at a tall mountain before adding, "That is Mount Kunlun." "Mount Kunlun," T-Sung muttered in response. "That's right," Deos replied. T-Sung was dumbfounded once again. "Oh my God. It took us less than a second to arrive at Mount Kunlun." T-Sung thought in shock. Mount Kunlun was a gigantic mountain located at the southwestern tip of the world map, and it was more than 10,000 kilometers away from the Rainland Kingdom. "I will bestow upon you my teachings in that mountain." Deos explained, "Really?" "Master," T-Sung said, "That's right." Deos replied with a nod. He extended his hand toward T-Sung and said, "Let's go." "Yes, Master," T-Sung replied as he placed his hand on top of his master's. T-Sung found himself at the foot of Mount Kunlun. He couldn't help but marvel at the imposing figure of the mountain towering above him. They ventured into an opening on the rocky mountain and went deep inside a cave. Mount Kunlun, Lake Cave. A message popped up in front of T-Sung, and it let him know of his current location before disappearing shortly after. "Come over here," Deos said. "Yes, Master," T-Sung replied and walked toward Deos. The interior of the cave was brightly illuminated by numerous warm blue lights, and T-Sung found his way deeper into the cave without much difficulty. The mosses giving off blue light in this cave are infused with illuminating substances, and they have lived for over 10,000 years. Deos explained the light sources inside the cave. They walked for quite a bit before a vast lake appeared in front of them. "Wow," T-Sung muttered in amazement as he stood astonished by the lake before saying, the lake water is very clear, master. The lake water was so clear the bottom of the lake could be seen from where T-Sung was standing, and the water was so still that he doubted if it was stagnant water. That is the lake of purification, Deus said. Kunlun, lake of purification, a message popped up and disappeared in front of T-Sung's eyes. It is also the lake that will purify you, Deus added. Huh, T-Sung muttered in confusion. I don't plan to teach you for a long time. I will only teach you for 99 days. It's short, but it will be intense, and this lake of purification will lay the groundwork for me to train you, Deus explained. What does that mean, master? T-Sung asked. It's just as its name suggests, purification. Deus paused for a moment before he continued. You are quite dirty. Am I really that dirty? T-Sung asked. Yes, from head to toe. There's nothing good about you, Deus said. So there's no other way than to turn you into a clean slate, Deus added. Huh, T-Sung muttered as he doubted what he just heard. Just hurry up and wash up, Deus said before kicking T-Sung's butt. Splash, T-Sung could not withstand his master's kick and fell into the lake. Ding! After falling into the lake, a message appeared before him. Alert, the lake of purification is purifying you. Warning, an excruciating pain will fall on you shortly. Brace yourself for the pain. T-Sung had no idea what purification meant, and he also couldn't understand why the system message was asking him to brace for the pain. FSSHHH. However, his doubts only lasted until the lake of purification started bubbling like carbonated water. Ugh! T-Sung let out a moan at the strange sensation. However, his moan soon turned into a scream filled with excruciating agony that reverberated throughout the entire cave. Ho-ho, Deus chuckled as he watched with a sinister smile. I told you, didn't I? I told you it is going to be a very difficult journey, and you will wish for death in every minute and every second of the day. Q-ah-ha-ha-ha. Deus burst out laughing. But this is too mu-you-ah. T-Sung could not even finish his words before he had to scream in agony once more. The pain was so excruciating, he felt that he wouldn't be able to endure it, unless he screamed at the very least. Kek, look at this punk. Is it really that refreshing? Deus asked with the same sinister smile. You-ah. T-Sung's screams continued to fill the cave. Ha, if I knew you were going to love it this much, I should have brought you here sooner. Deus nodded with satisfaction. Sophistry. Forget about loving it. T-Sung was only able to resist the urge to instinctively log out of the game through superhuman patience and tenacity. He felt as if every single cell in his body was being purged by the water. The system is actually allowing this much level of pain. Impossible. I've never felt such excruciating pain in my life. I'm sure having my limbs torn off won't be as painful as this. Kyug. Even if they advertised the game as capable of inflicting realistic pain on the user. He had never imagined, even in his wildest dreams, that one could feel this much pain from a game, who knew he would experience a level of pain that he had never experienced in his entire life from a game. However, T-Sung did not log out of the game. I can't log out. T-Sung steeled his resolve. I have to endure this. He reaffirmed his resolve once again. He endured the excruciating pain through superhuman tenacity and patience. This is my only chance to turn this shitty life of mine around. Let's endure this and believe in Master, T-Sung thought as he gritted his teeth. That was how desperate he was, but the problem was remaining time until purified. 59 minutes 32 seconds he had to endure this extreme pain for an hour after falling into the lake of purification. Remaining time until purified. 3 seconds remaining time until purified. 2 seconds remaining time until purified. 1 second. T-Sung successfully endured the hellish pain for a whole hour. I endured it. I endured that hellish pain for an hour. He could still feel a burning sensation all over his body, but he couldn't help but be filled with an ecstatic feeling when he realized that he managed to endure the pain for an entire hour. He could finally somewhat understand why some people chose to expose themselves to agonizing pain. It was actually all for the sake of achieving enlightenment. When he was about to reach the final part of the purification process, the bubbling lake water suddenly calmed down as if everything were a lie. FSHHHH, to think that I'm capable of enduring this level of pain. He. T-Sung thought proudly, however. His satisfaction did not last for long because the fruit he had obtained after enduring the hellish experience was not sweet at all. In fact, it was terribly bitter. Alert, purification complete. Alert, the player's character has been reset. T-Sung almost went mad at the messages in front of him. 1. All able-bodied Korean men has to serve in the military. The message mentioned something about his character being reset. Info. T-Sung hurriedly summoned his character information and checked his status under My Information. T-Sung's status was as follows. My Information name. T-Sung level 1 type. Adventurer. Player class Disciple. The message wasn't lying when it said his character was reset. T-Sung was now a level 1 novice after being purified by the Lake of Purification. In just an hour, his level 91 character regressed to level 1 my level. T-Sung muttered in disbelief and despair. The only thing he had left, after losing everything, was his level. So he couldn't help but fall into despair when his level went down from level 91 to level 1. Deos, who had been watching T-Sung ever since he fell into the lake, exclaimed in satisfaction before saying, "So the purification process is done? Haha, Master, what happened just now? Why did my level?" T-Sung asked. "You have to pour new wine into a new wineskin," Deos replied. T-Sung muttered in confusion at his master's response. "You were nothing but a piece of trash just an hour ago," Deos said. "What do you mean by that, Master?" T-Sung asked. "Your strength, stamina, mana, and other stats had been a complete mess. I'm saying that you had been a complete mess from top to bottom. How can you even think about winning against anyone with such horrendous and unbalanced growth? Do you even have an ounce of conscience? Do you even know what shame is?" Deos said with a hint of annoyance in his voice. He had successfully raised a shitty character. Deos told T-Sung that the latter had successfully raised his character to shit. "Is that so?" T-Sung muttered. He finally understood his master's intentions. What if his character's stats and skill tree had truly been unbalanced just as his master had said? Then, his master's decision to let everything be reset was indeed the right choice. However, the method Deos chose was very inefficient. It was incredibly difficult to reset and redistribute stat points and skill points in B&W, but it wasn't impossible. The item Heart of Phoenix allowed the user to reset their stats while the item Sage's Regret. The item Phleggeton's Water allowed a user to reset both their stats and skills at the same time. These 3 items allowed a user to retain their level while returning all of the stats and skill points they had invested. However, the downside was the fact that there was a necessary investment of more than 10 billion won before one could get their hands on those items. And it seemed that the old man saw through T-Sung's thoughts. "Of course, you could reset yourself by depending on those lame potions," Deos said before looking at T-Sung and continuing, "but such sloppy methods do not suit my style." "Why?" T-Sung asked. "Because it's nothing but repeating their failures. It's no different from an animal eating its own shit just to shit it out again," Deos responded. T-Sung muttered and tilted his head in confusion. What good will it do if the person remains the same even if they try again? A loser will eternally be a loser. How much stronger can they get if they simply pull those cheap tricks to get stronger? It will be a relief if they get some sort of enlightenment, but they are just basically walking in circles, Deos explained. Deos' logic was sound. "But, Master," T-Sung muttered. He seemed to have his own logic to present to his master, and he said, "You could have still guided me to the right path in any case, right? Why was there a need to reset my level as well?" "You fool!" Deos immediately rebuked him before asking, "Do you really think your hopeless talent will change for the better on that path?" T-Sung muttered in surprise. "You were born with the talent of being a weakling. Do you really think anything will change just because you'll try again? Preposterous!" Deos exclaimed. T-Sung was shocked. "I will fix you from head to toe, and I will forcefully raise your potential to the limit. What I'm trying to say is that you will gain 1.2 mana while others will only gain 1 mana. That's what this is all about," Deos explained. Really?" T-Sung asked. "That's right. Since you managed to get through this trial, you will become at least 20% stronger than others," Deos replied. Hyok! T-Sung could not help but gasp in surprise. If his master were telling the truth, resetting his character wouldn't be a loss. He would gain 1.2 mana while others would only gain 1 mana. He would gain 12 mana while others would gain 10 mana. Sooner or later, he would gain 120 mana while others would only gain 100 mana. In short, the gap between him and the others would widen the higher their levels became, and T-Sung would be able to use his skill 12 times while others would only be able to use their skill 10 times. Moreover, he could invest in other stats without worrying about his mana because he would gain much more on a per level compared to the others. "So this is the reason why Master wanted to reset my character," T-Sung inwardly exclaimed upon realizing his master's intentions. It seemed his master's training method revolved around maximizing his potential. "Master," T-Sung muttered. He then fell to the ground and bowed to him before saying, "Thank you for your kindness. Please accept your disciple's respectful bow, Kekek." "You're already so thankful for something like this. It's still too early for you to thank me. I will turn you into someone who will long for defeat, and you can thank me by then, Kekek." Deus responded. The old man was saying one thing, but his expression revealed something else since he couldn't stop himself from laughing while looking extremely pleased with T-Sung bowing in front of him. "What do you mean by someone who will long for defeat, master?" T-Sung cautiously asked. "Sitting at the top of the world can be very lonely. I will turn you into someone who will have to beg others to give you a taste of defeat. Use my teachings to become unparalleled. The best should be able to take what they want." Deus shouted excitedly. T-Sung interpreted his master's words like this. Is he asking me to become a solo player? It seemed his instinct, as a gamer, had led him to believe that the old man wanted him to become a solo player. However, T-Sung would find out sooner or later that it was exactly what his master meant. T-Sung decided to wholeheartedly follow his master's teaching from now on. However, the lake of purification was just the tip of the iceberg. "Come, lay down here," Deus said. "Yes, master," T-Sung replied. "I will stick 84,000 needles into you," Deus said. "Huh," T-Sung muttered as he doubted his ears. Is he planning to turn me into a porcupine? He wondered. He finally understood why his master made him reset his character by purifying him in the lake of purification. But he couldn't understand why his master wanted to stick 84,000 needles into him. No, was it even possible to stick that many needles into a human body? "Oh, it's possible," T-Sung muttered. It had been an hour since they started, and now he had 84,000 needles sticking out of him. "Yuck. Yuck." T-Sung screamed as pain, even more excruciating than the one he had experienced from the lake of purification, spread throughout his entire body. The extreme pain of having a needle poked into every single one of the nerve points in the body was painful enough to send someone to their death. The next step was even harsher. "This is the next one," Deus said while pointing at a green-colored pool. Blub blup blup blup. A greenish liquid was boiling in the pool, and T-Sung was instinctively disgusted by it, as he was certain that it wasn't some ordinary liquid. "What is this, master?" T-Sung asked. "It's a contaminated pond," Deus replied. "A contaminated pond?" T-Sung muttered in response. "That's right. This is a pond that this great me especially created for you, my disciple. I created this by collecting waste from the innards of various corpses, decayed frogs, cockroaches, and 108 types of poisonous plants on top of many other ingredients," Deus proudly explained. "What in the world is it for?" T-Sung asked with a hint of nervousness in his voice. "What else? It's to defile you since you have become purified," Deus replied. "What kind of insane thing is?" T-Sung muttered. "Do you want to die?" Deus asked with a hint of threat in his voice. "I apologize, master." T-Sung immediately apologized. He was afraid that his master might flick his forehead. "But why do I have to be defiled after being purified? The whole point of the purification was to purify me, right?" T-Sung asked. "It's like tempering and quenching," Deus replied. "Tempering and quenching," T-Sung muttered as he tilted his head in confusion. "It's a process to temper your body. Your body will freely absorb and release mana if you repeat this process 100 times, Deus explained. "I will jump right into it," T-Sung said before jumping into the pool without an ounce of hesitation after listening to his master's explanation. "Yuck, T-Sung screamed in agony. The contaminated pool inflicted excruciating pain, just as he had expected. "I have to do this 100 times. There's no way, right?" T-Sung did not believe his master's words because he couldn't imagine that it was possible to repeat this process 100 times. The process was repeated exactly 100 times, as his master said, and T-Sung soon got used to the pain after going through the whole ordeal. The pain was so unbearable for the first 30 times that T-Sung almost logged out of the game, but he soon got used to the pain after the 50th time, and he was finally able to withstand the pain after the 70th time. When he repeated the whole ordeal for the 90th time, the whole process started to feel like he was taking a soak at a hot spring. He even happily hummed a tune while he was soaking in it. "Ah, that really hits the spot," T-Sung mumbled as he reached the point where he was enjoying it rather than finding it painful. Alert, purification complete. Alert, the player's character has been reset. When T-Sung successfully completed the process for the 100th time, his master finally complimented him. "Ha ha ha, look at this punk. Your patience and tenacity are truly astounding," Deus exclaimed. "Thank you, master," T-Sung replied. "All right, that seems to be enough," Deus said as he extended a towel toward T-Sung emerging from the lake of purification before continuing. "Your body will now be able to naturally absorb and release mana." "Is that true?" T-Sung asked. "You can't feel it right now, but you will soon realize that this great me had never lied," Deus confidently said. "Huh? Isn't this a totally overpowered character?" T-Sung thought in surprise. It was natural for him to be surprised since his current stats were probably the highest among all the level 1 characters out there. This was T-Sung's current stats. HP. 200 over 200 mana, 300 over 300 stamina, 150 over 150 his HP. Mana and stamina were abnormally high for level 1 character after all. A character of the same level would only have 100 HP, 100 mana, and 100 stamina if there were any differences. It would be a 10-point margin at most. However, these weren't the only things that surprised T-Sung. Attack power: 25 magic power, 20 strength, 25 agility, 25 intellect, 20 defense, 30 magic resistance, 30 tenacity, 30 as expected. His other stats were also abnormal for a level 1 character. A character's stats during character creation was determined at random, and a player was allowed 3 rerolls to change it. However, T-Sung's stats was something that was unlikely, no, impossible to appear. In short, this meant that T-Sung possessed the stats of a level 10, even though he was just level 1. So this is why Master made me go through the tempering and quenching process. T-Sung marveled inwardly when he finally understood his master's intentions. His master called it a process of tempering and quenching, and his body was truly tempered from being repeatedly dunked into the lake of purification and the contaminated pool. "It seems that you have finally achieved the minimum conditions," Deus said. "Huh." T-Sung muttered in surprise. "I'll start getting real now. So you better be prepared," Deus said with a sinister smile. "Ah," T-Sung muttered. He had almost pressed the log out button. Afterward, T-Sung was exposed to a series of physical abuse, verbal abuse, cruelty disguised as teachings. Every single day was a living hell for him. His days were filled with such pain and suffering that the pain he had experienced from the tempering and quenching process seemed like child's play. "Endure it. I have to endure this," T-Sung thought as he gritted his teeth. He was standing on the edge of a cliff. His master's teachings were the only hope he had to turn his life around. On the 98th day, his master finally gave him permission to descend the mountain, since you have finally been enlightened to a certain extent. "There should be no issues even if you descend the mountain," Deus said. "Finally, I can finally escape from this living hell." T-Sung rejoiced inwardly. He recalled the 3 months of hell he had to endure. In addition to enduring the hellish teachings in the game, he had to endure in reality as well, since he could not pay off the principal. He had to pay the interest at the very least, so he had to reduce his sleeping time and work at a construction site to earn money. 24 hours weren't enough for T-Sung. Gritted his teeth and steeled his resolve while holding onto his belief in his master. There was no way T-Sung could have endured both hells in game and in reality if it weren't for the belief that his master's teachings would turn his life around. It was hope that enabled him to endure the grueling 98 days. And it wasn't like he could escape or anything since. There was no way he could stand toe-to-toe against those rankers if he had run away from his master and trained on his own. "But master," T-Sung said as he tilted his head in confusion before continuing, "you mentioned that you will teach me for 99 days, but 98 days have already passed." "That's right," Deus replied. "There's only a day left. Will it be enough for me to succeed you?" T-Sung asked. "It is possible," Deus responded. "How is it possible?" T-Sung asked with a hint of doubt in his voice. "It's because this great me is someone who will teach you how to fish. I am not someone who will give you a fish, so don't even think about anything else for now. Come find me tomorrow with a refreshed mind and body, since tomorrow is the day I will pass my secrets on to you," Deus said. "Yes, master," T-Sung enthusiastically replied. He could hardly wait for tomorrow to come. He wondered about just what exactly were his master's secrets. He wondered again and again, yet he could not help but come to the same conclusion every single time. He would definitely inherit this level 999 hidden NPC skills. T-Sung was sitting in a pavilion somewhere in Mount Kunlun, and he was sitting with Deus in front of a drinking table. "My disciple," Deus called out. Yes, master, T-Sung responded. Come and pour me a drink, Deus said. Yes, master, T-Sung replied as he poured a drink into Deus' cup in a very respectful manner. Come, let me pour you a drink too, Deus said. Yes, master, T-Sung replied and extended his cup. Haha, I never imagined that there will be a day I get to drink with my disciple, Deus exclaimed. Did you not have any disciples until now? T-Sung asked. I had my eye on quite a lot, Deus replied. Why did you choose me? T-Sung asked. That's because you are a pitiful, useless piece of trash, Deus replied. T-Sung muttered. He was taken aback by Deus' frankness. Dreadful is the only word that can be used to describe your talent. Of course, you are slightly better when compared to an average person, but you are nothing but a piece of trash when compared to those they call geniuses, Deus explained. I guess you are not wrong. But how did that become the reason for you to choose me, master? T-Sung asked. He was genuinely confused and curious at the same time. I wanted to see how a piece of trash like you will crush those geniuses, Deus replied. T-Sung flinched. I wanted to see how the weak retaliates, Deus said with a mysterious smile before continuing. Humans are placed on unequal starting lines the moment they are born. Some are born as geniuses while some are born as fools. This is the law of the world. Don't you agree you are indeed correct? Master, T-Sung replied. He agreed with Deus' words. And he was certain that others would agree with him as well, but there are a lot of hopeless trashes out there. Right, T-Sung asked. That is correct. Deus nonchalantly replied then. Why did you choose me among the garbage out there? T-Sung asked. It's because I saw a resolute, tenacious spirit and a thirst for victory in you. Deus replied. T-Sung muttered in confusion. You never gave up even though you were being ruthlessly trampled on. In fact, anyone would have given up after being beaten so badly, but you continued to persevere despite that, Deus explained. T-Sung muttered as he continued to listen silently. In the eyes of this great me, you seem like a man who has no idea how to surrender, and with this desire to defeat those you can never defeat even though you don't have even a rat's shit worth of talent, Deus added. T-Sung awkwardly laughed at Deus' evaluation. That is why I decided to choose you as my disciple so that I can turn you into a winner. T-Sung found something strange in Deus' words. Deus did not say that he would turn him into a powerful person. Rather, he said he would turn him into a winner. A winner, not a powerful person? T-Sung asked. That's right, Deus replied while nodding, and then he added, I plan to turn you into a winner instead of a powerful person. How can I win without becoming stronger than my enemies? T-Sung continued asking. I cannot become stronger. It is just as you said, master. I do not have any talent, money, or even luck. How am I supposed to become stronger? Deus replied. There's no need for you to become stronger than your enemies to win. What do you mean by that? Tusk, how stupid and foolish can you be? You can just make your enemies weaker than you, weaker. It's as simple as that. Just make them become weaker than you. Deus replied with frustration in his voice. T-Sung felt as if a hammer struck the back of his head the moment he heard Deus' words. I will make those weaken those stronger than me, and I will beat them to death. In one blow, he thought. He had never even thought of doing that before. Take this, Deus said before throwing an old worn-out book at T-Sung. What is this? It's a secret book, Deus replied. A secret book, T-Sung muttered in confusion. The beginning and the end of the debuff master lies in that book, Deus explained. Debuff master, T-Sung had never heard of such a class before. Debuff, this was the method which Deus had proposed to him to becoming invincible. Are you telling me to turn my enemies weaker than me? T-Sung asked upon receiving the secret book. That is correct. Deus nodded and called out, my disciple. Yes, master, T-Sung responded. There are plenty of people bound to be stronger than you in this world. Of course, there's no one stronger than this great me, Deus said. T-Sung muttered in confusion. No one can stand against me, Deus boasted. I can see that, T-Sung thought. He completely agreed with Deus' words, my disciple. Deus said, yes. Master, T-Sung replied, there is someone luckier, more talented or richer than you in this world no matter how much you persevere and struggle effort. That's nothing but a fallacy the strong made so that they can entertain themselves by watching those weaklings squirm and struggle, Deus said. T-Sung could not help but agree with Deus' words about how effort was not that important at all. After all, he experienced firsthand that his efforts weren't enough to beat those who were more talented, richer, luckier, and with better timing than him. Let's say that you did manage to become stronger. Then, do you really think you will be able to emerge victorious against those more talented, Richer and luckier than you? What about those who are stronger than you then? Deus asked. I think it will be difficult, T-Sung replied. Then are you just going to lose then? Will you just let them crush and trample you? I do not want that to happen ever again, T-Sung replied. Then all you have to do is to turn that bastard weaker than you and beat him to death. So what if you are weak? You just have to win, right? By then people will look at you and call you strong, Deus reasoned. The winner is the stronger one. Is that what you are trying to tell me, Master? T-Sung asked. Exactly. The world will forget someone strong, but they will remember the winner. In the end, they will label the winner as strong, Deus replied. T-Sung could not find any holes in Deus' logic, and he had no plans of finding one. There had been rare cases where a weakling won against someone stronger than them, but the chance of that happening was a 1 in a million chance. Those who could win continuously, or those who would lose from time to time, but would win frequently, those people were what the world called strong. The strong would not necessarily become the winners, however. The winners would be strong. T-Sung agreed with Deus' logic. A long time ago, Deus said as he gazed into the distance before he continued, there was a time when I was just like you. You were like me, Master? T-Sung asked in disbelief. Well, I was not a piece of trash like you, Deus clarified. Ah, I see, T-Sung muttered with a bitter taste in his mouth. I was a genius when I was younger, and I was one of the 8 strongest people on the continent. However, I was the weakest among them, Deus added. Master was the weakest among them. T-Sung muttered in disbelief. He was astounded to know that this supreme being in front of him was the weakest among those. People, that's because those bastards were better geniuses than I was, Deus explained. Ah, I really wanted to defeat them, Deus said. Then, have you won against them? T-Sung asked. I couldn't win, Deus replied. T-Sung was speechless. It was impossible to defeat them no matter how much I squirmed and struggled, and I remained the weakest among us no matter what I did, Deus said. Is that still the case even now? T-Sung asked. Huh? Does it look like this great me will lose to anyone? Deus scoffed with a hint of arrogance in his voice. No, Master, T-Sung replied. I trained as hard as I could. No, I trained like a madman. I trapped myself in Mount Kunlun and did nothing else but train, Deus said. Ah, T-Sung muttered in amazement. Then I managed to obtain the power that will make me the strongest. I was able to turn my dreams of weakening my enemies into reality, Deus added. Then did you win? T-Sung asked with eyes filled with curiosity. No, I couldn't do it, Deus replied with a hint of bitterness on his face. Huh, T-Sung was now genuinely confused. I only realized it after descending from this mountain that 500 years had already passed, Deus explained. Oh my God, T-Sung muttered in amazement. I searched for those bastards as soon as I could, but they all grew old and had kicked the bucket. It seemed that this great me had lost track of time because of how immersed I had been in my training, Deus said. Master, T-Sung muttered as he looked at Deus with eyes filled with pity. What was the use of attaining the power to become invincible if he could not achieve the victory he had always been longing for? Master, T-Sung could not fathom the emptiness Deus felt at that time, the realization and enlightenment I had achieved, which I had recorded in that book, became useless even though I had poured my heart and soul into creating it for the sole purpose of defeating those bastards I could never beat, Deus said with a hint of bitterness in his voice as he explained how he created the class. Debuff Master. Debuff Master. This was the solution Deus came up with during his younger days so that he could defeat those who were stronger than him. From T-Sung's point of view, this was also the solution to beating those who depended on their luck, level, item, skill, and talent. After all, he could never beat them through effort alone. They were on an entirely different level, and T-Sung could not inflict even a single scratch on them no matter how hard he tried. With this, I can win, T-Sung thought. He firmly believed that he could defeat them all if he managed to unleash even a tenth of this class abilities. He had finally found a way to defeat those he desperately wanted to beat. My disciple, Deus called out. Yes, Master, T-Sung responded. You can do whatever you want, Deus said. What do you mean, Master? T-Sung asked. You can go after glory or riches. There's nothing wrong with fulfilling your heart's desire since that is a right that belongs to someone invincible. Live your life to the fullest and do whatever you want, Deus elaborated. Yes, Master, T-Sung enthusiastically replied. That was exactly what he wanted to do. He wanted to claw himself out from the poverty, he wanted to eat good food, he wanted to wear nice clothes, and he wanted to ride nice cars. Unfortunately, he was talentless and was born dirt poor. He hated the fact that he was born this way. The sorrow of growing up poor was something one could not understand unless one experienced it themselves. However, that was the end of that sorrow. He had finally found a way to turn his life around after meeting his master, and the rope that would save him from the bottomless pit of despair had finally arrived. "But I have a condition you must fulfill to become my successor," Deus said. "What is it, master?" T-Sung asked. "Go and crush the successors of those bastards who died before I got the chance to avenge myself. I'm certain that they established their successors before they went 6 feet under. You must crush them with the skills I have created. Do you understand?" When the old man finished his words, a message popped up in front of T-Sung. "Ding, alert, quest, master's regret has appeared. Alert, do you wish to accept this quest?" There was no reason for T-Sung to hesitate or refuse the quest. Yes, T-Sung accepted the quest Deus gave without an ounce of hesitation as he said, "Yes, master. Your disciple will definitely find their successors and crush them to prove your greatness." Of course, he did not forget to respond to his master in a grand manner. "Alert, you have accepted the quest, master's regret." Then the quest details appeared in front of him. Master's regret type. Quest details. Find and crush the 7 successors of the people known as the strongest 8 on the continent 500 years ago. Progress. 0% descendant of thunder god Vajra 0, over 1 descendant of sword Saint Mercilego 0, over 1 descendant of great sage Sieghart 0, over 1 descendant of blood master Berserk 0, over 1 descendant of enlightened King Mogris 0, over 1 descendant of god Arrow Windforce 0, over 1 descendant of Supreme King Brown. 0 over 1. The quest was simple and straightforward. He just had to look and defeat the descendants of those whom Deus did not get the chance to beat. "But how will I recognize their descendants?" T-Sung asked. "You will know by instinct," Deus replied before adding, "Your instinct as my one and only disciple will make you recognize them." "Yes, master," T-Sung said, "and you have to change your name from now on," Deus said. "Huh, change my name?" T-Sung responded in surprise. "You are my one and only disciple and successor, so don't you think that you should have a name befitting of that? Use the name Siegfried from now on," Deus said. "Siegfried?" T-Sung muttered. "Why, don't you like it?" Deus asked. "No, that's not why." "What is the problem then?" Deus asked. "That is..." T-Sung hesitated for a moment. He had no idea how to explain to Deus, who was an NPC, that it was impossible to change your name in Brave New World. "A name is not something I can change just because I want to," so T-Sung carefully said, but before he could finish his words, a message suddenly popped up in front of him. "Alert, the name of the player's avatar has been changed from T-Sung to Siegfried." T-Sung could not believe his eyes as he thought, "Is this really happening?" Deus had just ignored an ironclad rule that prevented players from changing their character's name. It seemed as if his master had just openly proclaimed, "I am the Almighty." However, T-Sung would actually believe him without a doubt if he did so. "Shut up. You are Siegfried from now on, got that?" Deus asked. "Yes, master." T-Sung, "No," Siegfried replied. "I will cherish the name that you have given me, master," Siegfried said. "Of course you have to cherish it. You have to obtain the title of the strongest with the name I have bestowed upon you, you got that?" Deus added. "Yes, master," Siegfried enthusiastically replied. "Good, I like your spirit. Now go out into the world." "Do I have to leave so soon?" Siegfried asked. "Haven't I told you that I have already taught you everything there is for you to know? It is now your turn to train using the secret book as your guidance. Everything you will need is in that book," Deus replied. "But I am still lacking, master." "And what if I hit a plateau while training on my own?" Siegfried asked. "You can just come and find me then," Deus replied. "Huh," Siegfried muttered and tilted his head in confusion before asking, "Are you not leaving for the afterlife?" "Huh," Deus muttered in surprise before asking with a grimace, "What nonsense are you spouting?" "I mean, the mission you gave me just now sounded like you were leaving me your will, so," Siegfried said. It seemed that Siegfried was thinking of Deus as one of those masters in novels where they would ascend after leaving their will to their disciples. However, it seemed that his master was unlike those masters. "But I'm still alive and well," Deus muttered. It seemed that even clichés did not stand a chance against his master. "Really," Siegfried exclaimed in delight, "this great me can live up to more than 1,000 years if I wanted to. I will live longer than you, so don't worry and descend the mountain," Deus declared. "Yes, master," Siegfried enthusiastically replied with a big smile. He seemed to be delighted by the fact that Deus wouldn't die anytime soon. "Stop the nonsense and go do whatever you want in this vast continent," but don't forget about the mission this great me had given you." Deus added. "Yes, master," Siegfried replied. "Now go," Deus exclaimed before summoning a magic circle beneath Siegfried's feet. Flash! A flash of light enveloped Siegfried before he disappeared. Siegfried had finally departed the mountain. "Where did he send me?" Siegfried muttered. He wondered and looked around, after being forcefully expelled from the mountain. It was surrounded by grass as far as his eyes could see, but he could make out that he was in a territory judging by the castle he could see in the distance. "Let's see." Siegfried opened the world map and zoomed in to where he was currently. Bierman territory, the place where Siegfried was transported, was a small territory on the southernmost tip of the continent. "He sent me quite far away," he grumbled. The Bierman territory was located quite far from the Paltzman territory where Siegfried used to be. "Not bad." Siegfried nodded in satisfaction. He was quite content with the place where he was transported. Siegfried was currently level 1, and he would obviously be hunted down if he came across Genesis Guild members. For now, he had to focus on growing to at least level 100 without getting disturbed. "Well, I guess it won't matter though," he thought. Nobody would recognize him since his name had changed from T-Sung to Siegfried. Anyway, let's go to a nearby town first and take my time reading the secret book, he muttered as he looked at the castle in the distance. Deus said that everything about the debuff master was recorded in the book. That was why Siegfried decided to prioritize finding out more about the class above anything else. "Welcome, adventurer," a large woman greeted Siegfried. She was the innkeeper. You look like a novice. Welcome to our Bierman territory. So what do you need? Do you need food or perhaps some appetizer and drinks?" she asked. "Just a room for one, please," Siegfried replied. "Oh, you seem to be tired from your journey. All right, I'll prepare it right away for you," the innkeeper said. Siegfried went up to his room and settled down. "Debuff master," he muttered while stroking the secret book. "Shall we take a look?" he said before he proceeded to carefully turn the pages. However, "What the hell?" he grimaced and muttered. The writings were a bit strange. "Master, how do you expect me to understand this?" Siegfried muttered in disbelief. Deus' handwriting was so dreadful it could be categorized as one of the evils of this world. Naturally, Siegfried could not understand a single thing. "Even a child can write better than this, master," Siegfried muttered. It seemed that Deus was still a human being with flaws after all. Siegfried tried his best to decode his master's cryptic handwriting. The secret to invincibility lies in this secret book. The secret book started off with a message that left a deep impression on Siegfried. "The secret to invincibility," he muttered as he read the first words. Then something amazing happened as soon as he read those words out loud. Flash! A blinding light shot out from the secret book and completely surrounded him. Ding! Then a message popped up in front of him shortly afterward. "Alert! The skill book's power is transforming you. Alert! You have successfully changed classes. Alert! Your class has changed from disciple to debuff master. Alert! The item secret book, debuff master has been bound to you. Alert! Secret book, debuff master can no longer be traded or transferred." It turned out that the secret book Deus gave him wasn't a normal book but a skill book. This made Siegfried realize the reason why Deus didn't teach him any skills for 98 days. While Siegfried was still deep in his thoughts, the secret book his master gave him crumbled into dust. Siegfried no longer needed the item as every single one of its content had turned into data that had been uploaded into his mind. "Let's take this step by step," he said as he checked the My Class tab under My Information. He checked the basic information of his newfound class. Debuff Master, a very flexible class capable of packing quite a punch despite the user having low stats. Role: Melee Dealer, Supporter, and AoE Nuker. Description: utilizes all sorts of debuffs to weaken the enemy before dealing physical damage against them. Main weapon: heavy weapon, main defensive equipment. Heavy armor. Siegfried could tell by the description alone that the class his master had bestowed upon him was an overpowered class. Potential attack, defense, agility, utility. In fact, his potential was astonishingly high. Even his lowest stat, agility, had an astounding 90% potential. The struggle was worth it, Siegfried said while smiling in satisfaction. He could feel the pain, suffering, and humiliation he had to endure in the past, which was caused solely because he was a weakling. Being washed away just by reading the basic details of his new class, Debuff Master. Debuff Master, a nuker specialized in debuffs. I'm certain that there's no other class like this out there. Siegfried muttered. There were many classes with debuff skills, and the most famous one among them was the Priest class. Priests possessed skills that could simultaneously buff their allies while debuffing their enemies by shredding the latter's resistances. There were other classes with debuff skills that amplified the damage their target received, just like the Witch Doctor, Black Magician, and even Siegfried's previous class, Elemental Mage. However, Debuff Master was an entirely different class compared to those mentioned above, which only used debuffs as sub-skills. Debuff skills. 25. The Debuff Master class lived true to its description as a physical damage nuker, as it possessed a jaw-dropping 25 debuff skills, and it seemed as if it were capable of debuffing any enemies before beating them to death. Debuff Master. Siegfried muttered out the name of his new class as his heart pounded from excitement. "I can beat them with this," Siegfried exclaimed as his adrenaline levels jumped. He was extremely curious about the power of a high-level Debuff Master. "A master," Siegfried muttered the second word of his new class before he proceeded to check the details related to his weapon and armor. Weapon Mastery. The most suitable type of weapon for a Debuff Master is a heavy weapon, since it is capable of killing their enemies in a single blow. The Debuff Master gains additional stats when using heavy weapons. Blunt Weapon Mastery. Level 1 Shield Mastery, Level 1 Greatsword Mastery, Level 1 Gauntlet Mastery, Level 1 Spear Mastery, Level 1 The 5 weapons mentioned in his Weapon Mastery. Blunt weapons, shields, greatswords, gauntlets, and spears were weapons capable with highly destructive attack power. The Debuff Master's combat style was exactly as Deus had said: make them weaker and kill them in a single blow. Then the defensive equipment, Siegfried muttered as he checked the defensive equipment of his new class. Heavy Armor Mastery. A Debuff Master is a class that requires strong defense since they fight in close combat against their enemies. However, speed is also a critical component, so the user is recommended to use heavy armor instead of plate armor. The Debuff Master gains additional stats when using heavy armors. Heavy Armor Mastery. Level 1. There were 5 classifications for defensive equipment in Brave New World: cloth armor, leather armor, light armor, heavy armor, and plate armor. Heavy armor was second only to plate armor when it came to toughness. It seemed that the class was recommending the usage of heavy armor rather than plate armor since it was not a tanker-type class. Debuff Skills. Circle of Mortality. Level 1. A circular field that decreases the enemy's defense and magic resistance will appear around the user. The circle's radius grows larger the higher the skills level. Circle of Weakness. Level 1. A circular field that reduces the enemy's HP and mana will appear around the user. The circle's radius grows larger the higher the skills level. The damage dealt by Circle of Weakness depends on the user's mana. The damage dealt by Circle of Weakness is considered as true damage, which ignores the enemy's defense and magic resistance. It reduces defense and magic resistance. Siegfried muttered in surprise after reading the description of his skill Circle of Mortality. Debuff skill usually reduced only one of the target's defensive stat, and this was probably one of the few skills in the game that could reduce both defense and magic resistance at the same time. On top of that, Circle of Weakness ignored defense and magic resistance to inflict true damage on his enemies. As such, he was certain that it would be a highly versatile skill in the future. Smite. Hit the target with a powerful strike. The damage inflicted increases the higher the skills level. The cooldown time decreases the higher the skills level. The cooldown time of this skill depends on weapon type upon casting. Level 1 Description. Deal 250% physical damage to the target. Mana Consumption. 30 cooldown, 1 minute. Blunt weapon. Even the description of the only active skill in his arsenal, Smite, seemed overpowered as well. I knew it was a hidden class, but Siegfried muttered in amazement. He scrolled further down after realizing that the skills of his new class, Debuff Master, certainly lived up to anyone's expectations of a hidden class. Then, a word of advice left behind by Deus caught his eye. Circle of Mortality and Smite are the fundamental skills you will have to master from now on. You will be using them until the day you die, so do not be lazy and train them continuously. Do not forget to train Circle of Mortality and Smite in a 1:1 ratio. Circle of Weakness will also come in handy, but it will not be as useful as the 2 skills, so make sure that you train the 2 skills Circle of Mortality and Smite and Circle of Weakness in a 4:2 ratio. While Siegfried was being trained, there hadn't been a day when Deus didn't curse, beat, or violate the former's human rights. But it seemed that Deus still deeply cared about his disciple, based on the fact that he even left the skills tech trees in the book. "Thank you, master," Siegfried said, as he engraved the words his master had left behind. He wanted to further figure out what his class debuff master was capable of, but unfortunately, he still could not do so because his level wasn't high enough. In fact, he couldn't even access the names of the other skills he would end up possessing. It seemed he was still unqualified. "It's time to train and grow stronger," Siegfried muttered as he steeled his resolve and exited the room. For some reason, every single step he took carried weight along with a strange sense of confidence. 1. It's written like this in the raw, but think of it as full body armor. So full body armors are heavier than thick steel body armor. Siegfried exited the inn and went straight to a smithy to purchase a steel rod and a cheap heavy armor for his torso. "I'll be at disadvantage if I use a gauntlet since its range is too close, and the attack speed of a greatsword is too slow, not to mention how expensive it can be. Let's pass on those two for now. I don't really need a shield, so I'll pass on that too. If he were going to a high-level dungeon, it would be a different story since he was going to a low-level dungeon. He didn't feel the need to use a shield. A blunt weapon is the most suitable one for now. He thought Siegfried chose to use a fast yet destructive weapon as his first weapon since he was planning on power leveling from now on. That was how he finished arming himself. Next is to get a license. He thought. He left the smithy and went to the mercenary guild. "Welcome, traveler from another dimension," the guild receptionist greeted Siegfried before inspecting him from head to toe and adding, "I can see that you are a novice." Well, something like that," Siegfried replied. He did not feel the need to expose the fact that he was once a high-level player. "All right. What business do you have with our mercenary guild?" the guild receptionist asked. "I wish to obtain a license," Siegfried replied. A license was a requirement to register oneself as a mercenary to the mercenary guild. And this was going to allow them to obtain quests to help them sustain themselves in the game. As expected, the guild receptionist said while nodding. And then he added, "However, you will have to go through an exam to test your qualifications. You will still have to test if you are truly skillful, even if you are an immortal being." "I am aware of that," Siegfried replied. "All right, things will be easier since you are aware of it." Then the guild receptionist said. However, Siegfried cut him off and said, "I will go and hunt 5 mutated rabbits and 10 mutated squirrels." 5 mutated rabbits and 10 mutated squirrels. "You seem quite overconfident of your abilities," the guild receptionist responded. "I will hunt 3 stags and a bison as well while I am at it," Siegfried added. "You will hunt all of them at the same time?" the guild receptionist asked with a surprised look. Siegfried decided to finish the chain of quests known as the tutorial quest set in a single hunt, since he did not want to waste time going back and forth between the mercenary guild and the novice hunting ground. The tutorial quest set was made up of the following chain of quests: proof of qualification quest, which was to hunt 5 mutated rabbits; additional proof of qualification quest, which was to hunt 10 mutated squirrels; qualification assessment quest, which was to hunt 3 mutated stags; and the final qualification assessment required hunting a mutated bison. Then, the guild receptionist grimaced and said, "You are asking for trouble, my friend. You might somehow manage against the mutated rabbits and the mutated squirrels, but the mutated stags and mutated bisons are not enemies you can overcome by simply having a few tricks up your sleeve," the guild receptionist said. However, Siegfried cut him off once again. "I will be on my way." Siegfried did not even give the guild receptionist an inch to convince him otherwise, as he forced his way into getting all 4 quests at the same time. Alert! You have accepted the quest, proof of qualification. Alert! You have accepted the quest, additional proof of qualification. Alert! You have accepted the quest, qualification assessment. Alert! You have accepted the quest, final qualification assessment. He turned around after receiving the 4 quests and was about to leave when he suddenly stopped. He faced the receptionist again and asked, "Oh, come to think of it, where is their habitat?" Siegfried still hadn't grasped much of the Beerman territory's geography. Siegfried immediately hunted the mutated animals after receiving the map of the Beerman territory from the guild receptionist. Mutated creatures were highly dangerous monsters that were mutated by an unknown power. They were annoying creatures that appeared all over this world, Murgled, 3 years ago. The mutated creatures were wild animals, so there were a lot of them, and they had been causing many deaths since they appeared because nobody knew where and when they would appear. Thanks to that, the mercenary guilds of each kingdom always had quests related to hunting them down. Beerman territory. Habitat of mutated creatures. Siegfried used the warp gate installed in the mercenary guild to go to the habitat of the mutated creatures. Let's start off with the rabbits first, he thought. He immediately went to the mountains, looking to look for mutated rabbits. The method of tracking down mutated rabbits was quite simple. Their poop. A rabbit would instinctively pile their pea-sized poop at the foot of a tree. There's a lot of poop, so there should be some of them around here, he thought while he was looking around. A black figure suddenly jumped out from the bush on his right side. Kaya, the creature screamed as it lunged toward him. From the right, Siegfried immediately turned to the right. Bam! He smacked the creature with the steel rod in his hand. Queg! The creature let out a shriek after getting hit by the steel rod. The creature could no longer get up after a single hit from Siegfried's steel rod. You have successfully hunted a mutated rabbit. Experience points plus 30, a message popped up in front of him. That surprised me, Siegfried muttered as he looked at the dead mutated rabbit on the ground. The mutated creature's physical abilities were about 30% higher compared to their normal counterparts. In addition, they were highly aggressive. That was why there had been multiple cases of novices being bitten on their neck the moment they let their guards down. Just like the novice screaming in the distance. They should have been more careful, Siegfried said while looking in the direction where the scream had come from. He prayed for the novice being bitten to death by a mutated rabbit before he took a dagger out of his pocket. He was going to use the dagger to skin the mutated rabbit since its hide fetched a fair amount due to its toughness and elasticity. And he also had to bring its hide as a trophy to prove his hunt to the mercenary guild. Seuk. While skinning the mutated rabbit, Siegfried fell into deep thought. Had my reaction speed ever been this fast? He also felt that his hearing had become more sensitive. His body had become more reactive as well, as it moved as soon as he willed it to move. That's that, but I never imagined that I would kill it in a single hit. Tusk. I wanted to test some of my skills, Siegfried thought as he clicked his tongue. It seemed that his stats had become too high for level 1 after undergoing the body enhancement. Or rather, the tempering and quenching process. You have obtained mutated rabbit's hide. 1/5. Siegfried stored the mutated rabbit's hide and immediately went to look for his next prey. Unfortunately, he still did not get the chance to use his skills. 1 shot, 1 kill. Siegfried killed 2 mutated rabbits with a single swing of his steel rod, and the mutated rabbits and mutated squirrels all fell with a single swing of his blunt weapon. Alert, you have completed the quest. Proof of qualification. Alert, you have completed the quest. Additional proof of qualification. As a result, Siegfried managed to hunt the required number of mutated rabbits and mutated squirrels, but he never got the chance to use his skill. I should be able to use it against the stag, right? He muttered. He was hoping he could test his skills out against the mutated stags. After all, a stag was a larger animal compared to a rabbit or a squirrel, so it was bound to be much tougher than them. Let's go look for a stag, he said as he descended the mountain and went to a forest where stags could have potentially made it their habitat. An hour later, Siegfried was standing face to face against a mutated stag that seemed to be enraged for some reason. Mutated stag, a stag mutated by an unknown power. HP, 500 defense, 10 magic resistance, 10. Siegfried checked the mutated stag stats using the rune of insight at the back of his left hand. Let's try hitting it with a normal attack, he thought. The battle started off with the mutated stag charging at Siegfried. He easily avoided the charge while counter-attacking by smacking his steel rod on the stag's body, 65 physical damage. Siegfried was currently level 1 with an attack power of 25, and the steel rod he was using as a weapon had an attack power of 50. He was supposed to deal 75 damage to the stag. But it seemed the stag's 10 defense reduced the damage he dealt to 65. Good. Oh, it's tougher than the others, just as I expected, he thought while being satisfied at the mutated stag's toughness. It was now time for him to finally try to use the debuff master's main attack skill, Smite. Siegfried smacked the mutated stag with Smite, 162.5 physical damage. He dealt damage exactly 250% of his 65 attack power, which was still reduced by the mutated stag's defense. Let's try using debuffs this time, he thought. It was now time for him to display the main highlight of his class. The mutated stag let out a neigh as it charged at Siegfried once again. Siegfried jumped to the side to avoid the stag's charge before immediately activating Circle of Mortality. Circle of Mortality, a circular field that decreases the enemy's defense and magic resistance will appear around the user. The circle's radius grows larger the higher the skill's level. The skill's defense and magic resistance reduction increases the higher the skill's level. The skill's cooldown decreases per level. A circle may not be moved once summoned. Level 1 effect: -10 defense, -10 magic resistance mana consumption, 50 skill duration, 60 seconds cooldown, 120 seconds. A scarlet light surrounded Siegfried, and a circular field appeared underneath his feet the moment he cast Circle of Mortality. Now let's try smacking it again. He swung his steel rod at the mutated stag, 75 physical damage. He dealt 75 damage to the mutated stag after its defense dropped to 0. Siegfried had just dealt 100% of his damage to the enemy, and it was tantamount to dealing true damage. Let's try using Smite this time. He thought as he waited for the skill's cooldown. The enraged stag kept on charging at Siegfried, but he easily avoided all of its attacks. Smite cooldown 3 seconds, 2, 1, 0. Smite is ready to be cast. Siegfried used Smite when the skill cooldown timer reached 0. 187.5 physical damage. He dealt 25 more damage compared to when he still hadn't applied the debuff. It was a 15.3% increase in damage. Alright, this looks good. Siegfried nodded in satisfaction. This is more than enough for level 1, since I'm sure that the effectiveness of the skill will increase the higher my level. It did not seem like much because he was still level 1. But a 15% increase in damage by reducing the enemy's defense was not something to scoff at, since the defenses of both monsters and humans naturally increased the higher their level. And a 15% increase in damage was a huge advantage in fights where a single variable could decide the outcome. Ugh, I want to level up faster. He wished to hurry up and experience the full potential of his class. The debuff master, nay, the mutated stag's breathing became labored. Puck. Siegfried swung his steel rod for the final time and finished the mutated stag off. Thud. The mutated stag fell to the ground. You have successfully hunted a mutated stag. Experience points plus 80. His experience filled up. You have leveled up. When he was informed of his level up with a system message, a bright light shot out from the rune of insight at the back of his left hand and enveloped him. I should collect its hide and antlers first. Siegfried muttered. Leveling up was good and all, but collecting loot he could sell for money had a higher priority for Siegfried. Siegfried received 10 bonus stat points after leveling up. Let's prioritize strength for now. Investing the bonus stat points into strength was the obvious decision, since strength would increase his physical attack power, which was the main weapon of the debuff master. He opened the growth menu and clicked on the stat growth tab. Siegfried level 2 class, debuff master attack power, 75 ability power, 20 HP, 200 over 200 plus mana, 223 over 300 plus stamina, 143 over 150 plus strength, 25 plus agility, 25 plus intellect, 20 plus defense, 40 plus magic resistance, 30 plus tenacity, 30 plus remaining points. 10. Siegfried decided to invest all 10 points into strength without any hesitation, and he pressed the plus sign beside strength 1 time. You have increased strength by 1 point. Your attack power has increased by 2.5. He noticed something off. Why did it increase by 2.5? He said while tilting his head in confusion. He could not understand why his attack power went up by 2.5. Isn't it supposed to increase by 2.2? He wondered. He had gained much more attack power than he was supposed to after increasing his strength by a single point. Is it a bug? He grumbled before tapping on the plus sign again and investing another point into strength. You have increased strength by 1 point. Your attack power has increased by 2.5. It went up by 2.5 instead of 2.2 once again. Let's try putting more. He muttered as he tapped on the plus sign 8 times and invested his remaining 8 points into strength. You have increased strength by 8 points. Your attack power has increased by 20. It increased by the same increment once again, as each point he added increased his attack power by 2.5. What's going on? He wondered. While he was trying to figure out what was going on, he suddenly remembered something. I will fix you from head to toe, and I will forcefully raise your potential to the limit. Is that right? That's right. Since you managed to get through this trial, you will become at least 20% stronger than others. He remembered a conversation he had with Deus about fixing his body and raising his potential. Now Siegfried was certain that the abnormal stat increase he was experiencing was because of the hellish training he went through under Deus. So, this is the fruit of my suffering. It's very sweet indeed. He muttered as he recalled the 100 tempering and quenching he had to go through. I'm glad I endured through all of that. He was very emotional at this moment. However, it was understandable since his efforts had always betrayed him time and time again. A person would be satisfied if they put in 100% of their effort to receive just 80% results out of it. But that hadn't been the case for Siegfried. He worked his butt off every single time and put in 120%, but not even once did his efforts give him more than 50% in return. He had no luck, no talent, no money, and even his efforts always betrayed him by giving him less than what he had expected, even if he had lowered his expectations. However, that was no longer the case. After all, the efforts he would put in would now yield him the same degree of results. No, rather, his efforts would now yield him a return much higher than his expectations. The famous rankers with hidden classes would receive 2.2 attack power for every point increase in their strength based on what Siegfried was aware of, and a normal class user would receive 2 attack power for every point of strength. But his class, Debuff Master, was giving him much more attack power than what any other known hidden classes would give, and this was something that Siegfried could have never imagined even in his wildest dreams. Thanks to that, Siegfried's attack power had increased by 25. His previously 75 attack power had increased to 100 as well. I will never forget what you have done for me, Master. Please accept my bow, Siegfried said as he bowed in the direction of Mount Kunlun. Siegfried bowed as sincerely as he possibly could toward his master, who gave him this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity before saying, Your disciple will do his best to attain invincibility so that I will not tarnish your name. Then, I will crush the descendants of those who you have failed to win against. He vowed to achieve the goal his master had failed to achieve, as that was the only way he could ever repay his master's kindness. Siegfried opened the skill growth tab after distributing his bonus stat points. Remaining skill points, 3.2, he gained 3.2 skill points after leveling up. Oh, I gained more skill points as well, he said after checking his status page. NW gave players 3 skill points every time they leveled up, and this was the same regardless of whether the player had a hidden class or a normal class. However, Siegfried was getting 3.2 skill points instead of 3. It was much just like with his stat points. 0.2 might seem like a small number, but there was a saying that little drops of water would make a mighty ocean. And this small number would bring a huge impact if it accumulated. The 0.2 extra skill points he was getting per level would give him 1 extra skill point every 5 levels, and this would accumulate and give him a level's worth of 3 skill points for every 15 levels. This meant that he would have 480 skill points at level 150 when everyone else would only have 450 skill points at the same level. He would have 30 extra skill points, equivalent to gaining 10 levels. This small number would snowball into something pretty clear. When taking into account the fact that a user would have to invest an astronomical sum of money just to gain 1 skill point upon reaching a high level. The butterfly effect, it was a theory that said that a small thing could result in large differences later on. Thank you, Master, Siegfried thought. He could not help but be thankful to his master once more for maximizing his potential. He used his skill points to raise the level of his skills. You have invested 1 skill point into Smite. The skill level of Smite has risen. Damage has increased by 10%. Cooldown for all weapons has decreased by 0.2 seconds. The result was definitely satisfactory. The skill was only raised by 1 level, but its damage and cooldown greatly improved. Next, Siegfried proceeded to invest a skill point into Circle of Mortality level. 2 effect, -20 defense, -20 magic resistance mana consumption, 55 skill radius, 5.2 m skill duration, 60 seconds cooldown, 119 seconds. The enemy defense and magic resistance shred increased by 10. The radius increased by 0.2 meters, and the cooldown decreased by 1 second. Next up is Circle of Weakness. He increased the skill level of the skill he hadn't even used just yet. Circle of Weakness level, 2 effect, 5 HP per second mana consumption, 105 skill radius, 5.2 m skill duration, 60 seconds cooldown, 119 seconds. Similar to the Circle of Morality, the radius increased while the cooldown time decreased. the damage per second also increased along with the mana consumption. It feels like I'm going to be putting circles down all over the place. He thought. Siegfried was starting to get a hang of how to utilize his skills as the debuff master. 1. Reduce the enemy's defense and magic resistance with Circle of Mortality. 2. Reduce the enemy's HP bit by bit with Circle of Weakness. 3. Beat the enemy to death with Smite and normal attacks. To sum up the combat style of the debuff master, he had to set up his territory on the battlefield and beat his enemies to death on top of it. So, it's going to be all about location, location, and location. I have to fight on top of the circle no matter what, and I can't let my enemies leave the circle, he thought as he finally understood how to use his class. The location of the circles was absolutely important because his class, the debuff master, was highly dependent on them. The debuff master is a class that makes my enemies fight me where I want them to fight me. That is the key point of my combat style, so I have to carefully decide when to use my skills, he thought as he decided to pay attention on how he would use his skills from now on. It was admirable of him to come up with such a conclusion. As any player aiming for the top had to have a decent understanding of the character they were playing, Siegfried looked for a mutated stag as soon as he was done distributing his stat points and skill points. Bam! He smacked a stag on the head with his steel rod while it was standing on top of the Circle of Mortality. 393.9 physical damage. A surprising number popped up on the damage counter. Damage was amplified by 260% thanks to Smite, and it was further enhanced by 150% because he struck the stag's head, which was a critical spot. On top of that, the stag was standing on his circle, which reduced its defense from 10 to -10. Even though you say that it was a critical hit. Does it even make sense to deal 400 damage in one hit? Siegfried muttered. He could not believe the destructiveness of his level 2 character, and he couldn't help but doubt what he had seen. Fortunately, neither his imagination nor his eyes were playing tricks on him. It was evidenced by the fact that the mutated stag got stunned after getting hit by Smite. Puck! Siegfried swung his steel rod one more time and finished the mutated stag off. Strong, I'm really strong, Siegfried exclaimed. He was in awe of the debuff master's power. A mere level 2 character could deal damage close to 400. How many classes out there could do the same? No, rather, the fact that he possessed a class while he was still level 2 was already strange, to begin with. Most of the players would remain without a class until they reached level 15, which was when they would finally get to choose their class. Debuffing my enemy is the key to victory. Smite can only display its true value when my enemy is debuffed. The fact that its percentage increase is high does not matter unless I get to hit them while they are standing in the circle. Choosing where to place the circle is key, Siegfried thought as he took his dagger out of his pocket. He continued to remind himself again and again of the importance of circle placement. Seuk. He had to collect his loot before anything else. After all, the mutated stag's hide and antlers were an excellent source of income for him. After killing the second mutated stag, Siegfried immediately hunted the third one down to complete the quest. Alert, you have completed the quest. Qualification assessment. A mutated bison. Siegfried muttered as he checked his last remaining quest. Mutated bisons were incomparably stronger than rabbits, squirrels, and stags. This was a given since a bison was a strong animal with a large body that even apex predators find it burdensome to hunt it. The fact that unknown energy had mutated the animal made it more imposing and exhausting to hunt. Let's not get cocky, we have to be careful, Siegfried told himself before he went out to hunt a mutated bison. The place Siegfried went to after leaving the forest was a plain with plants of all colors and sizes growing on them. There was a saying that one had to enter the tiger's den to hunt the tiger, and that was precisely why he came to the plains to hunt a mutated bison. I wonder where those bisons are, he muttered while scanning the vast plains. It did not take long for him to find a mutated bison in the distance. Found you, he said. He immediately activated his rune of insight and scanned the details of the large animal covered in thick black fur. Mutated bison, a bison mutated by unknown energy. HP 1,300 defense, 25 magic resistance. 25 mutated bisons possess stats much higher than mutated stags. Great, Siegfried said with a smile on his face. The mutated bison seemed to have felt Siegfried staring at it, and that could be why it turned toward him and snorted aggressively. Puff puff, the mutated bison snorted while lowering its stance before suddenly darting toward Siegfried. It's coming. I'm dead if I get hit by that charge. I'll have to avoid it and counterattack, he thought as he braced himself. It didn't matter whether he was the debuff master or whatnot. He would end up getting forcibly logged out if the mutated bison managed to slam into him. 3, 2, 1 to the right. Siegfried immediately evaded to his right. Whoosh. The mutated bison narrowly missed Siegfried. It's my turn, he thought as he immediately cast Circle of Mortality and reduced the mutated bison's defense then. He tightly gripped his steel rod and swung it as hard as he could against the bison's body while using Smite. 307.5 physical damage. He dealt a decent amount of damage because his attack became a critical hit. No, rather. Level 2 character dealing 300 damage against a mutated bison could no longer be considered decent, since even a level 10 character needed at least 5 minutes to hunt a mutated bison. Let's keep attacking with basic attacks until Smite cools down, he thought as he attacked the bison while evading its attacks at the same time. Pack. Pack Pukiok Pack. Siegfried continuously attacked the mutated bison. After a minute, Smite went off cooldown and he immediately slammed his steel rod into the bison's head. 307.5 physical damage. As expected, it was another critical hit. The mutated bison only had 305 HP left. Puck. Pack Pukiok Puck. Siegfried unleashed a chain of 4 basic attacks against the stunned mutated bison. Thud. The mutated bison collapsed to the ground. You have successfully hunted a mutated bison. Experience points plus 200 alert. You have completed the quest, final qualification assessment. A message informing him of clearing the chain of quests from the mercenary guild appeared in front of him. Easy peasy. It took me less than 3 minutes to hunt a mutated bison, even though I'm just level 2, Siegfried said with an arrogant smile on his face. This was only possible thanks to the high percentage damage of Smite and the defense reduction from Circle of Mortality. Let's go back to town and get my license, he muttered. Of course, he did not forget to butcher the mutated bison and collect his loot. However, while he was diligently skinning the bison, a person's scream could be heard in the distance. Kaya. The scream was not the only thing he heard. Rumble, 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 rumble. The ground started shaking as the sound of hooves got louder and louder. What the hell? He turned in the direction where the scream had come from. Ah, he muttered before his face crumpled. Why the hell are you bringing a herd of bison over to me? He muttered weakly. It was because a random woman was running in his direction while being chased by 20 mutated bisons. One thing anyone should be careful of while hunting mutated bisons was their herd. A bison was an animal that lived in a herd of at least 10 to 20. This meant that one could end up stumbling upon a herd of bisons full of mutated bisons. When that happened, one could potentially attract the attention of the entire herd of mutated bisons. That was why the golden rule when hunting mutated bisons was to hunt the stragglers that had strayed away from their herd, which was what Siegfried had done a while ago. However, what if someone ignored that golden rule and aggroes an entire herd of mutated bisons? Then, that would be no different from opening the doors of hell, since a low-level player would have to deal with possibly more than a dozen mutated bisons at the same time. Novice who had ended up aggroing a herd of mutated bisons would always end up with the same fate, being skewered by their sharp horns and trampled in a stampede. Just like what was happening right now. Help me, Kaya, the woman screamed at Siegfried. Antoinette level 9 class, no class Antoinette, who was a level 9 no class novice, had accidentally aggroed an entire mutated bison herd while hunting for one. As such, she ended up being chased by all members of the herd. She squeezed every single ounce of her strength to run from the angry horde of bison. Hey, please help me, please, Kaya, she screamed. Unfortunately, Siegfried could tell that she was intentionally running straight toward him. Ah, what the hell? Siegfried muttered with a hint of annoyance at the woman. He would have probably found her to be bothersome anyway if she walked up to him and tried to talk to him. The fact that she was bringing a herd of mutated bison along made it even more annoying. Is she trying to drag me down with her or what? Siegfried grumbled. The chance of beating this herd of mutated bisons was absolute zero. Even though he had obtained the hidden class, Debuff Master, it was still impossible to do so, as he was just level 2. I guess I have no choice, he muttered as he made his mind up. Tack, Siegfried kicked off the ground and started running away. This was the sensible thing to do when facing the charge of a mutated bison herd. A strange caravan was created. Siegfried was quietly running at the forefront. Kaya, Kaya, Kaya. Antoinette screamed while running right behind him. Rumble, 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 rumble. A herd of mutated bison was still chasing her. Hurry up and do something, Antoinette shouted at Siegfried. However, Siegfried maintained his silence and chose to ignore her. Hey, you, come on, she screamed at him in an effort to draw his attention. I'll be at a disadvantage fighting here. I will be trampled to death for sure, Siegfried thought. He was trying to come up with a way to get out of this predicament rather than just running away for his life. Can I really not handle them? I think I'll gain at least 2 levels if I were to wipe that herd out, he thought while greedily glancing at the herd of bison. The ability to turn a predicament into an opportunity. He suddenly remembered his master's words. Fights will never be always in your favor. In fact, you will find that most fights will have odds stacked against you. What you have to do by then is quite simple. Just try to come up with a way to turn the tables and make the fight unfavorable to your enemies instead of trying to make it favorable for you. It doesn't matter what kind of solution you come up with as long as you can have even a slight advantage over them. Then, start turning things in your favor one by one, and you will eventually emerge victorious without realizing it. Deus had basically told him to do whatever was necessary to turn the tables. You have the upper hand when it comes to numbers, but I'm certain that I'll win in a one-on-one battle. The only problem is if they gang up on me. Is there really no way for me to fight them one by one? Siegfried pondered while analyzing the situation. This place is too wide and vast. I will have to find somewhere narrower if I were to fight them. I should win as long as I can make the terrain more advantageous for me, he thought while looking around. Siegfried was looking for a place to fight the members of the herd one by one. He had to render their strength, which was their numbers, useless if he wanted to win. Is there really no place nearby that I can use to fight them one by one, he thought while anxiously looking around. Over there, he inwardly exclaimed the moment he found a suitable spot. There was a steep hill in a distance not that far from him. The steep hill was similar to a ravine with walls on both sides of it. The hill was only 5 meters wide, but it should be more than enough to block the majority of the mutated bisons. That's where I'll face those bastards. Siegfried immediately made a sharp turn toward the hills. Hey, wait for me, Antoinette shouted and chased after Siegfried. What is this? What the hell are you doing? Antoinette screamed at Siegfried after seeing that the place where Siegfried had run over to was a narrow ravine. Are you trying to get us killed? Why did you run here of all places? She screamed once again, furious. Siegfried continued to ignore her ramblings. Rumble, 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 rumble. The herd of mutated bisons was now right in front of them. I'll set up my circle first, Siegfried thought as he cast Circle of Mortality. Wu-wang. The scarlet circle that debuffed the enemy's defense appeared around Siegfried. Moo-woo. A mutated bison moved as it charged at Siegfried. Evade it first, he thought as he evaded the charging bison. Bam. The mutated bison ended up slamming itself into the rock wall behind Siegfried. Now it's my turn, he thought, and used Smite to slam his steel rod into the bison's body. Siegfried had no time to check how much damage he dealt to the bison. Moo-huo. Another mutated bison moved as it charged at Siegfried. It's narrow here so they can only come 2 at a time. I can be at ease and fight to my heart's content, he thought in relief. The overwhelming number, advantage the bisons had was no use in this terrain, and Siegfried no longer had any reason to be afraid of them. Evade it and counterattack. Siegfried evaded the second mutated bison's attack and smacked his steel rod into its body. 95 physical damage. Look at the damage loss, he inwardly grumbled when he saw the number on the damage counter. Siegfried could feel the gap between the attack power of Smite and his basic attacks. A mutated bison had 1,300 HP, and it would take him more than 10 hits to kill a bison if he were to attack them without Smite. And this was only if most of his attacks landed as a critical hit, which would deal 142.5 damage each. When will I kill all of them like that? Siegfried complained. The mutated bisons numbered over 30. His stamina would certainly be depleted, and he would be incapacitated even before he could finish them all off. Let's use Circle of Weakness to cut their HP down. Siegfried remembered the other skill he still hadn't used just yet. Wu-wang. Siegfried cast Circle of Weakness. 5 true damage. 5 true damage. 5 true damage. The Circle of Weakness reduced the mutated bison's HP by 5 every second. All right, he nodded with satisfaction. Siegfried decided that he would evade and counterattack whenever he could while letting Circle of Weakness chew the bison's HP away. I think I will be able to power level once I level. Circle of mortality, up since most weak mobs will die in a single hit after their defenses. A shredded, Siegfried thought as he instinctively realized how to maximize his class abilities to rapidly grow stronger. A strong person is someone who rules over the area around him. You will be able to swallow the entire battlefield if you slowly expand your area of influence around it. Siegfried recalled the teachings Deus bestowed upon him in those days he spent training with the latter. The 99 days he spent with Deus might seem like a short period of time for most people. But for Siegfried, it had been a time filled with nothing but hellish training, torture, verbal abuse, and violation of his human rights. Siegfried finally realized that Deus had been drilling his teachings into Siegfried's mind through the violent and abusive teaching method. However, every single thing Deus had done was for the benefit of Siegfried. Master was right. A debuff master is someone who rules the area where he stands, and I am currently ruling over this area, Siegfried thought as he remembered his master's teachings while fighting against the mutated bisons. The tides of the battle soon shifted in Siegfried's favor. The mutated bisons could not use their numerical advantage in the narrow space, and Siegfried went on a rampage, swinging his steel rod and killing the bisons one by one. However, you have successfully hunted a mutated bison. Experience points plus 180. You have successfully hunted a mutated bison. Experience points plus 180. You have successfully hunted a mutated bison. Experience points plus 180. You have successfully hunted a mutated bison. Experience points plus 180. Siegfried was not getting the full 200 experience points he was supposed to get from the mutated bisons. He was only getting 180 experience points from killing them. He was suffering a 10% loss of experience points for some odd reason. The culprit behind the experience point loss was none other than the woman wildly swinging a stick against the mutated bisons. "Go away, get away from me," Antoinette screamed while evading the mutated bison's attacks. She was leeching Siegfried's experience points away since the party play system gave her a portion of the experience points in exchange for making negligible contributions to the battle. And that was not all. Antoinette has successfully hunted a mutated bison. Experience point plus 180. She even had the nerve to deal the final blow to a mutated bison Siegfried had injured. Is she kidding me? Look at this freeloading leech, Siegfried thought as his expression crumpled. This woman had just reached the pinnacle of being a nuisance. In addition to dragging the herd of mutated bisons toward him, she even had the nerve to steal kills from him. "Hey!" Siegfried shouted toward Antoinette. "What?" Antoinette said in response. "Can you please go away and not steal my experience points?" Siegfried said, "When did I steal your experience points?" Antoinette brazenly asked in response while glaring at him. And then she added, "What do you mean by that? I'm just getting my fair share for helping you out." "Sure you are," Siegfried responded sarcastically. "What did you just say?" Antoinette muttered. She was seemingly taken aback by his words. "What do you mean by helping when you aren't even doing a rat shit's worth of work? Like I said, can you please go away and not steal my experience points? You are being a nuisance," Siegfried grumbled. He was actually in the right here since Antoinette wasn't contributing anything aside from luring the herd of mutated bisons to him. "Oh, don't make me laugh," Antoinette exclaimed with a loud scoff, and then she let out a condescending laugh before adding, "You call yourself a man when you're so petty." "What did you just say?" Siegfried asked with furrowed brows. "Will you die or something if you share, you petty little fart?" Antoinette retorted. Siegfried did not say anything in response, but something was boiling inside of him. "What? Cat got your tongue? Can't you help someone out and share some experience points while you're at it? I mean, how much will you lose by sharing?" Antoinette said while looking at him with disgust. Siegfried's eyes turned cold as he made up his mind. "I can't just let this slide now, can I?" Siegfried was currently very sensitive when it came to experience points. He was riddled with debt back in reality. On top of that, the thought of his enemies growing stronger as they farmed in high-level dungeons made his blood boil. As such, every second and every single experience point was precious to him right now. To leech experience points off of Siegfried, considering his situation, was a huge disservice to him. "I'm sure she'll demand her share of the hides and horns too," Siegfried thought. The bison's hides and horns were an excellent source of income for Siegfried, who was both dirt poor and without anything to his name at the moment as such. He had no plans to share a single patch of hide, or a single piece of a horn with the freeloader. Grip. Siegfried gripped the steel rod in his hand tightly. Antoinette was a thieving rat gnawing away at his experience points, and she would definitely not be satisfied with just his experience points. He was certain that she would brazenly demand her share of the loot as well. There was only one solution to Siegfried's pest problem. Whack! Siegfried smacked the thieving rat on the head with his steel rod. He would gain bad karma if he killed her, but he did not mind getting some. The karma a person would get from killing another player would increase the higher the victim's fame. As such, nothing serious would happen if he killed a classless level 9 player. And there were no witnesses in this place. Kayak, Antoinette screamed before she collapsed to the ground. What are you doing right now? She asked while stuttering in fear. I'm killing a rat, can't you see? Siegfried replied. Rat, Antoinette muttered in confusion. Yes, a thieving rat that entered my granary, Siegfried explained. Are you calling me a rat right now? Antoinette asked. Yes, I am. What else can I call you when you are stealing my experience points without contributing even a tenth to the hunt? Siegfried asked. You crazy bastard, Antoinette muttered while glaring at him. Siegfried did not even bother to listen to her ramblings, as he mercilessly swung his steel rod over and over again. Puck pukiog, pack, pack. A message popped up in front of Siegfried when Antoinette's HP reached 0. You have killed the player Antoinette. Experience points plus 120. Your karma has increased by 1. The 120 experience points she gave were significantly less than what the mutated bison should give, but it was enough to cover the experience points he had lost. And his karma only rose by a measly 1 point, so it did not bother him at all. That wasn't bad at all, Siegfried muttered with a cold, satisfied smile. It was a smile that revealed his resolve to kill anyone who would dare to hinder him. Your level has risen, your level has risen, your level has risen. Siegfried leveled up 3 times while fighting against the herd of mutated bisons, and he was now level 5. I'll invest everything into strength for now. Then I'll equally level Smite and Circle of Mortality up. I'll invest just a bit into Circle of Weakness. He muttered while distributing his stat and skill points according to his master's advice on the book. Afterward, he took his dagger out and proceeded to harvest the hides and horns of the dead bisons in a cautious and diligent manner. Why you? Are you really a novice? Asked the guild receptionist named Jericho. Well, yeah, Siegfried muttered in response. Why you hunted all these alone? Jericho asked in disbelief. As you can see, Siegfried replied. Oh my God. Jericho muttered in shock. The novice standing in front of him right now was definitely not a novice, and it was evidenced by the bloody and fresh hides and horns of the mutated bisons the novice had brought over. Wow, you don't seem like a normal novice. This is really amazing. It seems that you are someone pretty skilled at hunting back in your own world too, Jericho said. The world NPC Jericho was referring to was the reality where people lived Earth. You're free to think as you like, Siegfried nonchalantly replied. Jericho muttered. Anyway, what about the result of my qualification test? Siegfried asked. Of course you pass, Jericho exclaimed before adding, give me a moment, I will issue your license right now. 10 minutes later. Here you go, Jericho said as he extended Siegfried's license toward the latter. Thank you very much, Siegfried replied. He had finally obtained the license which would allow him to officially receive quests from the Mercenary Guild. Mercenary Guild license name. Siegfried type. Adventurer tier, Bronze I class. No class. This license proves that the adventurer above has passed the rigorous tests of the Nuremberg Continent's Mercenary Guild. This license has been issued by the branch manager of the Mercenary Guild in Birman territory. Signed, however, there were a few errors on the license issued for Siegfried. The first error, Siegfried's class was specified as no class when he actually had one. The second error, his tier was Bronze I. The Mercenary Guild tiers were divided into 8 bronze, iron, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, master, and grand master. The tiers were further divided into 3 divisions represented by the Roman numerals Roman 3 to I. Why is my tier Bronze I? Doesn't it usually start at Roman 3? Siegfried asked. His class being unspecified was understandable since an NPC like Jericho did not possess the Rune of Insight, which all players possessed. However, the fact that he was starting off at Bronze I was definitely an error. Well, it's a given that you will start there, no? Jericho replied. Siegfried muttered in confusion. Look at the achievements you made, Jericho said. He pointed at the pile of mutated bison hides and horns before continuing. Didn't you hunt 27 mutated bisons, even though you're just a novice? I can't place someone like you at Bronze Roman 3. Siegfried muttered while trying to process Jericho's words. A mercenary guild gives special treatment to those with bright futures, Jericho explained. I see, then thank you very much, Siegfried replied. Don't mention it, just work hard from now on and don't forget this branch where you started if you ever became a hero who would shake the continent up in the future, Jericho exclaimed. Haha. Siegfried awkwardly smiled at the receptionist's words. So, a special treatment actually exists, he thought. Siegfried couldn't recall receiving any special treatment in the past, however. Getting the license had been a breeze after becoming the debuff master. Climbing the ranks seemed to have become easier as well, since he normally would have had to start off at Bronze Roman 3 and slowly claw his way up the divisions and tiers. As expected, a person has to be strong for them to be treated with respect, Siegfried thought with a bittersweet taste in his mouth. Ugh, T-Sung groaned after logging out from the game. I should get a new capsule or something. The stench is giving me a headache. He grumbled with a grimace. The capsule he was using was so old it was already giving off a dank smell. Have I used it for too long? No, it's not supposed to stink this bad just because it's old. He wondered for a while before the stench suddenly gave him another bout of migraine. It could be because I have been sweating a lot these days. He suddenly remembered that he would always be drenched in sweat while playing the game for the past 3 months, and the reason was none other than the tempering and quenching process he had to undergo under his master. It was inevitable for him to sweat so much since the tempering and quenching Deos had put him through made him experience the maximum pain threshold allowed by the capsule in real life, and his body reacted to the pain by excreting sweat from every single pore on his body. Yeah, I think it's because of my sweat. I should get a new capsule as soon as I make some money. He found it surprising that the capsule could stink so badly just because of his sweat. Nevertheless, he still decided to purchase a new capsule as soon as he had the money for it. The stench clinging onto T-Sung's body was finally washed off. Ah, that feels good. The cold shower made him feel cleansed for the first time in a while. But he tilted his head in confusion as he looked into the mirror. Did I become handsome? My complexion looks better too, he muttered, seemingly deluding himself. It seems that even T-Sung was no exception when it came to men looking in the mirror after taking a shower, thinking that they were handsome. I only look good right now. There's no way I look good at all, Keek. T-Sung chuckled. T-Sung went to the nearby convenience store an hour after taking a shower to purchase his daily provision of triangle kimbap and noodles. That will be 17,601. Kim Young, he said. Here you go, T-Sung replied. I received your card. Kim Young, he said upon receiving T-Sung's debit card. For some reason, she was smiling after receiving his debit card, and she was treating him a bit differently today. I thought he was just a nuisance, but he can look pretty good too. But how did this happen? I don't recall him being so good-looking. She thought while staring at him. Did he get plastic surgery? I don't think so. His skin looks too good. I want to touch his face. Should I ask him for his number? She wondered. T-Sung suddenly looked handsome in her eyes. And the way she looked at him had changed at some point. I have received your payment of 17,601, Kim Young, he said. Ah, okay, T-Sung replied. Excuse me, she muttered. Yes, he responded. Do you live around here? She carefully asked. Yes, why? What the hell is wrong with her? She is giving me the creeps. He thought T-Sung could still remember the way she glared at him with contempt and disgust. And she had always been treating him like a cockroach at the side of the road. Ah, I see, she muttered. Why do you ask? He asked. It's nothing. I just thought that you come by quite often so. Kim Young, he paused before continuing. If it's all right with you, T-Sung immediately cut her off. Please give it to me. She muttered in confusion. I said please hand it over, he repeated with his hand extended toward her. Ah, yes, Kim Young, he exclaimed. Her face brightened up as she proceeded to give her phone to him. Here you go, she muttered with a shy look. You can save your number here. Not that, T-Sung said with brows furrowed before continuing. My card. Give me my card back. It turned out that he was asking for his debit card. It also seemed that he wasn't at all interested in the phone number of someone like Kim. Young-hee, I'm sorry, she said as she returned the card. A different type of embarrassment made her face flush red. This was a classic case of an extremely embarrassing misunderstanding. Then, have a nice day, T-Sung said before leaving the convenience store. Oh my God, that was so embarrassing, Kim Young-hee exclaimed while pulling on her hair. T-Sung went home and ate the food he had purchased from the convenience store while sitting in front of the TV. The channel he was watching was GTV, which was a gaming channel he patronized. The Genesis Guild is attacking the castle of Premier Guild. Of all things, GTV was broadcasting the battle between the Genesis Guild and the Premier Guild. This is making me lose my appetite. T-Sung grumbled. However, he did not let go of his chopsticks. After all, there was no reason for him to starve just because his arch-nemesis was doing well. In fact, he had to sleep well and eat better so that he could become stronger and avenge himself sooner or later. Slurp, slurp. T-Sung's eyes were fixated on the TV while he was slurping his noodles. Amazing, the Genesis Guild. They are known as the weakest among the top 10 guilds, but will they finally climb up to rank 9 after toppling the Premier Guild today? It seemed that the Genesis Guild had a high chance of winning the war. The Genesis Guild is dismantling the Premier Guild's castle walls as we speak. They are truly amazing. Yes, they are putting up an amazing display of power. The broadcasters started shouting in an effort to incite their viewers' excitement. Their buffs are really powerful. Isn't this all thanks to the guild master of the Genesis Guild, Desire? That's right, Desire's buffs are truly astounding. This would have turned out entirely different if it weren't for Desire's buffs. There would have been no way the Genesis Guild could have beaten the Premier Guild if it weren't for the buffs they were getting. Desire is truly the buff god. The broadcasters seem to have simultaneously agreed that the main reason why the Genesis Guild was winning was due to Desire's buffs, and they were correct. Player ID Desire, real name Ki Hyung Seok. He was a priest and knight Templar hybrid who could dish out powerful buffs, and he was ranked 49th in the world ranking. Wide area buff. Desire could provide buffs to all of his allies in a 1-kilometer radius, and he led the Genesis Guild, which used to be nothing but an empty shell, to consecutive victories. It seems they are doing pretty well, T-Sung muttered while glaring at Desire on the television screen. Just wait a year. I will crush you and your guild in a year, T-Sung declared. It was serendipitous how buffs could be countered with debuffs. T-Sung would be capable of getting his revenge against Ki Hyung Seok if he managed to grow at least 80% as strong as the latter. However, that was only if he were going to fight one-on-one without taking the Genesis Guild into consideration. I'm sure there's a way, T-Sung said as he steeled his resolve to take revenge. He took his anger out on the noodle he was eating by slurping it as hard as he could. Master's skills are the very definition of invincibility. I'll just have to trust in them and move forward, he muttered. Deo's skills debuffed his enemies to allow him to beat them in a single hit. The combat style his master had passed on to him was the very definition of perfection itself. After getting enough rest, T-Sung logged into B&W the next morning. He was now ready to devote himself as adventurer Siegfried on the Nürburg continent. However, ding-dong, his doorbell rang. I wonder who that is, he wondered. He was not expecting anyone. There wouldn't be anyone who would visit him either. Was it a friend of his? No, they had left him a long time ago. The only people who would find him were debt collectors. His landlord or religious folks. Is it a debt collector? No, it can't be. I already paid this month's interest. I also paid the rent already, he thought. He couldn't repay the principal just yet, but he had been religiously paying the interest as such. He could not help but wonder who it might be because he couldn't think of anyone paying him a visit. He opened the door. Who are you? He asked. A woman wearing a formal suit was standing in front of the door. Are you Han T-Sung? The woman asked. Yes, and who are you? He replied. Hello. My name is Cha Hai Mai from the User Supervision Department of Hive Games Entertainment. The woman introduced herself. Hive? Do you mean Beehive? The one that's running B&W. Yes, that is correct, she replied. Why would Hive come and visit me? He muttered in confusion. However, when he was about to ask the woman what business she had with him, a thought suddenly came to his mind. Don't tell me, he thought as nervousness started to creep up on him. Monitoring. Team, then, is she here because they discovered my meeting with Master? Hive was the industry leader when it came to virtual reality games, and there was no way that such a multinational corporation would randomly come and visit someone like T-Sung. The only reason he could think of why they would bother to come and visit him had to be his meeting with Deos. What business do you have with me? T-Sung asked carefully. That is because you, T-Sung, have inherited the epic code 7, Cha Hai Mai replied. 7, T-Sung muttered in confusion. That is correct, Cha Hai Mai replied with a smile. What is that? He asked. 7 is the code name given to the one chosen by the hidden NPC Deos, she explained. Oh. So you knew about it? T-Sung muttered nervously. Don't tell me, I'm sure it's not, there's no way. He thought as he bit his lips. The reason why T-Sung was so nervous right now was due to the possibility that his meeting with Deus could have been a bug from the developer's side. If that were the case, then they might revoke his class, the debuff master. Of course, we Hive are always monitoring our users. Did you really think that we will be unaware of you activating 7? Cha Hai Mai asked. So, what is the reason for your visit? Don't tell me it's because my meeting with my master was a bug. T-Sung asked slowly and carefully. T-Sung found himself unknowingly clenching his fists. A bug, Cha Hai Mai muttered. She seemed taken aback. Then she smiled and chuckled before saying, ha ha ha, you are more innocent than you look. Huh, T-Sung muttered with a confused look. Mr. T-Sung, B&W is a perfect game, Cha Hai Mai elaborated with a smile. T-Sung couldn't keep up with the conversation anymore. There are no bugs in the game, and it is impossible for a bug to occur as well, Cha Hai Mai said with a hint of pride in her voice. Then, that means? T-Sung asked with a hint of hope in his voice. Yes, your meeting with the hidden NPC Deus was not a bug, and it is a perfectly normal part of the game, Cha Hai Mai said. Phew, T-Sung finally let out a sigh of relief. Boy, am I glad to hear that, haha, he said before letting out a weak chuckle. He felt his lifespan decrease by 10 years at the thought of possibly losing his class. Well, I guess it's understandable for you to have thought that way, Cha Hai Mai said with a smile before adding, the meeting with the hidden NPC Deus is an event that will shock any gamer out there, and I am sure that they will even be more shocked when they realize how glorious it is to become his disciple. Yes, I completely agree. T-Sung nodded in agreement. Cha Hai Mai was absolutely right. T-Sung was flabbergasted when he first met Deus, and he suspected that the old man was a bug or a glitch. At that time, the only other explanation he could come up with was that he was being pranked by the moderators. So you do not have to be worried. I did not come to visit you today to revoke your rights as the debuff master, Cha Hai Mai said, reassuring him. So why did you come here? T-Sung was confused. The reason I visited you today is I am here because of that, Cha Hai Mai said. She pointed behind T-Sung and added, that thing is too old, you see. Oh, that one. T-Sung nodded in agreement when he saw what she was pointing at. Cha Hai Mai was pointing at none other than T-Sung's VR capsule Virtual Sports 3. The VR capsule T-Sung was using was an old model that came out nearly 10 years ago, and Cha Hai Mai was right when she said that his capsule was too dated. It is quite old like you said, but it is still, T-Sung started. However, Cha Hai Mai cut him off. It's trash. Who uses a third-generation capsule these days? I have never imagined someone is still using that piece of junk in this day and age. It has already been a year since the 6th-generation capsule was released, she added. It's still usable. It's not really broken as well. I'm aware that it is an old model. I'm just using it because I cannot afford to buy a new one, T-Sung explained with a hint of bitterness in his voice. It was exactly as he said. T-Sung did not have the luxury of purchasing a new capsule. But what business do you have with my capsule? Is there something wrong with it by any chance? He asked. Of course there is, Cha Hai Mai replied. Huh, what is the issue with it? It's still running and lets me connect to the game. T-Sung grumbled. Cha Hai Mai shook her head and said, when you obtain the epic code 7, we Hive decided that we cannot let you use such an old VR capsule any longer. Huh, T-Sung muttered in confusion. Let us go together, Cha Hai Mai said. Where? He asked in response while tilting his head. Our company Hive will sponsor you with a new VR capsule, she explained before dragging him out of the house. Get in, Cha Hai Mai said while pointing at the Benz S-Class parked in front of T-Sung's house. What do you mean get in? T-Sung asked. Please hurry up, Cha Hai Mai urged. Oh yes, T-Sung obediently replied and hopped into the car. Cha Hai Mai hopped into the backseat of the car along with T-Sung. The car had no driver. Instead, it was being driven by the AI navigation system equipped in the car. Welcome, Manager Cha Hai Mai Nim. Where is your destination? To V Lounge, Gangnam Branch, she replied. We will depart at once. Please fasten your seatbelt. The car started moving as soon as Cha Hai Mai gave the destination. Are we going to V Lounge? T-Sung asked, seemingly surprised. His surprise was understandable since the Gangnam branch of V Lounge was where the latest VR capsules were displayed. That is correct, Cha Hai Mai replied. But that place is. He muttered, seemingly burdened. Are you going to say that we cannot enter without a reservation? Cha Hai Mai asked. Yes, T-Sung replied with a nod. Do you know who owns and operates V Lounge? Cha Hai Mai asked in return. Ah, T-Sung exclaimed. He finally understood why they were going there. V-Lounge was the flagship store of Hive Games Entertainment, which was also the developer of Brave New World. As such, Cha Hai Mai, who was a manager at Hive, would not need a reservation to enter the shop. But why does Hive want to sponsor me with a VR capsule? T-Sung asked cautiously. I told you a while ago. Cha Hai Mai paused. She smiled before continuing. You inherited the codename 7 after becoming the disciple of the hidden NPC Deus. So what exactly is 7? T-Sung asked. A player that has the potential to become the protagonist, Cha Hai Mai replied. The protagonist? T-Sung mumbled in confusion. Yes, Cha Hai Mai nodded and said, the players who have inherited the 0 codenames have the potential to become the protagonist of the main storyline of BNW, the Nuremberg Saga. A thought suddenly flashed across T-Sung's head upon hearing that. The players who have inherited the 0 codenames. Doesn't that mean I'm not the only one? He realized from Cha Hai Mai's words that there were other players who had inherited the 0 codenames. The Nuremberg Saga, which is the main storyline of BNW, is an event that with the potential to impact the entire progression of the game greatly. With that said, isn't it just natural for us to gift a new VR capsule to someone with the potential to become the protagonist of such a grand event? It is in Hive's desire to let the inheritors of codenames play in a good environment if it were possible, Cha Hai Mai explained. I see. T-Sung muttered in response, seemingly trying to process her words. We were able to confirm that the VR capsule you have been using is an old model, a very old one at that. Our head office sent a memo asking us to sponsor you with a new VR capsule, Cha Hai Mai said. This was the reason Cha Hai Mai visited T-Sung. You have arrived at your destination. The AI navigation announced their arrival at their destination. Let's go, Cha Hai Mai urged. All right, T-Sung replied and followed her out of the car. Welcome, Manager Cha Hai Mai Nim, a man greeted. A middle-aged man wearing formal attire greeted Cha Hai Mai the moment she stepped into the store. Hello, Branch Manager Nim, Cha Hai Mai replied. Surprisingly, the middle-aged man turned out to be the branch manager of V-Lounge's Gangnam branch. What brings you here? Asked the middle-aged man. We received a memo from head office to sponsor this person with a VR capsule, Cha Hai Mai replied before pointing at T-Sung. If from the head office, the branch manager muttered in surprise. Yes, Cha Hai Mai replied. Oh my God. The branch manager gasped in surprise and looked at T-Sung. And nice to meet you. My name's Oh Jun Hwan, and I am the branch manager of V-Lounge's Gangnam branch. He bowed toward T-Sung and extended his business card with both hands as if T-Sung were a VIP customer. Nice to meet you too. My name is Han T-Sung, T-Sung replied. Ah, Han T-Sung Nim, it is my honor to meet you. Oh Jun Hwan exclaimed. I don't think it's an honor, T-Sung muttered. No, please don't say that. It is truly an honor to meet you. It is rare for the head office to sponsor an individual with a VR capsule. Oh Jun Hwan excitedly added. Ha. T-Sung let out an awkward laugh. Please come this way, I will show you only the best capsules we have. Oh Jun Hwan said while politely guiding T-Sung. Don't mind me, feel free to take your time. I'll stay here in the meantime and enjoy a cup of coffee. Don't feel too pressured and just choose whichever you like, Cha Hai Mai said before sitting down on an expensive leather sofa in the shop. How can I not feel pressured? These things are worth a fortune, T-Sung inwardly exclaimed. T-Sung could feel himself shrinking back from the luxurious interior of the V-Lounge. V-Lounge's Gangnam branch boasted a modern, antique, luxurious interior design befitting of their title as a flagship store. T-Sung could tell that more than 1 billion won had to have been spent in the interior alone. However, what really intimidated him were the rows and rows of premium VR capsules lining up the shop. It was inevitable for T-Sung to be intimidated by the premium atmosphere since he had been living a life that was anything but premium. At that moment, Deus' words flashed through his mind. My disciple, I might have taught you how to walk like a strong person, but you are still lacking in many ways. However, you will be able to compensate for it as long as you keep your composure. Do you understand? T-Sung's movement slowly changed when he remembered Deus' teaching. Steps became lighter, his eyes no longer darted around nervously, and his face relaxed. I'm not here to beg for a capsule, I'm here to be served. Let's not shrink back. I should take my time to look around and find the VR capsule that suits me the best. T-Sung thought as he calmed down. T-Sung was initially unable to properly check the specifications of the premium VR capsules because he was intimidated by the expensive machines. But after calming down, He could finally gauge the VR capsules properly. What model is this? T-Sung asked while pointing at a red VR capsule. That is the V-Iron 6th generation model. Oh Jun Hwan replied before he politely explained the capsule's specification. The interior seat is made out of nappa leather, so your body will be less burdened despite sitting for an extended period of time inside. It is also pretty good at regulating its temperature as well. Would you like to take a seat and test it out? Sure, why not? T-Sung nonchalantly replied. After Oh Jun Hwan opened the unit for him, T-Sung stepped into the V-Iron 6th generation model capsule and ran a simple VR game. However, a problem occurred. Beep, a warning suddenly flashed when T-Sung was about to log into the VR game. The compatibility of the user and the capsule is low. It is advised to use another capsule. Compatibility. 67%. The compatibility showed how much the players would synchronize and adapt to virtual reality, and the average figure for most players was 74% to 78%. Premium capsule provided 80% compatibility to the player, even if they had absolutely atrocious talent. However, T-Sung's compatibility was at 67%, which meant that his compatibility with the V-Iron 6th generation model was terrible, even when compared to his VR capsule, the old Virtual Sports 3, as he had 77% compatibility with it. Oh Jun Hwan muttered with an awkward look on his face before politely saying, "It seems that your compatibility with the V-Iron range of products is not that good, customer Nim." This was a frequent occurrence since VR capsules worked by analyzing the brain waves of their users, and people's brains had a different affinity with different models. "Let us try a different model," Oh Jun Hwan said, and politely showed the way. Sure, T-Sung calmly replied. It did not really bother T-Sung that much since he was aware of the compatibility issues players had with certain models. "What do you think of this? This is the model that I usually recommend to the customers who are not compatible with the V-Iron model," Oh Jun Hwan said while showing another capsule. "Oh." T-Sung was in awe at the capsule the branch manager had shown him. "This looks cool," T-Sung remarked. This capsule was built with the concept of a stone casket, and each and every one of these engravings that you can see here was engraved by hand by Italian master craftsmen. In addition to being a VR capsule, it is also a work of art, Oh Jun Hwan explained. "What about its specifications?" T-Sung asked. "All our premium models have pretty high specs, so there is not that much difference between them. Any differences will be a minuscule 1% difference. However," Oh Jun Hwan paused. T-Sung finished the branch manager's sentence. "I only have to consider the exterior design and the comfort it offers." "Is that what you were going to say?" "You are correct," Oh Jun Hwan replied with a smile. He opened the VR capsule and said, "Then shall we give it a test?" T-Sung stepped into the stone casket-like VR capsule. "What's taking so long?" Cha Hai Mai grumbled. She grimaced after checking the time and grumbled once again. "He just has to choose a design that he likes." Cha Hai Mai was aware that the difference in specs among premium VR capsule models was less than 1%, so T-Sung only had to choose a capsule with a design he liked. However, it had already been 2 hours since he left to see the VR capsules. Did a problem occur? Cha Hai Mai wondered. She decided to put down the coffee cup she had been fiddling with for the past 2 hours and stood up. She felt nervous that an unexpected issue might have occurred, so she made her way into the shop to look for T-Sung and Oh Jun Hwan. It was then. What the hell? Cha Hai Mai was stupefied. Cha Hai Mai was looking at a sight she would never expect to see, even at the V-Lounge's Platinum Boutique, which was a place where only the best models were displayed. "And Mr. T-Sung," she exclaimed. Cha Hai Mai was stupefied because T-Sung and another guy, more specifically, the scoundrel grandson of a large corporation's chairman, were glaring at each other with their hands on each other's collars. T-Sung's abysmal compatibility with the premium VR capsules caused the issue. The compatibility of the user and the capsule is low. It is advised to use another capsule. Compatibility. 61%. His compatibility with the stone coffin-like VR capsule, which was called the Requiem 6, was 61%. His compatibility with the capsule was lower than his compatibility with the V-Iron 6, which was the capsule he tried just a while ago. Oh Jun Hwan muttered. He looked taken aback by the compatibility. "It seems that you are not compatible with the Requiem 6 model as well, haha," he said while laughing awkwardly. "It seems so," T-Sung replied while exiting the Requiem 6 model. Then I shall show you the other models, Oh Jun Hwan politely said. Sure, T-Sung nonchalantly replied. What do you think of this model? You might be aware of it as well, but this is the model that is now the norm for pro gamers. Haha, Oh Jun Hwan proudly said. The next model he recommended was the H6 model, which was a model personally developed and created by Hive. However, the compatibility of the user and the capsule is low. It is advised to use another capsule. Compatibility: 71%. Even the H6 model, which boasted the best specification among the premier VR capsules, was not compatible with T-Sung. However, the real problem started from there. The compatibility of the user and the capsule is low. It is advised to use another capsule. Compatibility: 54%. The compatibility of the user and the capsule is low. It is advised to use another capsule. Compatibility: 69%. The compatibility of the user and the capsule is low. It is advised to use another capsule. Compatibility: 71%. They tested more than 20 capsules after the H6 model, but none of them was compatible with T-Sung. Is there a chance that customer Nim is innately picky when it comes to VR capsules? Oh Jun Hwan nervously asked while profusely sweating. There were a few people like him who were innately sensitive when it came to their compatibility with VR capsules. In fact, there were rare cases where some people possessed a pretty unique brain wave pattern that they could not log into any virtual reality games at all. I don't think so. I did not have any issues during the past year with a premium capsule, even though it was a second-hand one, T-Sung replied. He was telling the truth because the VR capsule he had been using right before he lost it all was the previous generation model of the H6, the H5. How is your compatibility with your current capsule? Oh Jun Hwan asked. It is at 77%, T-Sung replied. And which model are you currently using? Oh Jun Hwan asked. I am using the Virtual Sports 3 model, T-Sung replied. Oh Jun Hwan muttered in surprise as he doubted his ears for a moment. I said I'm currently using the Virtual Sports 3 model, T-Sung said once again. Are you serious? Oh Jun Hwan asked in disbelief. Yes, is there a problem? T-Sung asked. And no, there is no problem at all. Oh Jun Hwan exclaimed while waving his hands before adding, it is just that the model you are using is quite old. I never imagined that I will meet someone still using the Virtual Sports 3 model in this day and age, Oh Jun Hwan said. T-Sung did not reply to the branch manager's comments. Instead, he grumbled inwardly with discontent. What? Have you contributed anything to me so I can buy it? What can I do when I don't have the money to buy a good one? Customer Nim, Oh Jun Hwan called out. What? T-Sung grumbled in response. I am sure you are aware, but a user would not necessarily be compatible with a VR capsule just because the capsule is a premium one. The abilities and talent of the user along with their compatibility are the most crucial factors when it comes to playing virtual reality games, Oh Jun Hwan explained. I know that much, T-Sung replied. The premium capsules only provided a slight increase to one's compatibility. But it did not do anything else after that since the brain capacity of the user was the most important factor. With that in mind, I think customer Nim's compatibility with premium VR capsules is not that good Oh Jun Hwan trailed off. It seemed he was hesitating whether to say the next part or not because he had a troubled look on his face. But eventually he said, it could only mean that customer Nim's abilities are so atrocious, even these premium machines cannot work with you. However, I strongly believe that a customer being sponsored a new VR capsule by our head office is not someone ordinary. Oh Jun Hwan said, what are you trying to say? T-Sung asked with a hint of hostility in his voice. I shall guide you to the Platinum Boutique. Oh Jun Hwan declared. Platinum Boutique. What is that? T-Sung asked. Seemingly taken aback, it is a special place where only our top 0.1% VIP customers are allowed access. Oh Jun Hwan proudly said, the top 0.1%, T-Sung muttered. Now, please come this way, Oh Jun Hwan said as he guided T-Sung to a secret corridor hidden within V Lounge. The Platinum Boutique was a place unknown to the public. It was an area only reserved for the true VIPs of V Lounge. Why? It was all because the VR capsules displayed at the Platinum Boutique weren't the 6th generation models. Rather, they were the cream of the crop capsules equipped with the best specification possible that they would at least be the 7th or the 8th generation models in their respective categories. The prices of those capsules started from a staggering 1 billion won, that even those who had struck it rich in recent years would not dare to even shop in this place. Moreover, the Platinum Boutique was a place only those with both money and social status could access. Please take a look, Oh Jun Hwan said as he showed the VR capsules in the Platinum Boutique. There were only 4 VR capsules displayed in the place. These are the capsules with the highest specification possible, and they are equipped with the best next-generation software. As such, these can truly be considered as the pinnacle of virtual reality gaming equipment, Oh Jun Hwan said. Then he haughtily shrugged his shoulders before proudly saying, "These 4 models guarantee a compatibility of at least 85%. Did you just say 85%? T-Sung exclaimed. Could not help but be surprised at the branch manager's words, since 85% compatibility was an amazing number only 4% of those playing virtual reality games possessed, yet these machines guaranteed that figure. Are you saying that these machines guarantee the same compatibility as pro gamers? T-Sung had to ask and confirm it. That is correct, Oh Jun Hwan replied while nodding. The 85% compatibility these machines guaranteed was an astounding number when the 83% to 88% compatibility that pro gamers possessed was taken into consideration. If the VR capsules at the V Lounge were considered to be BMW or Audi in motor vehicle terms, then the VR capsules here at the Platinum Boutique are the Ferraris and Lamborghinis of VR capsules. In fact, these capsules have coined the term super capsules, Oh Jun Hwan proudly said. Wow, T-Sung muttered in awe. Of course, it can only guarantee compatibility since even these machines cannot do anything more for someone without the innate talent to operate it further than that. Oh Jun Hwan clarified. It seemed that even these super capsules were not an exemption from the basic logic that the pilot was the most important part of operating a machine. The VR capsules were just like motor vehicles. An ordinary person would not be able to unleash the full potential of a supercar. Please try this capsule first, Oh Jun Hwan said as he pointed at a golden VR capsule before explaining, this model is called the Steel Cruise. As for the price, I think it will be better for me not to mention it. Ha ha, ha ha. T-Sung let out an awkward laugh since he could tell from its exterior alone that it would cost more than 1 billion won. Please come and try it, Oh Jun Hwan urged. T-Sung entered the Steel Cruise VR capsule with expectations about how compatible he would be with the capsule. The compatibility of the user is 85.1%. He got a compatibility that was 0.1% higher than the one guaranteed by the capsule. Oh Jun Hwan exclaimed and said, "You do have the talent as expected." Huh, is that so? T-Sung asked in response while seemingly confused. The fact that you got 0.1% more than the guaranteed figure is proof that you are indeed talented. It is pretty rare for people to have a compatibility that is higher than the guaranteed figure unless they are talented, Oh Jun Hwan explained. T-Sung muttered as he processed the branch manager's words. Let us keep the Steel Cruise model aside for now. Please try this one as well, Oh Jun Hwan said while pointing at a red VR capsule. This is the Ishuka model, and it is designed to have a superior interior that will alleviate the user's fatigue even more compared to the Steel Cruise. It was masterfully designed and crafted so that the user would not feel tired even after using it for 14 hours. Oh Jun Hwan proudly explained. Ah, is that so? T-Sung said, seemingly impressed. He tested the Ishuka model as well. The compatibility of the user is 85.1%. His compatibility with the Ishuka model was the same as the Steel Cruise model he tested earlier. I think customer Nim's abilities are more suitable for super capsules compared to the premium capsules, Oh Jun Hwan said. Is that so? T-Sung replied while awkwardly scratching his cheek. Please try this as well, Oh Jun Hwan said as he pointed at a black capsule this time. The black capsule was called the Raptor model. The compatibility of the user is 85.1%. The result was the same as the Steel Cruise and Ishuka he tested earlier. 85.1%, and 3 in a row at that. I think we have found what we are looking for. I think customer Nim is truly more compatible with super capsules, Oh Jun Hwan said. Maybe I'm more suitable for expensive things, haha. T-Sung awkwardly laughed. He was at a loss whether he should be happy about it or not. His compatibility with an old second-hand VR capsule was 77%, while his compatibility with premium VR capsules was below average. However, his compatibility with super capsules was pretty high at 85.1%. Could not make heads or tails on how his compatibility worked. Well, I guess it doesn't matter as long as I can get 85.1%. That's a figure on par with the pro gamers after all, T-Sung thought. He decided not to think about it too much and be content with the fact that he would get a free super capsule he was highly compatible with. Then shall we test the final model? Oh Jun Hwan asked while pointing at a purple VR capsule, which was the last remaining super capsule among the 4 super capsules. Do I have to? I think it's going to be the same 85.1% anyway, T-Sung asked. I do not think so. Oh Jun Hwan shook his head. Why so? T-Sung asked. The model name of this VR capsule is Ogre, Oh Jun Hwan said. Ogre, isn't that name a bit too vicious? T-Sung said with a frown. Its specifications are vicious too, Oh Jun Hwan added. The Ogre supports a minimum compatibility of 90% and can go up to 99%. Oh Jun Hwan exclaimed. Hyok, T-Sung gasped in surprise. However, the compatibility will be 0 if the user does not possess the abilities the Ogre demands from its user, Oh Jun Hwan explained. That's a picky one, T-Sung muttered. That is because it is a hypercapsule, Oh Jun Hwan proudly responded. Haha, T-Sung awkwardly laughed. It seemed the Ogre was a VR capsule that possessed specifications better than super capsules. Then, I guess it's going to come out as either 90% or 0%, T-Sung said. That's what I think as well. Oh Jun Hwan nodded in agreement. The 85.1% compatibility was already an astounding number, but it was way below what the Ogre demanded from its user. Still, I suggest that you try it just in case, Oh Jun Hwan said. Sure, T-Sung replied. Since he wouldn't lose anything even if he were to test it out, he decided to get a feel of what the best available VR capsule had to offer. Tack, T-Sung closed the Ogre's cover and booted it up to check his compatibility with it. Oh Jun Hwan muttered while looking at T-Sung and the Ogre. It shouldn't be 0, right? This customer is a really picky one. It had been pretty difficult to recommend him a model, Oh Jun Hwan muttered to himself. While he was busy in his own thought, a beep rang from the capsule. Beep, the hypercapsule Ogre let out a beep to signal the reveal of T-Sung's compatibility. Hyok, Oh Jun Hwan could not help but gasp at the compatibility number. His face was pale, and his eyes seemed like they were about to pop out at any second now because the compatibility of the user is 96.5%. T-Sung and the Ogre were an exact match. No, rather, they were a match made in heaven. Their compatibility was an astounding 96.5%. This was a number that could not be found even among pro gamers, and there would be perhaps less than 5 people in the entire world who would have this level of compatibility. See customer Nim. Oh Jun Hwan stuttered. Did you see that? 96.5%. It said 96.5% just now. I saw it. T-Sung replied, seemingly shaken before saying, is this real? My compatibility is 96.5%. Haha. It seemed that T-Sung was more astonished by what was happening than the branch manager. See customer Nim? Oh Jun Hwan called out. Yes, T-Sung responded while tilting his head in confusion. I apologize, but do you think if we check your compatibility one more time? I do not mean to say that I cannot trust your abilities, but Oh Jun Hwan trailed off. Sure, why not? T-Sung replied while nodding. It is because I simply cannot believe what I just saw. Oh Jun Hwan muttered cautiously. It was only normal for him to doubt his eyes since the compatibility number that appeared just now was an unbelievable number. Regardless of how advanced the Ogre was as a capsule, however, the number remained the same. The compatibility of the user is 96.5%. The compatibility of the user is 96.5%. The compatibility of the user is 96.5%. T-Sung's compatibility with the Ogre remained steadfast at 96.5%. It did not change even by 0.01%, no matter how many times they tested it. See customer Nim. Oh Jun Hwan muttered with a look filled with disbelief before he continued. I think you are so talented, even the premium capsules could not keep up with you, ha ha ha. Aha, Oh Jun Hwan said while laughing in disbelief. Is that how it works? T-Sung replied in a daze. No, that is not how it is supposed to be, Oh Jun Hwan muttered. Oh Jun Hwan seemed to be contemplating something for a while before saying, I think there was something about this some time ago, huh? T-Sung muttered as the branch manager's words piqued his interest. I think it was a year ago. They said that a similar incident happened at the Platinum Boutique in New York. Oh Jun Hwan explained. Really? T-Sung asked. That customer was only satisfied after testing out a hyper capsule. If I remember correctly, I think the compatibility was 92.7%. I think it was something like that, Oh Jun Hwan said. It was less than what T-Sung had achieved, but it was also an astounding compatibility number. I think I heard from somewhere that one's compatibility with an average machine will be low if they're too talented, Oh Jun Hwan added. Haha, T-Sung awkwardly chuckled. Does this even make sense? My compatibility is 96.5%. Will I be in the top 10 when it comes to compatibility? T-Sung wondered. He had lived his entire life as a loser on the sidelines. But it seemed that he could finally somewhat call himself a gifted genius, whatever you want to call it now. T-Sung could not believe what was happening right now. If I knew this would happen, I would have brought you here earlier. I would like to apologize for my short-sightedness, Han T-Sung Nim, Oh Jun Hwan said as he respectfully bowed toward T-Sung. He was sincerely apologizing for his failure to cater to his customers' needs, and for failing to realize his customers' abilities as the highest person in charge of V Lounge's Gangnam branch. There's no need for you to apologize. Who knew it was going to turn out this way in the first place? T-Sung said. You truly are someone befitting of being sponsored by the head office. Haha, Oh Jun Hwan laughed heartily. Haha, you don't have to go that far. T-Sung replied while laughing awkwardly. Anyway, congratulations, customer Nim. You are now the proud owner of the hypercapsule, the Ogre. Oh Jun Hwan exclaimed as he sincerely congratulated T-Sung for finding the capsule that would be his life partner. Thank you, T-Sung replied. He sincerely bowed toward the branch manager as well. He was grateful for the branch manager's extreme patience in finding a suitable VR capsule for him for the last 2 hours. Now shall we go and sign the contract? The head office will pay, but this VR hyper capsule will be under your name after all, Oh Jun Hwan said. Yes, let's do that, T-Sung replied. The branch manager led T-Sung to another place so that they could sign the contract. But, can I ask something? T-Sung asked. Please feel free to ask me anything, Oh Jun Hwan politely replied. The Ogre, how much is it? It looked pretty expensive to me, T-Sung asked. Ah, do you mean the retail sale price of the Ogre? Oh Jun Hwan asked in response. Yes, T-Sung replied with a nod before adding, I'm not paying for it. But I can't help but be curious. Oh Jun Hwan smirked and said, it is 8.3 billion won. It's 8.38 billion won to be exact. Ah, of course that price is exclusive of the 7% VAT, Oh Jun Hwan added. That's crazy, T-Sung muttered in disbelief. It seemed that T-Sung would end up becoming the owner of the Ogre, but there was a saying that bad things would happen when things were going well. And that was exactly what happened the moment he was about to become the owner of the Ogre. B branch manager Nim, shouted one of the Platinum Boutique staffers while running, we have an issue. An issue? What do you mean by that? Oh Jun Hwan asked. The staffer hesitated for a moment. Young Kai-ho customer Nim wishes to purchase the Ogre right now, the staffer exclaimed. What? Oh Jun Hwan exclaimed as he shot up from his seat. His reaction didn't come as a surprise when considering that Young Kai-ho was the one and only grandson of the chairman of the Sunghyun Group, Young Soo-young. In addition to being a global conglomerate, the group was also the largest conglomerate throughout South Korea. Young Kai-ho, turning 27 years old this year, recently got hooked on Brave New World. In addition, he was willing to do anything as long as he could become strong in BMW. He was a so-called pro-wallet warrior, and he spent tens of billions of won to arm himself with all sorts of powerful items. He also did not shy away from hiring top rankers to power level or boost him. However, BMW wasn't a game where one could become the best just by spending a lot of money. Individual ability and talent played a huge role in this game. Unfortunately, Young Kai-ho's talent and money were nowhere enough for him to become the best in the game because his compatibility was just slightly above average. Moreover, his game sense was nowhere near that of pro gamers. As a result, Young Kai-ho suffered countless defeats at the hands of top rankers. Damn it, I'm losing to those peasants. Don't make me laugh. Just wait and see, you bastards. Young Kai-ho gritted his teeth after suffering a string of defeats at the arena. In the end, He chose to use his final resort. He would purchase a new piece of equipment, a hypercapsule. He was sure that he would properly enjoy the game as long as he used the ogre, which was a VR capsule that guaranteed 90% compatibility. And he was right, because just a slight increase in compatibility would be more than enough to boost one's gaming abilities in the world of virtual reality. However, there was a problem with his perfectly crafted plan. What the fuck, it just got sold. Are you bastards joking with me right now? Jung Kai-ho lashed out at the staffers when he was informed that the ogre he wanted to purchase was sold to someone else just 5 minutes ago. Hey, call your manager. Call him this instant before I wreck this whole place up. Jung Kai-ho screamed while gritting his teeth in anger. As someone born with a diamond spoon in his mouth, he felt that his anger was justified. After all, there had never been an instance in his life when he was ever denied anything he wanted. Thanks to that, Oh-jun H-wan had to step up and personally calm him down. Jung Kai-ho Nim, I apologize, and I sincerely apologize once again, but a different customer had already purchased the hypercapsule, so, Oh-jun H-wan said. However, Jung Kai-ho interrupted him. So what? Do you want me to wait? How long? 6 months? Jung Kai-ho asked with anger in his voice. The hypercapsule ogre required 10 master craftsmen to personally work on it by hand, so it took at least 6 months to create one. Hey, peasant, Jung Kai-ho said. Oh-jun H-wan maintained his silence. You call yourself a branch manager? You dare to spout such nonsense in front of me? You. Do you know how expensive my time is? An hour of mine is more expensive than everything you make in a year. You know that. Jung Kai-ho berated Oh-jun H-wan. I apologize. I sincerely apologize. Oh-jun H-wan continuously bowed and apologized to the young man in front of him. He had to appease the customer in front of him because the young man was a big shot. If you are sorry, bring my capsule out now, Jung Kai-ho lashed out. Then he screamed at the top of his lungs, which bastard bought it? Cancel the contract and drag that bastard in front of me right now. His voice reverberated throughout the entire Platinum Boutique. Where is that bastard? Jung Kai-ho shouted as he started to search every nook and cranny of the Platinum Boutique. I said, where is that bastard? He screamed at the staffers. See customer Nim. Oh-jun H-wan hurriedly tried to stop the young man before he could kick a door down. After all, it was the door of the VIP room where T-sung was leisurely waiting. Is it you? Jung Kai-ho asked when he found T-sung sitting inside. Are you the bastard who stole my ogre? He asked. So what if I am? T-sung replied in a cold voice. What so what if you are? Haha, look at this bastard. Have you gone nuts? Hey, which shanty did you crawl out from? Did you hit the lottery or something? Do you even have money to pay for the ogre? Jung Kai-ho asked with his voice filled with arrogance and contempt. So what if I do? T-sung replied. He did not actually have the money to pay for it, but there was a company willing to pay for him. Do you even know who I am? Jung Kai-ho haughtily asked. Do I have to? T-sung replied. What? Jung Kai-ho muttered in disbelief. I just signed the contract for the ogre and I have no plans of revoking it. You better stop causing a scene and go home, then wait for the next one 6 months later, T-sung said with an arrogant smile. That was the last straw for Jung Kai-ho. See customer Nim. Oh-jun H-wan exclaimed as he ran into the VIP room to stop T-sung. It was all to protect T-sung from Jung Kai-ho. Please go over there for now. It will be difficult for you if you get involved, Oh-jun H-wan said. I know, T-sung replied. He was well aware that things could go south if he got further involved. Does it mean that you can do anything you want just because you're right? Are you a noble if you have money? Does it make sense to call someone a peasant in this day and age? T-sung thought as he clenched his fist, however. There was no way T-sung could simply ignore Jung Kai-ho's ramblings after suffering at the hands of wallet warriors before. He disliked them. He hated them. He detested those bastards who thought they had the right to step on others just because they were rich. This bastard actually dares to. Jung Kai-ho shouted before grabbing T-sung's collar and threatening the latter. Do you want to die? Die to someone like you. T-sung retorted and grabbed Jung Kai-ho's collar as well. T-sung did not care about the repercussions. He hated the idea of groveling at the feet of a spoiled brat like Jung Kai-ho. He would rather suffer than do that. Cha-hai-mai finally made sense of the situation, and she muttered, this is driving me crazy. Of all people, T-sung just had to get involved with someone like Jung Kai-ho. It was the cream of the crop among the trash. I apologize, Manager Cha-hai-mai Nim, Oh-jun H-wan said before adding, this is all my fault. There's no way this is your fault. Why would it be? Branch Manager Nim, Cho Hai Mai asked. No, it's Ojun Hwan muttered. Let us try to defuse the situation first, Cha Hai Mai interrupted. As they were about to step in to try and defuse the situation, Yung Kai Ho suddenly asked, What level are you? Me, I'm level 5. Why? T Sung replied. What? Yung Kai Ho doubted his ears. Are you deaf? I said I'm level 5, T Sung repeated. Level 5, huh? Yung Kai Ho scoffed as if he found it absurd. Are you joking with me? You dare to purchase the ogre when you're just a measly level 5? Yung Kai Ho asked. Why, are there any laws against it? T Sung retorted. Stop spouting bullshit. What is your level? I will kill you if you don't tell me the truth, Yung Kai Ho said coldly. I said I'm level 5, T Sung said with a hint of annoyance in his voice. Is this bastard crazy? Yung Kai Ho was exasperated. Do you have a problem with me being level 5? T Sung asked. Level 5. All right, let's say you are a level 5 player as you say. Do you really think a noob like you deserves to use the ogre? Do you even have any shame? Yung Kai Ho asked. I think I'm still better than you despite my level. T Sung nonchalantly taunted the scoundrel. What, you're better than me? You? Yung Kai Ho was astounded. Yes, me, T Sung said. Stop spouting bullshit, you crazy bastard, Yung Kai Ho retorted with anger in his voice. Why, you want to have a go at it? Shall we have a go in Virtual Fighter? T Sung asked. Virtual Fighter was a dueling program that was basically the PvP of virtual games. Virtual Fighter was also known as the most basic PvP action game, since the game had no fields where players could roam aside from alone. Arena, there was no mana, and there were also no skills. Of course, there were also no potions or ability-enhancing items. It was a PvP game where a player's abilities would be put to the test. Thanks to its simplicity, Virtual Fighter was regarded as the most realistic PvP game among all virtual reality games, and it was often used by players to determine who was better between them and their opponent. The reason why T Sung suggested Virtual Fighter was that he wasn't confident of beating Yung Kai Ho head-on in B&W because of the huge level gap between them. He was level 5, while Yung Kai Ho was probably in the 200s. In the first place, a proper duel between the two of them would be impossible, since he would certainly die in one hit, even if he received the balancing buff from the Yuscha Temple, which was the dueling arena of B&W. It was also impossible for them to log into their accounts here at the Platinum Boutique, thanks to B&W's complicated login process. Players usually found it difficult to access the game from anywhere else aside from their homes, unless special arrangements were made beforehand. I might not have a chance in B&W, but it's going to be different if it's in Virtual Fighter. I can win, T Sung confidently thought. T Sung had a chance of winning since Virtual Fighter only factored a player's natural combat sense and compatibility with virtual reality. On top of that, this bastard is no different from a piece of trash when compared to Master, T Sung thought with a grin on his face. T Sung had a secret weapon hidden up his sleeve, which was the countless one-sided beating he had suffered under Deus Ho-Ho. You're so weak, my disciple, you punk. You're wide open here, kekekek. Can you even hunt a goblin when you can't even beat an old man like me? Deus was fast and flexible, and he was powerful as well. He subdued T Sung and turned the latter into a rag without even using a single speck of mana. The only thing T Sung could do was tear the hem of Deus' robe. Oh, impressive, you actually managed to rip the hem of my robe. However, he was strong enough to defeat someone like Yung Kai Ho. Excellent, you will be able to crush most people with your current capabilities. Deus' compliment meant his combat sense had increased by a lot, and it gave T Sung confidence he never had before. Of course. Thank you, Master, T Sung exclaimed. However, my disciple, Deus muttered. Yes, Master, T Sung asked in response. Do you really think that you'll get off scot-free after ripping your master's one and only robe like this? Deus asked in a threatening voice. What do you mean by that, Master? T Sung said nervously. Brace yourself, my disciple, Deus warned. Ah, T Sung cried out in agony. He was mercilessly abused in return for tearing his master's robe. Virtual Fighter, Yung Kai Ho muttered. That's right, T Sung said with a nod before adding, I think it's an excellent idea. Yung Kai Ho seemed hesitant. I think this will be the best way for us to decide who is the rightful owner of the ogre. After all, Virtual Fighter is a fair game, T Sung said. There was some logic to his words, since the ogre was a hyper-capsule that transcended the capabilities of a regular capsule. And it was only obvious that the rightful owner of this capsule should possess the ability to use it to its full potential. Yung Kai-ho scratched his chin as he hesitated. What if this bastard is a top ranker? Won't I be beaten to a pulp, he thought. Yung Kai-ho could not simply agree to the offer since T-sung could be a top ranker. Smirk. T-sung arrogantly smirked when he saw Yung Kai-ho's hesitation. Are you scared? He asked. What did you say? Yung Kai-ho glared at him. I said. Are you scared? T-sung emphasized each word. T-sung was obviously taunting him. If you're scared, just go home quietly with your tail tucked in between your legs and stop salivating over someone else's stuff. T-sung added while waving his hand in a dismissive manner. You bastard actually dares to. Yung Kai-ho shouted in response. Then screamed in fury, what do you take me for? All right, let's have a go at it. I will beat you to a pulp. All right, T-sung replied with a nod and said, it will be just one round. The loser has to give up on the ogre. Sure, let's do that. Just don't complain later, you bastard. Yung Kai-ho responded as he gritted his teeth while glaring at T-sung. It seemed that he had fallen hook, line, and sinker for T-sung's taunt. Wait a minute, Cha-hai-mai exclaimed. What? T-sung asked. Please come here for a second, hurry up, she exclaimed as she dragged T-sung away. Have you gone crazy? Cha-hai-mai asked in a low voice. Me no, I'm not crazy, T-sung replied, seemingly confused by her words. Mr. T-sung, Cha-hai-mai started. Yes, he replied. The hypercapsule ogre already belongs to you. I'm telling you that it's finalized. You do not have any reason to duel that scoundrel just because he is causing a scene. You are the only one who has something to lose since you will have to wait for 6 months before getting another ogre and… Cha-hai-mai said as her eyes suddenly sharpened before she continued. That is as far as he is capable of doing even though he is the grandson of the chairman of the Sunghyun Group. Our head office does not really care about conglomerates like the Sunghyun Group. Our head office is more focused on taking care of players with 0 epic codenames. Hive Games Entertainment was the industry leader of the virtual reality industry. Even a giant conglomerate like the Sunghyun Group was bound to be small in front of a behemoth like Hive Games Entertainment. After all, the latter's market cap was the sum of Microsoft and Apple's market cap in the past. Really, I still want to do it though, T-sung said and stubbornly refused. Mr. T-sung, Cha-hai-mai exclaimed. I'm aware that I'm the only one who stands to lose something. I know, T-sung said. T-sung was not stupid. Since he had brought it upon himself, he knew that he would not be able to say anything if he ended up losing and the ogre was taken away from him. However, T-sung muttered before saying, I want to crush him. You want to crush that scoundrel? Cha-hai-mai was taken aback. Yes, T-sung replied. Do you really have to do this? People avoid poop because they find it gross and not really because they are scared of it, Cha-hai-mai said. If I were to keep avoiding them, there would be no end to them, T-sung said. Huh, Cha-hai-mai muttered in surprise. People avoid poop because they find it disgusting. That is correct, but do you know what people with power do? T-sung asked. They clean it off without dirtying their hands, T-sung said. What do you mean? Cha-hai-mai was astounded. Avoiding it because it's dirty means you are avoiding it, because you feel that you stand to lose something from it. However, those confident that they won't lose anything, in short, the really powerful people will bulldoze through it and crush it to pieces. T-sung said. Crush it. Cha-hai-mai muttered. A powerful person obliterates anything that stands in their way regardless of whether it is a poop or soybean paste, and they go on their way, T-sung said. That sounds a bit unrealistic and idealistic, Cha-hai-mai darkly muttered. Was it even possible to crush anything in one's path? The world wasn't such an easy place. If you don't have the ability to achieve something, they will call you a dreamer. But if you do, they will call you a revolutionist. Something like that, T-sung said. Then he looked straight into her eyes and said, I won't live my life bowing to others anymore, and I don't wish to be trampled on any longer. Ah, Cha-hai-mai gasped. No, it's more like I just can't stand those bastards who boss other people around just because they have some money. It's only after crushing them will I be relieved of my frustration, T-sung said in a low but stern voice. Why did he say that? It was all because he was a man who knew the pain and suffering of having everything he owned taken away from him by those with money and power. Go and crush that scoundrel's head then. I hope you crush him real good, Cha-hai-mai said. Of course I will, T-sung replied with a big smile. T then. Oh Jun H-wan stuttered while staring alternatingly between T-sung and Yung Kai-ho before continuing. The match will be in Virtual Fighter, and it will be a winner-takes-all match. Both players will use super capsules for the match, and the loser shall forfeit their rights to the Ogre VR capsule. Do you both agree to these terms? I agree, T-Sung replied. Sure, I agree, so let's get it over with, Yung Kai-ho responded. Their replies were different, but the meaning was the same. Just prepare the ogre purchase agreement since there's no way I'll lose to a peasant like him, Yung Kai-ho confidently said. He looked at T-Sung as if the former were an inferior species, but T-Sung did not fall for Yung Kai-ho's petty taunts. I guess he will only come to his senses after being beaten to a pulp, T-Sung thought. All of a sudden, Dao's teachings popped up into his mind, my disciple. You are a human being, so you shouldn't waste time exchanging words with those worse than animals, said Daos. Huh, what do you mean by that, master? Asked T-Sung. Don't bother talking to those worse than animals, and just beat them to a pulp. Daos exclaimed. Aha! T-Sung exclaimed as well. Those worse than animals will only listen after receiving a good beating. Don't forget that a beating is much more effective than 1,000 words with those creatures. Give them a good beating first before trying to talk to them. Do you understand? Yes, master. In T-Sung's eyes, Yung Kai-ho was one of those creatures his master had described as worse than animals. As such, he no longer felt the need to exchange words with the latter. Rather, he would simply do what Daos had told him. He was going to give Yung Kai-ho a good beating. Beating in real life was preferred, but things would certainly blow out of proportion as a consequence of that, so he had to settle for virtual fighter. Now, please enter your capsules, Oh Jun Hwen said. T-Sung and Yung Kai-ho respectively entered the Black Raptor and Red Ishuka capsules. Then, the duel finally started. It was a duel with the rights to the hyper-capsule ogre on the line. Blink, blink. T-Sung and Yung Kai-ho entered virtual reality when their respective capsules blinked, and they found themselves in the arena. The arena looked plain. It was the size of half of a basketball court, and the floor was made out of ash-colored marble. The walls around them had an East Asian flair, and there was a wooden roof over their heads. The arena looked like a training ground from a famous sci-fi movie. Welcome to the Virtual Fighter Arena, Han T-Sung Nim. The current compatibility is 85.1%. 5 minutes left till the duel starts. Please select your character. The final message and the character selection screen popped up in front of T-Sung. See you after 5 minutes, Yung Kai-ho said with an arrogant smirk. T-Sung ignored him. Who should I play as? T-Sung wondered as his eyes swept through the character selection screen. Virtual Fighter was a fairly simple game. The players had to choose from 20 different characters with their respective specialties and weapons. The developer decided to implement characters into the game since they were certain that the game would end up turning into a messy brawl if they let the players use themselves as their character. A blunt weapon user will be easier for me, T-Sung thought as he selected a Western male character wearing a policeman uniform. The character's name was Kale, and Kale was a character modeled after a veteran LAPD police officer. Kale had excellent stats as befitting of a policeman, and he was pretty skilled at subduing his enemies as well. I like his weapon too, T-Sung thought. Kale's weapon of choice was a police baton that policemen used in real life. T-Sung thought that Kale was the perfect fit for him since he was also using a blunt weapon in B&W. That's right. Let's go with Kale. T-Sung extended his hand and tapped on Kale's portrait. Whoosh! A surge of graphics flew toward T-Sung and changed his appearance into Kale's. The whole process felt like someone had used a skill on him. The player did not become the character they picked in Virtual Fighter. Instead, the game system would combine both of their identities so that each player would retain their unique identity in the game. Han T-Sung Nim has chosen Kale as their character. Han T-Sung Nim is ready for combat. On the other hand, it seemed that Yung Kai-ho was done making his choice as well. Yung Kai-ho Nim has chosen Hitakiri as their character. Yung Kai-ho Nim is ready for combat. The character Yung Kai-ho chose, Hitakiri, was a character modeled after a vicious Japanese yakuza, and Hitakiri's main weapon was a sharp katana. Player 1 ready, Player 2 ready. The character selection screen disappeared when they selected their characters. Both players, please face each other. Bo. Yung Kai-ho motioned with his chin while T-Sung roughly nodded in response. Both players ready. The match will start in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ready, fight. The barrier separating the two disappeared as soon as the countdown ended. Die, you fucking bastard. Yung Kai-ho screamed as he charged at T-Sung with his katana tightly gripped in his hands. 1. I don't usually leave TL notes like this, but just to clarify, he means bulldoze through challenges and not the poop itself. I know that you know, but we all know that a bulldozer charging through a poop went through our minds. You, too. This is a Korean saying where it means whatever it may be, and they say it like this since poop is gross and useless while soybean paste is edible, but both of them look the same. A reference for those that don't know what soybean paste is. Jung Kai-ho charged with ferocious momentum. He had a vicious blade Reaper class in BNW. The killing intent was visible on his face as he charged at T-Sung. Moreover, Jung Kai-ho had been training in swordsmanship since young, and his understanding of Japanese swordsmanship was especially high. As a result, his attack was fiercer and sharper than his characters. "I'm gonna split your head into two," he smugly thought. Jung Kai-ho aimed for T-Sung's forehead. Hap. He let out a shout as he swung his sword down T-Sung's head. He's coming. He had been observing Jung Kai-ho ever since the match started without missing a single movement. He's coming in fast, and it's an overhead swing. Surprisingly, he was able to analyze Jung Kai-ho's attack without any difficulties calmly. But the even more surprising part was the fact that he did not intend to analyze it in the first place. "I can see it. It's too obvious." Jung Kai-ho's movements were so obvious T-Sung did not even have to put in any effort to read them. The reason T-Sung could do this was simple. This is just child's play when compared to Master, T-Sung's master. The level 999, Hidden NPC, was the strongest being in all of Brave New World, and T-Sung faced that monster for 98 consecutive days, although he got one-sidedly beaten every time. It was simply inevitable for T-Sung to see Jung Kai-ho's attack so clearly as if it were in slow motion. And his gaze was fixated on Jung Kai-ho's wide-open chest as the latter brought his katana over his head. An opening. The answer to what he was supposed to do became clear the moment an opening presented itself. Grip. T-Sung gripped his baton tightly. Hap. Jung Kai-ho exclaimed as he swung his katana down. When Jung Kai-ho's katana was about to come down, T-Sung slammed his baton into Jung Kai-ho's wide-open chest. Pukyok. Kyuhyok. Jung Kai-ho let out a groan with his tongue sticking out from the impact. What? Cha-hai-mai could not believe her eyes. The movement T-Sung had displayed just now was so unbelievable that she couldn't help but out her eyes. If it were in BNW where mana and stats existed to enhance one's body, it would be easy to replicate T-Sung's attack just now. However, it wasn't something that could be easily done in virtual fight, as the game was designed to be as close to reality as possible. Haha. Jun Hwan chuckled in disbelief before he exclaimed, "I knew it. I knew Han T-Sung Nim would succeed. Haha. You knew it. What do you mean?" Cha-hai-mai asked after turning toward Jun Hwan. That is. Jun Hwan hesitated and scratched the back of his head. "What is it? Hurry up and tell me," Cha-hai-mai exclaimed. Han T-Sung Nim's compatibility with the ogre was an astonishing 96.5%, Jun Hwan explained. What did you just say? How much?" Cha-hai-mai shouted in surprise. 96.5%. Was 96.5%. Jun Hwan repeated. "Impossible," Cha-hai-mai exclaimed. She could not believe Jun Hwan's words. It was just natural for her to find it difficult to believe since 96.5% was an astonishingly high number. In fact, the number of people whose compatibility was more or less T-Sung's were less than 5. That's impossible. How is 96.5% even possible? That's comparable to a top ranker. It's a God-given ability. If that's true, T-Sung is definitely not an ordinary player, but I'm certain that it's a mistake, Cha-hai-mai exclaimed. The reason Cha-hai-mai adamantly refused to believe it was that she had already read the data regarding T-Sung, and the T-Sung she knew from the data wasn't someone capable of reaching 96.5% compatibility. In fact, she quickly dismissed him and thought if there was anyone more useless than him due to the fact that the results he had achieved were far less than the amount he had put in. How did such a man suddenly reach a compatibility of 96.5%? Even if it were justified by saying that T-Sung used the hypercapsule ogre, Cha-hai-mai still couldn't understand it. "I understand how you feel," Jun Hwan said with a smile before adding, "however, it is a fact that he reached that figure. I initially suspected that it could be a bug or an error, but it was not. We tested it quite a few times, but T-Sung Nim's compatibility came out 96.5% every single time." "Haha." Cha-hai-mai laughed in disbelief before saying, "I just thought that you went all the way to the ogre because he wasn't compatible with any capsule. Then I can understand why you are so surprised." "Haha." Jun Hwan laughed heartily. "Then that means this battle is," Cha-hai-mai muttered. "Yes." Jun Hwan nodded. Without a doubt, T-Sung will Cha Hai Mai trailed off. Win. Oh Jun Hwan concluded for her. T-Sung will crush him, Cha Hai Mai added. I think so as well. Of course, we will have to wait and see the result, Oh Jun Hwan said while staring at the screen. Yes, Cha Hai Mai replied while staring at the screen as well. We have to wait and see what happens. Let's see if T-Sung Nim will finally show us his true value, Oh Jun Hwan said. However, the victor and loser were quickly decided. Contrary to Cha Hai Min and Oh Jun Hwan's expectations. Hyok, hyok, hyok. Yung Kai-ho gasped while trying to catch his breath. An excruciating pain hindered his breathing after getting hit in the chest by T-Sung's attack, and he felt as if his lungs and bowels were about to burst from the impact. He was not used to the pain since Virtual Fight was a game that emphasized realism, which meant the characters did not possess superhuman endurance like in B&W. You bastard! You dare do this to me! Yung Kai-ho growled like a wounded beast. However, T-Sung remained silent as he leisurely walked toward Yung Kai-ho, and he did not even bother retorting or saying anything at all. Step. You shouldn't waste time exchanging words with those worse than animals. Give them a good beating first before trying to talk to them. T-Sung was faithfully carrying out Deo's teachings. Seuk. He raised his baton and aimed it at Yung Kai-ho on the ground. Do you really think that? I will be hit by you again. Yung Kai-ho shouted as he gripped his katana. It was a surprise attack. Yung Kai-ho suddenly swung his katana the moment T-Sung stepped into his attack range. However, T-Sung was no longer someone who would get done in by a surprise attack of this level. He's too slow. He saw Yung Kai-ho's incoming attack and turned to avoid. Whoosh, the katana sliced through the air after failing to connect with anything. He's full of openings. I can hit him wherever I want, T-Sung thought as he identified more than a dozen gaps in Yung Kai-ho's defense. It was inevitable for Yung Kai-ho to have so many openings since the katana was a sword that had to be swung rather than a stabbing weapon. It possessed high attack power. But if the user were to miss, they would be exposed as the weapon required a wide motion to use properly. As a result, Yung Kai-ho would pay the price for choosing such a weapon, and it would be an expensive price to pay. Pug. Huk Pukyok. T-Sung unleashed a barrage of strikes into Yung Kai-ho with his baton. Ak Yuok Ak. Yung Kai-ho screamed in agony, however he did not show any signs of backing down as he growled once again. Bastard, I see you have some skills. T-Sung did not bother to reply. He maintained his silence as he continued to observe Yung Kai-ho's movements. Hey, aren't you going to answer me? Ha, are you ignoring me? Yung Kai-ho screamed in fury. He immediately stood up and swung his katana at T-Sung once again. Whoosh, the katana struck nothing once again. He avoided it again. Yung Kai-ho was shocked. Pag. With the baton, T-Sung smacked Yung Kai-ho in the face. Yung Kai-ho groaned as he fell to the ground. THT, this bastard dares to. Yung Kai-ho growled from the ground while gritting his teeth before shouting, Hey, you're really making me mad now. He got up once again and swung his katana at T-Sung. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, the katana failed to land a single hit on T-Sung and in return. Pak Pukyok, pak, pak. Yung Kai-ho's face was mercilessly beaten by T-Sung's baton. Kyuhyok. Yung Kai-ho winced in pain as he fell to the ground once again. You bastard, hey asshole, do you know who I am? Ha, do you know who I am? Yung Kai-ho screamed. T-Sung kept his silence as he continued to stare at Yung Kai-ho. Are you ignoring me? You dare ignore me? Yung Kai-ho screamed in anger. He seemed to have lost his sanity as he got up once again and aggressively swung his katana at T-Sung. However, the result didn't change. He was beaten up once again. Puck Pukyok Puck. T-Sung smacked Yung Kai-ho in the head multiple times with his baton. This bastard dares to. Yung Kai-ho cried out. I'm losing to this peasant. No, I refuse to accept this. Yung Kai-ho thought as he immediately got up once again and charged at T-Sung like an enraged wild boar. His pride could not take the fact that he was getting a one-sided beating from someone like T-Sung who looked nothing special. That was why Yung Kai-ho tried everything he could to land a single hit against T-Sung. He tried wildly swinging his katana and kicking T-Sung. He even threw away his sword and tried to subdue T-Sung with judo moves to bring T-Sung to the ground. However, the result remained the same no matter what he tried. Kyuhyok. Yung Kai-ho groaned while falling to the ground once again. T-Sung didn't even speak as he continued to avoid all of Yung Kai-ho's attacks. He didn't take the initiative to attack and simply counter-attacked. It was as if he were saying, "This is the difference between you and me," to Yung Kai-ho without saying a single word. The one-sided beating continued for a while until Yung Kai-ho eventually cried out like a pig being slaughtered and sprawled across the ground. Game over, a message popped up. The winner is Kale. Player 1 Han Tae-sung Nim has won. The match ended with Tae-sung's victory. Again, fuck, I want a rematch. Yung Kai-ho screamed. He refused to accept the result of the match. It seemed that he was the type of person who felt no shame in breaking a promise, because he asked for a rematch, even though they had agreed that the match would be in a single-round winner-takes-all format. Tae-sung muttered before he smiled and said, "Sure. Let's go at it again." "Prepare yourself, you bastard. I just let my guard down a while ago," Yung Kai-ho said. Tae-sung did not bat an eyelid at Yung Kai-ho's threats. Why was he so calm? It was all because the thought of losing to someone like this scoundrel had never crossed his mind. "I'll gladly fight you until you get sick and tired of losing," Tae-sung thought with a smile. The second match started, and they chose the same characters as before. Ready, fight. The match started, but the victor was quickly decided. Game over. The winner is Kale. Player 1 Han Tae-sung Nim has won. The result was no different from the first match. "Aw fuck," Yung Kai-ho was furious. He refused to acknowledge the result once again. "Again, I want a rematch." He screamed and demanded another rematch. Sure, Tae-sung coolly agreed as he did not feel the need to refuse. The rematch did not end there. "I can't accept this. I lost to you. I lost to a peasant like you." Yung Kai-ho started muttering to himself. The third rematch ended with Yung Kai-ho being one-sidedly beaten to a pulp once again. But he still couldn't accept the result, so he asked for another rematch. Again, fuck, we have to do this until I win," Yung Kai-ho lashed out. "Sure," Tae-sung replied. The series of rematches continued for a while. The fourth rematch, the fifth rematch, and the sixth rematch. It seemed that Yung Kai-ho was serious when he said that they would do it until he won, because he continued to challenge Tae-sung again and again, going through all of the characters. However, Tae-sung always emerged victorious. That was how they went on and on with the rematches, and they were now at the 19th rematch. Yung Kai-ho had challenged Tae-sung 19 times in a row, but he still couldn't win even a single match against the latter. The 20th rematch started. Why can't I win? Why do I keep losing to this peasant? Again, I said let's go again. Yung Kai-ho started screaming like a madman. He chose Kale this time, which was the character Tae-sung had been using this whole time, but he could not win against Tae-sung even after choosing the same character. Pack. Tae-sung mercilessly beat Yung Kai-ho with his baton. His movements were so mechanical and systematic that the viewers found it scary. What did Tae-sung do whenever Yung Kai-ho showed an opening? He would beat the latter with his baton. What if Yung Kai-ho blocked his attack? He would still beat him. What if Yung Kai-ho attacked? He would block or dodge the attack before once again beating Yung Kai-ho up. The only thing Tae-sung had to do over the 20 rematches was to continuously beat Yung Kai-ho until the latter's HP was depleted. He did this without saying a word in the game. "Come at me 100, no, 1,000 times. There's no way I'm going to lose to the likes of you. I will show you what an insurmountable wall looks like so that you'll know what it feels like, too," Tae-sung thought. He wanted to teach Yung Kai-ho what an opponent one couldn't beat looked like. He wanted to make Yung Kai-ho feel what he felt when he was mercilessly crushed by those people in the past. It seemed that things were going according to Tae-sung's wishes. Why do I have to lose? Why am I losing? Why am I getting beaten up by this bastard? Why can't I land a single hit on him? Yung Kai-ho thought as he started to fall into despair after losing so many times. Why did he have to lose? This was the question that filled his mind as he slowly descended into the pits of despair. Then, another thought came to his mind the deeper he fell into it. I can't beat him, he thought. People were bound to meet an insurmountable wall at least once in their life. Enough, Yung Kai-ho screamed. In the end, Tae-sung clearly had shown him what an insurmountable wall looked like. Yung Kai-ho ended up abandoning all greed he had toward the ogre. "Enough, don't hit me anymore. You ack, why are you hitting me at the same spot? Yuk, enough, when will this end? Ack." Yung Kai-ho screamed, begging for it to end. He desperately wanted to get out of the game, but there was still some time left before the game ended. The only way he could get out of this game was to get beaten up to a pulp until his HP reached 0 or to mutually agree with Tae-sung to end the match. Virtual Fight was not a game that would end after getting hit a few times. After a few minutes, Yung Kai-ho groaned, then, Pukyok, Tae-sung slammed his baton into Yung Kai-ho's head and cracked the latter's skull open, Game over, winner is Kale. Player 1 Han T-Sung Nim has won. As expected, the winner was none other than T-Sung. Rematch, T-Sung asked after returning to reality. Yoon Kai-ho did not respond. He realized that he could not beat T-Sung, but his pride did not allow him to concede defeat. Rematch or not? T-Sung asked once again. Yoon Kai-ho still didn't respond. Heh, T-Sung let out a smirk and laughed after figuring out Yoon Kai-ho's mental status. I will count to 3. If you don't respond before the countdown ends, I will take it as you admitting defeat. T-Sung said, 1, 2, 3. Yoon Kai-ho still didn't say anything even after T-Sung was done counting down. He didn't speak, but he seemed to have already given up on the ogre. The match has ended after both sides have agreed. The winner is Han T-Sung Nim, 20 matches, 20 wins, 0 loses. The message declaring T-Sung's victory popped up in front of them. I'll get going now, T-Sung said before shutting down the virtual fight client. The hypercapsule ogre was finally his. Tag. T-Sung opened the black capsule and proudly emerged from it. Mr. T-Sung, Cha-hai Mai exclaimed. Customer Nim, Oh-jun Hwan exclaimed. They ran toward T-Sung at the same time. Great work, that was really refreshing, Cha-hai Mai exclaimed while smiling brightly. Ah well, congratulations on your victory, ha ha ha. Oh-jun Hwan said awkwardly. He had to appear neutral to a certain extent since he had to deal with Yoon Kai-ho in the future as well, unlike Cha-hai Mai, who was working a desk job at Hive. No need to mention it. T-Sung dismissed. He did not feel that what he had done was worthy of praise, and their praises fell on deaf ears as well because he seemed to be focused on something else. It feels like I've gotten stronger. I'm different from before. My movements, those was something the old me before I met Master could not even dream of making, T-Sung thought. His duel against Yoon Kai-ho did not even cross his mind because he was fully focused on his movements and combat sense, which had both undergone a drastic change. I want to test it out. A surge of curiosity welled up from inside of him. Yoon Kai-ho was so weak I couldn't test things out properly. I want to look for a strong opponent and duke it out with them to my heart's content. I will only be able to tell how strong I have become if I were to fight someone stronger. T-Sung clenched his fist. He wanted nothing more than to dive back into BNW and fight at the duel arena. But T-Sung knew very well that he shouldn't be arrogant or be in a rush to things out. No, I could only crush Yoon Kai-ho because the fight happened in Virtual Fighter. I have no idea how the fight would have ended up if we fought in BNW. Let's not let this victory get to my head. Let's prioritize leveling up for now. I can delay finding out how strong I have become for next time after I become even stronger, he thought. T-Sung decided to focus on getting stronger than getting drunk in his victory. It had been a long time since T-Sung tasted victory. And that made his victory taste even sweeter. However, he calmed down and did not let it get to his head. The red capsule opened, and Yoon Kai-ho came out from it. His face was downcast and dark. It was understandable since he fought 20 matches without being able to land a single blow to his opponent, and he was even beaten so badly with nowhere to vent his frustration. The one-sided beating he received made him filled with shame and contempt toward himself, and he could not help but despair and loathe himself for how weak he was after meeting an insurmountable wall for the first time in his life. He seemed to be out of it after being beaten to a pulp 20 consecutive times, even though it was just in a virtual reality game. What are you doing? Hurry up and help him out, Oh-jun Hwan said as he ordered the Platinum Boutique staffers. Yes, Branch Manager Nim, the staffers replied. Kai-ho Nim, are you all right? The staffers carefully asked as they helped him up. They nervously held their breaths, afraid that this spoiled brat would cause another scene if they went anywhere near him. You, Yoon Kai-ho muttered as he pointed and glared at T-Sung. You bastard, I will have my revenge. I'm Yoon Kai-ho, don't think of having a comfortable life after getting on my bad side. Be careful not to show up in front of me in BNW. Yoon Kai-ho was grumbling. T-Sung raised his hand and threatened, come here. Hyik, Yoon Kai-ho shrieked as his face turned pale. The despair T-Sung had imprinted on his body seemed to have turned into trauma since he shrank back the moment T-Sung raised his hand and motioned in a way that made it seem like T-Sung was going to hit him. For Yoon Kai-ho, T-Sung was now an insurmountable wall, and Yoon Kai-ho was feeling the same way T-Sung felt toward those he couldn't beat. Do you want to get hit again? T-Sung asked. Shake, shake. Yoon Kai-ho fervently shook his head. Let's stop at this. I think that's enough beating for the day, right? T-Sung asked. Yoon Kai-ho fervently nodded in response. I think we're done here, T-Sung said as he turned his back to Yung Kai-ho and faced Cha Hai-mai and Oh-jun H-wan. Cha Hai-mai seemed to be satisfied with the turn of events, while Oh-jun H-wan tried his best not to express his emotions. Hey, Manager Shin. Oh-jun H-wan called out after clearing his throat. Yes, Branch Manager Nim, a staffer replied. Get a limousine ready and make sure you prepare a Maybach so that Yung Kai-ho Nim can comfortably go home. Make sure you escort him to the best of your abilities, Oh-jun H-wan said. Yes, Branch Manager Nim. The staffer replied and immediately took action. It seemed that the heir of a conglomerate was still an heir no matter how much of a scoundrel they were. Tusk, this thing called money, T-Sung thought as he clicked his tongue with a bitter taste in his mouth. They say that the rich can get away with anything, but being born poor is already a crime in itself. This is really a messed up world we are living in. I have to earn money. Yes. I'll become rich as well and get out of this messed up life. T-Sung couldn't help but grumble at the fact that the scoundrel would be sent home in a luxury sedan like a Maybach, even after causing such a scene. Shall we go and finish our contract, T-Sung Nim? Oh-jun H-wan said. Yes, T-Sung replied after the branch manager's words shook him out of his grumbling. He set aside the bitterness he felt toward Yung Kai-ho and returned to the VIP room with Oh-jun H-wan. Please take this, Oh-jun H-wan said as he politely extended a luxurious-looking black wooden box to T-Sung. The wooden box was a box made out of the most premium ebony wood. What is this? T-Sung asked. You will find out once you open it, Oh-jun H-wan replied with a bright smile on his face. Sure, T-Sung replied before carefully opening the wooden box. He found something that resembled a rectangular piece of crystal, and it looked as big as half a cigarette box in the wooden box. The crystal piece had a purple luster to it, and it had a very vicious-looking emblem engraved on it. This is, T-Sung exclaimed in awe upon seeing the crystal. That is the smart key to the hypercapsule ogre, Oh-jun H-wan explained with a smile. The ogre's smart key, T-Sung muttered. This might sound very obvious, but this is something that is only given to the true owner of the ogre. Now, this thing here is. Oh-jun H-wan took T-Sung's thumb and pressed it on the tip of the ogre's smart key. A message popped up in front of T-Sung's eyes through a hologram being projected from the smart key. Scanning owner's thumbprint. Progressing. 5% progressing. 26% progressing. 87% scan complete. Owner's thumbprint registration has been completed. It seemed that the authentication process for the hypercapsule ogre was quite complicated because it even required a smart key to function. Shall we do a retinal scan as well? Oh-jun H-wan asked. Scanning owner's retina. Scan complete. Owner's retina registration has been completed. T-Sung was now the proud owner of the ogre after completing the thumbprint and retina registration. Congratulations, Han T-Sung Nim. Oh-jun H-wan exclaimed. Congratulations. Cha Hai-mai congratulated T-Sung with a smile. Thank you, T-Sung replied with a smile as well. His arduous search for a suitable VR capsule finally came to an end with him becoming the proud owner of the ogre. Please deliver it by tomorrow, please. I really need to log back in. Every second and minute counts for me, T-Sung pleaded before leaving V Lounge. Please do not worry, customer Nim. We will send our mechanics first thing in the morning tomorrow. Please rest assured and be on your way, Oh-jun H-wan responded. Then, he politely bowed toward the Benz before it drove away. See you later, I will give you a call, Cha Hai-mai said while waving his hand at T-Sung. The reason why she did not accompany T-Sung home was that she still had some work left to do at V Lounge, and besides, the advanced AI navigation would suffice to send him home. T-Sung was fine without someone escorting him because he could have also taken the bus or the subway home anyway. Branch Manager Nim, Cha Hai-mai said after T-Sung left. Yes, Manager Nim, Oh-jun H-wan replied. What happened today? Cha Hai-mai trailed off. However, Oh-jun H-wan replied before she could even continue, I'm aware. He gestured and zipped his mouth shut with his hand before saying it's written in the work manual as well. I will make sure to remind our staffers not to say anything regarding the double O players. In fact, we have an entire manual dedicated to secrecy and confidentiality. Cha Hai-mai seemed relieved after hearing his response, and she added, Oh, right. Please take extra caution and make sure that none of T-Sung's details gets leaked to that scoundrel. T-Sung is not an ordinary double O player, and the head office wishes for T-Sung to play in the best environment possible. You do not have to be worried about that. But are there even ordinary double O players? He asked. Of course there aren't. She replied with a smile before continuing, however. Double O player with 96.5% compatibility is quite rare. T-Sung is already a VIP at the head office. No, he will become a VIP among the VIPs. He will be a VVIP. I agree with you. He is worthy of being treated as a VVIP considering his 96.5% compatibility, Oh Jun Hwan replied. All right, I'll go and attend to my work now, Cha Hai Mai said as she took her laptop out of her bag before asking, can you please provide me with all of T-Sung's records and logs today? I will have to submit a report and the invoice for the ogre as well. I will prepare it right away. Oh Jun Hwan replied with a nod. Next morning, 4 men wearing formal attire stood outside of T-Sung's cramped studio room. They were the mechanics who would install the ogre. Is this Han T-Sung Nim's residence? The mechanic Lee Yi-sung asked in surprise. It was only natural for him to be taken aback since the ogre was a product that cost a jaw-dropping 8.38 billion won. As such, he had been expecting the ogre's owner to live in a penthouse or a luxurious mansion. However, the ogre's owner lived in a studio room that was so cramped it would be impossible for a person to live in it after installing the VR capsule. The only silver lining in this whole situation was the fact that the ogre's owner did not live in a gasiwan. Why yes, T-Sung muttered in response. Ah, damn it, I didn't think of this. They say that the belly button is bigger than the belly, but the belly button is too damn big in this case, T-Sung exclaimed inwardly. A situation where a VR capsule like the ogre would be installed in a studio room with a deposit of 10 million won and a monthly rental of 600,000 won did not make any sense even to T-Sung. Fingers would surely be pointed at him for buying a premium capsule despite his current status, but this is so embarrassing, T-Sung thought as his face started turning red. There was a new term created to refer to people like T-Sung, and it was the term capsule poor. T-Sung was certain that he would end up as the king of capsule poors if the news of him receiving the ogre went viral on social media. Fortunately, he didn't have to worry about anything like that since anything related to the ogre was a confidential matter. Are you Han T-Sung Nim, the owner of the ogre? Lee Yi-sung asked. Why yes. Why? T-Sung awkwardly replied. Dao's teachings couldn't be found in his head at this moment. Really? Lee Yi-sung asked in response, seemingly in doubt. Yes, T-Sung replied while shrinking back. Are you really Han T-Sung Customer Nim? Is this really Han T-Sung Customer Nim's residence? Lee Yi-sung asked. No, T-Sung replied while shaking his head, and then he said, this is not my residence. I'm just leasing it, haha. Haha, I paid 10 million won as a deposit and I'm paying 600,000 won a month in rent. The maintenance fees are 50,000 won a month. What the hell? Is he serious? This guy is nuts. This generation is hopeless. The 4 mechanics wore strange expressions on their faces. Damn it. I'm so embarrassed. T-Sung's entire face flushed red. Are these tears? Why am I crying? A wave of sorrow suddenly swept through his mind like a tsunami. It was the sorrow of not having his own house and the sorrow of being poor. Right now, T-Sung was probably the most pitiful person in the world. The English translation of Gasiwan is dormitory. But it is an entirely different thing. So I decided to keep the term Gasiwan. A Gasiwan is a place where poor university kids live, and it looks like a coffin. See for yourselves, too. This is a Korean expression meaning that a secondary thing is larger than the primary thing. Will be easier if you understand it in delivery food. Terms where the food costs $6, but the delivery fee costs $18. The English equivalent here is the tail can't wag the dog, which means that a minor or secondary part of something is dominating the whole or main part. 3. The term is a play on a term widely used in Korea today, which is car poor. This term is used to refer to people who purchase luxury vehicles when they can't afford them, and the only way they can afford them is by skimping on their food and housing budget. The embarrassing moment passed. The installation somehow went without a hitch. Would you please sign here? Lee Yi-sung asked while extending a piece of paper over to T-Sung. Sure, T-Sung replied as he roughly scribbled his name on the paper before giving it back to Lee Yi-sung. Here. Thank you, Customer Nim. The installation is complete, so I wish you a good time playing. Ha. Lee Yi-sung said while awkwardly laughing. He was looking at T-Sung with eyes that seemed like they were wondering, who the hell is this kid? What the hell is he? Yes, I'm the king of capsule poors, T-Sung thought. He understood what Lee Yi-sung meant through his eyes. To be honest, also found it funny that he was living in a studio unit as the owner of a hyper capsule like the ogre. Well, yeah, then, thank you for your hard work today, goodbye. T-Sung awkwardly bid the mechanics goodbye. When the door closed, T-Sung could finally relax. Phew, I really thought I was going to die from embarrassment. Why did I not think of that? T-Sung muttered. His gaze then turned to the room with yellowed walls, mold growing all over it, and dust covering the floor, in fact. Most people would probably consider his room one of the messiest rooms in the world. However, the world's most expensive VR capsule was installed right in the middle of this room. The VR capsule took most of the space in his room and only left just enough space for him to lie down on the floor. Debt, T-Sung muttered. He was silent for a while before continuing. I should move out of here as soon as I pay my debts off. This capsule is starting to look cheap because of the room. It was an insult to house a hypercapsule like the ogre in a room like this. Let's make a lot of money, T-Sung muttered and steeled his resolve to become rich and move somewhere better. After his new VR capsule was installed, he had a lot of things to do. He had to take the VR USM that held his user information and insert it into his new VR capsule, and connect it to his laptop to download the BMW client. On top of that, he had to send his hologram recognition, retinal scan, fingerprint, other information to Hive Games Entertainment to register his identity once again. The virtual reality game's security features were complicated and high-level. It took an hour for T-Sung to complete the verification process and install the BMW client on his new VR capsule. Now, it was time for him to hop into the ogre. Seuk. T-Sung placed his right hand on the reinforced glass cover of the ogre. User verification complete. The ogre's glass cover opened after it verified T-Sung's handprint. Oh right, they said that I will need the smart key to start it up. T-Sung muttered while lying on the seat made out of premium quality Alcantara leather. Took out the purple crystal key and carefully inserted it into the key slot on the lower right portion of the VR capsule. Woo-wah. The ogre's engine, which ran on electricity, let out a smooth humming sound as it booted up before eventually letting out a low growl. This feels different from a normal VR capsule, T-Sung muttered while listening to the sound of the ogre's engine. The ogre's engine sounded very different from T-Sung's old VR capsule. I wonder what the graphics will look like. He was looking forward to how realistic and clear the graphics the hypercapsule ogre would depict. But he did not expect too much from it, since it would be impossible to perfectly replicate what reality looked like with a virtual reality program. Virtual reality game players would realize at one point that the game was truly virtual because of the minuscule difference in graphics between the real world and the game world. However, the ogre was the best among the current generation of VR capsules, and T-Sung boasted a 96.5% compatibility with this monster of a capsule. A seemingly much more realistic world than reality itself should soon appear before him. Let's go, T-Sung said in anticipation as he put on the ogre's headgear made out of carbon fiber. Do you wish to connect to the brave new world? Yes, you are now connecting to the brave new world. Loading. Loading. 17% loading. 59% loading. 99%, 100% loading complete. You are now connected to the game. T-Sung closed his eyes after reading the last message. Flash. A bright light flashed, then T-Sung found himself standing as Siegfried in the middle of the town square. Despite his sudden appearance, it seemed that no one was looking at him. Adventurers, players, appearing from the warp gate installed in the middle of the town square was a common everyday occurrence for the Neubergens, NPC, and they had long gotten used to it. What the heck, Siegfried muttered after coming online. He checked his body out and made a few simple movements while seemingly doubting his own senses. Why is it so realistic? He muttered. A world unlike what he had seen so far appeared in front of him, and all his senses were seemingly one with the world. He could hear the chatter of the passers-by, the wind caressing his cheek, the warm sunlight shining down on his skin, the rugged stone pavement under his feet, and he could even smell the stench coming out from the sewer. It was different. It was definitely different. The world his old VR capsule showed could not be compared to this, and he was certain that even the premium VR capsule he had, when things were still going well for him, did not offer even a quarter of what he was seeing right now. So this is what a hypercapsule can do, Siegfried muttered while in awe of the ogre's capabilities. Could finally understand why that rich scoundrel, Jung Kai-ho, was so obsessed with the ogre. It's different. It's definitely different. I feel like this is reality. No, this is reality. Siegfried muttered in awe. He had never imagined that virtual reality could look as realistic as reality, and he realized that the hype Jun Hwan had sold him wasn't just hype. He also realized that this could only mean one thing. This sensation, I might be able to fight better with this. Siegfried thought as he noticed that his senses and the responsiveness of his movements had become much sharper than before. Let's go, he told himself as he immediately started moving. Wanted to test things out as soon as possible, and he wanted to know how it felt to fight in his new hypercapsule. He left the town square and headed toward the Mercenary Guild. The Mercenary Guild seemed quite empty today for some reason. This was a common occurrence since, like what the guild receptionist Jericho had said, the Bierman territory was a small place. There were only a few adventurers visiting this place, and the number of Newburgian mercenaries who came to visit wasn't that many as well. The only so-called mercenaries who often visited were the local hunters, and that was why it was just natural that the place was quite empty. "Oh, you are back," Jericho said after seeing Siegfried. "I want to do some work," Siegfried said. "I see that you are quite motivated," Jericho responded. "I want to become stronger after all," Siegfried replied. Every single part of his body was itching to fight, and that was why he wanted to get a quest as soon as possible and run to the hunting grounds. "All right, I'll give you something to do then," Jericho said before taking out a stack of requests from the citizens of Bierman territory and going over them. I do have something for you, but..." Jericho hesitated for a second. "I don't think you can do it, though." Jericho shook his head. "What is that request about?" Siegfried asked. It's to hunt a pack of mutated wolves," Jericho said with an awkward smile. "Mutated wolves?" Siegfried muttered. "I'm not looking down on you, but I think that it's a bit early for you to challenge mutated wolves," Jericho said. "I will do it," Siegfried confidently responded. "Are you sure? Will you be fine?" Jericho asked, seemingly surprised by his response. "Hey, look here, Siegfried, I want you to reconsider it. Mutated wolves are strong since they are mutated predators. They aren't the same as other mutated animals. Let me find you another request." "No, I will do it." Siegfried interrupted Jericho's words. "Haha, I shouldn't have mentioned it in the first place." Jericho regretted even bringing the request up in the first place. "Let's give it a shot. I'm an immortal anyway, so you don't have anything to worry about," Siegfried reasoned. "Well, that is true," Jericho muttered. "Can you give me the details of the quest? I want to get going right now," Siegfried urged. "All right, I have no choice if you are so eager to do it. Go south and talk to Grandpa Bucati at the ranch. He will tell you the details of the quest," Jericho replied. "All right, I will get going now," Siegfried said. "Ho ho, it's good to see that you look so eager." Jericho chuckled. "It's nothing impressive," Siegfried said before leaving the Mercenary Guild. "Alert, you have accepted the quest, protect the ranch." A message popped up in front of Siegfried, "Protect the ranch." Type, normal quest details, kill the mutated wolves attacking Grandpa Bucati's ranch. Progress, 0% reward, 20 gold. The quest was pretty straightforward and simple. The atmosphere surrounding Grandpa Bucati's ranch was heavy. The ranch workers were standing guard while holding their farming tools, and the eyes of the sheep and cows were filled with nervousness as well. On top of that, there were traces of blood all over the green pasture that seemed to prove the viciousness of the mutant wolves' harassment. "I've come to meet Grandpa Bucati," Siegfried said to a ranch worker passing by. I guess you are an adventurer. You don't look that strong, though," the ranch worker said while inspecting Siegfried from head to toe before continuing. "But I guess that's a given since there are no strong adventurers willing to come to a small territory like ours." Siegfried's temper almost exploded when the ranch worker treated him like a weakling, but he decided to calm down and let it pass. For now. "I guess it's also important to look strong," he thought. After all, he knew very well how important first impressions were. "You will be able to find Grandpa Bucati over that hill. It won't be that difficult for you to find him since he is a dark-skinned old man," the ranch worker said. Siegfried did not reply to the ranch worker as he immediately turned around and made his way to the hills. "Excuse me. Are you Grandpa Bucati?" Siegfried asked a dark-skinned old man. The dark-skinned old man was standing watch over the ranch with 5 other hunters. But, what the heck? He looks exactly like Morgan Freeman, Siegfried thought. Surprisingly, Grandpa Bucati looked exactly like the famous Hollywood actor Morgan Freeman. "Ah, you must be an adventurer." "Yes, I am Bucati," said the old man. "I came to help you hunt the mutated wolves," Siegfried said. "Really? I'm grateful for your offer, but can you really do it? The mutated wolves are vicious and aggressive." "Ah, I'm not looking down on you, and I apologize if you feel offended." You just don't look experienced in this field, that's all. Please do not worry about me. I am capable of protecting myself at the very least, Siegfried replied. Well, every hand counts, so I have to thank you then, Grandpa Bucati said. Grandpa Bucati seemed skeptical of Siegfried, but he did not grumble about it any further. However, the hunter's response to Siegfried's participation was different from Grandpa Bucati's. What? That greenhorn is going to try and hunt the mutated wolves. Tusk, are there really no other mercenaries around this place that the guild has no choice but to send us a greenhorn like him? They say that being ignorant can make you brave, too. I'm sure he can afford to be ignorant once in a while since he's immortal. I just hope he doesn't get in our way. The hunters openly expressed their displeasure at Siegfried's participation. However, Siegfried did not pay any attention to the grumblings of the hunters. Didn't have to be offended by their act of looking down on him because he would become stronger anyway. In fact, he was confident that he would reach heights these hunters could only dream of. That was his goal. Where is the pack of mutated wolves? Siegfried asked Morgan Freeman. No, Grandpa Bucati. We have no idea where they are hiding since they're quite stealthy. Grandpa Bucati said. The old man could not finish his words because the sheep suddenly started crying. Mie, it's the wolves. The wolves are here, they are coming, the hunters shouted. They are attacking in broad daylight, even when so many people are standing watch. Siegfried was slightly taken aback by the wolves' brazenness. Predators like wolves usually struck at night beneath the cover of the darkness, but it seemed that these wolves were different. There. Over there, Grandpa Bucati shouted while pointing at something in the distance. Grrr, grrr, grrr. The old man was pointing at 10 mutated wolves running around. Well, I'm grateful that they saved me the trouble of looking for them, Siegfried grinned. He tightly gripped the steel rod in his hand. Step, 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 step. Siegfried ran toward the pack of mutated wolves running in his direction. Hey, young man, Grandpa Bucati shouted and tried to stop Siegfried from charging to his demise. Where are you going? Come back. Shouldn't waste your life like that even if you're immortal. Dying will still hurt. Come back, Grandpa Bucati exclaimed. I'm going to be fine, Siegfried replied while waving his hand before adding, I just don't have to die, right? Hey, do you have a death wish or what? Grandpa Bucati shouted once again. It seemed that he was genuinely worried about Siegfried. He had seen countless novice adventurers rush to their deaths in his lifetime, and he wanted to warn the young man running in front of him of the dire consequences of his actions. Siegfried was well aware that it was going to be difficult for him to hunt these mutated wolves with his current stats. The mutated wolves are at least level 15. Their HP and defense might be lower than the mutated bisons. Their attacks will definitely be stronger than those bisons, not to mention their attack speed will be much faster than the other mutated animals I have faced, and they are much more intelligent than them too. I shouldn't be overconfident and underestimate them, Siegfried thought. He knew that these wolves were going to be different from the mutated animals he had encountered before. But he still wanted to test his abilities out, to be exact. He wanted to test the ogre's capability and his 96.5% compatibility. And he could feel a sense of confidence welling up inside. Of him, I get the feeling that I'm not going to lose to them. He had no idea where this confidence came from, but he was certain that he could beat the pack of wolves despite being a mere level 5, woo-off. One of the mutated wolves barked at him. It was the wolf standing at the forefront, and it was also the largest one among them, so that guy is the alpha. Siegfried thought the pack of mutated wolves started to get closer to him. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, woof, woof, the alpha wolf barked. Siegfried was certain that it was trying to intimidate him or it just gave the command to attack. They're coming, Siegfried thought as he tightly gripped his steel rod. Tack. The alpha wolf suddenly kicked off of the ground and jumped, and its target was the human holding a steel rod. Siegfried, you dare jump? Then I guess you won't be able to avoid this. Then, Siegfried's eyes sharpened. Grrr. The alpha wolf let out a growl before opening its mouth to try and bite Siegfried's neck. Pukyok, Siegfried slammed his steel rod into the lower jaw of the alpha wolf. Grrr. The alpha wolf lost its balance and fell to the ground after being hit by the human's counterattack. Siegfried was not someone who would pass on such a golden opportunity. Pug. Pukyok, Siegfried used smite and swung his steel rod into the alpha wolf's head. Kekang, kekang, the alpha wolf cried out in agony. Oh, I'm dealing a decent amount of damage, Siegfried said with satisfaction at the damage smite dealt. The mutated wolf possessed a lower defense than the mutated bisons, so it did not take him long to take care of it, but the problem was that there was a pack of wolves in front of him. Grrr, woof, woof, grrr. The 10 remaining mutated wolves rushed at Siegfried. All right, they are all here, so it's time to lay down my circle, Siegfried thought as he activated both Circle of Mortality and Circle of Weakness at the same time. What was next after placing his circles? Yes. It was time for him to let loose and go on a rampage. Let's let loose and beat these guys up. Siegfried swung his steel rod like a madman. Oh my God, Grandpa Bucati exclaimed. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. I thought he was a greenhorn. The hunters exclaimed as well. Siegfried did not die, and he was still fighting on top of that. He's strong. A hunter exclaimed. Siegfried looked like he was enjoying beating the pack of wolves with his steel rod. This is not how I thought it would turn out. What the hell is that greenhorn? I'm certain that he looked very weak. He is fighting against that many wolves alone. What the hell? I guess an adventurer is still an adventurer after all. The hunters could not hide their surprise. That was how well Siegfried was fighting. No, he was not fighting the wolves, he was beating them up. Puck, puck, puck. The sound of Siegfried's steel rod as he pummeled the wolves reverberated across the plains. Kekeng, 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 kiaing, kaiing. The mutated wolves' whimpers echoed along with it. Grandpa Bucati and the hunters were stupefied. However, Siegfried could not care less whether they were shocked or not. I'm actually surprised that I managed to do this. I'm only level 5, right? Siegfried was astounded by his own display of strength. He could not even think about what others thought of his display of prowess because he was fully immersed in his own thoughts. More than 10 mutated wolves, 12 mutated wolves to be exact, were aiming for his thigh. Ankle, back, shoulder, arm, and the rest of his body at the same time. I can see it. I can see their attacks. I can feel it. I can sense where they are aiming. What is this feeling? Siegfried wondered. His heightened 5 senses alerted him of every single move the mutated wolves made. A person could train themselves to read their opponents' movements, but it was extremely difficult to read a group of opponents' attacks, especially when they were attacking randomly without a set pattern. A person's mind and body had to work together for them to be able to respond to their enemy's attacks, even if they were able to read it in the first place. In fact, a professional athlete or a professional dancer wouldn't have perfect control over their bodies, even if they trained themselves to do it. It was extremely difficult for human beings to train themselves until they had perfect control over their own bodies. However, that was not the case for Siegfried. Dodge that. I can dodge it. My body is moving just as I want it to. It's moving exactly as I want it to. Siegfried thought excitedly. His brain analyzed every single attack from the wolves based on the information it collected from his 5 senses, and it commanded his body to move accordingly then. Siegfried's body would immediately carry out the commands issued by his brain. In short, he was able to perfectly dodge all of the attacks without a hitch. This was only possible because his mind and body were completely synced together as one. And this was made possible thanks to these factors. The ogre's insane specification. His insane compatibility with the ogre. The combat sense he had acquired after being one-sidedly pummeled by his master for an extended period of time. The amazing combat prowess Siegfried displayed was made possible by the combination of these factors. 10 minutes later, Siegfried's steel rod crushed the final mutated wolf's head. Pukiok, you have leveled up. Siegfried level 10 class. Debuff master, he gained a whopping 5 levels after killing all 12 mutated wolves. It seemed he had gained extra experience points after killing enemies higher in level than him. Hey! Grandpa Bucati shouted while rushing towards Siegfried. I'm sorry about a while ago. We seem to have underestimated you a bit too much earlier. I'm sorry for looking down on you. You don't seem like an average greenhorn. Are you really a novice, your movement? Those weren't something a novice can pull off. The hunters were openly looking down on him before, but now they apologized before praising him like there was no tomorrow. Siegfried did not bother to reply to them. Rather, he did not have the luxury to even hear what they were saying since his mind was preoccupied with something else. Is this what it feels like to be like those talented people? Siegfried thought, and a chill went down his spine. His back broke out in cold sweat as he felt like a cold blade was placed on his neck the moment he realized that he was trying to beat the so-called talented players who probably possessed the same combat sense he had displayed just now. Now, it's obvious why I couldn't beat them. I would have never won against them even in the next life if there were this much difference between us. Never, Siegfried thought as he realized his foolishness. The saying that ignorance would make a person brave seemed to perfectly suit the actions of his previous self.
Tahloi. Tahloi.
Ah, Siegfried laughed without realizing it. It seems that I was foolish and didn't know my place back then. I could have never beaten them, but I kept on doing my best to win. Siegfried finally realized the terrifying gap between their talent, and he was now certain that a hard-working person could never beat someone born with innate talent, but I can beat them now. I won't be crushed and trampled on like before. Siegfried thought as he steeled his resolve. He was confident that he wouldn't lose to them when it came to reaction speed at the least. Just you wait. I will catch up to you bastards very soon, he thought before looking up at the sky. He was looking at those sitting at the top, at the ones he could never defeat before. Alert, you have completed the quest, protect the ranch. That was how Siegfried's debut fight with the ogre ended. Alert, return to the mercenary guild to collect your reward. Alert, you are in possession of a lot of stat and skill points that are yet to be invested. Invest these points to grow stronger. There was nothing much left for Siegfried to do at the ranch. He collected the mutated wolf's fangs and hides before heading to the mercenary guild to collect his reward. He distributed his stat and skill points just like he did when he first distributed them. It was much more efficient for him to invest all of his bonus stat points in strength, so he invested all of them in strength. Since he didn't learn any new skills, he invested his skill points in smite, circle of mortality, and circle of weakness in a 4-4-2 ratio. I wonder when I'll be able to learn a new skill? Well, I'm only level 10, so I guess there's no rush for now. Siegfried muttered. The main problem with the book Deus had given him was that the information was shrouded in a veil of mystery, and he could only check the skill details only after reaching a certain level to unlock them. I should level up even faster. Siegfried grumbled. While he was grumbling, a message popped up in front of him. Alert, you will be able to learn a new skill when you reach level 30. Level 30, that's not far off. Siegfried muttered after reading the message. It was possible to power level to level 100 in B&W, and that was why Siegfried said that he was not far off from becoming level 30. Moreover, his leveling speed was actually faster than the average user. I should level up. Siegfried muttered before a burst of boisterous laughter resounded from out of nowhere and cut him off.
What
the hell was that? Siegfried thought and turned around. Oh. I found you, I finally found you, an old man exclaimed. Of course. It wasn't Deus, since he was certain that his alcoholic master was probably tucked away somewhere in Mount Kunlun, enjoying his booze. The laughter came from an old man who looked the opposite to his master. He was around 2 meters tall with bulky arms and broad shoulders. He had a fair complexion. But his overgrown beard and the large blade on his back made him look like a barbarian. The old man looked old. But he was probably more fit than the average male adult. Who might you be, elder? Siegfried asked, while being slightly wary of the large old man before continuing with another question. Why were you laughing so loudly? Why was I laughing? The old man asked in response with a large grin before saying, it's because I was happy. Why are you happy? Siegfried asked carefully. That's because the old man paused. I have finally found a worthy disciple, the old man exclaimed. Huh, a worthy disciple, who's that? Siegfried asked. Who else? It's you, Biwahaha. The old man burst into another peal of boisterous laughter. What the hell is this old man saying? Siegfried grimaced at the loud old man. What disciple? What nonsense is this old man spouting? Siegfried was taken aback. Since he already had a master, it was only normal for him to be astonished by the old man's words. Who the hell is this old man? Siegfried thought and used his rune of insight to check the old man's information. Beetlejuice type, named NPC race. Human level 361 titles, Sword Emperor. The one who splits the mountains and the sea. 5-star heaven. The large old man wasn't as strong as Deus, but he was a very high-leveled NPC. In fact, he was not only high-leveled, but he had surpassed all of the current rankers, with the highest ones hovering around level 300. It seemed that his title as the Sword Emperor wasn't just for show after all. Kekek. Beetlejuice let out a laugh before saying, did you see it, my disciple? Have you finally realized who I am? He seemed to have realized that Siegfried used the rune of insight on him. You might be aware of this by now, but if I were to brag about myself for a bit. I'm the Sword Emperor, ha-ha-ha. I'm the boss of the 5-star heaven, ha-ha-ha. Beetlejuice said before boisterously laughing. The five-star heaven referred to the 5 stars above the Nuremberg continent, and this was also the title they gave to the 5 people who had reached the pinnacle. The self-proclaimed boss of the 5-star heaven. Beetlejuice was an old veteran who scoured through the Nuremberg continent his entire life in search of ways to sharpen his skills. Then one day, "I have finally created my own set of skills, Q-ha-ha-ha," Beetlejuice exclaimed with raucous laughter. After training and honing himself his entire life, he had finally created his own set of skills. However, the joy from his accomplishment lasted only for a while as a thought passed through his head. I'm already 120 years old, so I think I will need to have a disciple before I croak and kick the bucket. It's a waste if these skills don't get passed on to the next generations. Yes, it will truly be a waste. The fact that he did not have someone to pass his skills weighed heavily on his mind. This was all because he was so focused on training himself his entire life that he never had the luxury to build personal relations with people. All right, let's get a disciple, Beetlejuice exclaimed. He decided to find himself a successor since he did not want the skills he dedicated his entire life to create to be buried along with him after his death. That was why he immediately set out once again to scour the continent for his heir apparent. However, finding a disciple wasn't as easy as he thought it would be. That guy is good at utilizing his mana, but his combat sense is atrocious. That guy has excellent combat sense and mana control, but his body is a mess. Those people are bound to hit a wall and their growth will eventually plateau. All the qualities are there, but no, there's no passion. Beetlejuice's standards were simply too high for anyone to meet, and he found it difficult to find someone who satisfied his requirements. This person failed because of this, and that person failed because of that. This kept going on until 10 years had already passed since he first set out to find a disciple. His repeated failure to find a disciple made him start to think that he should start looking for a coffin and a burial site instead. As he was already too old, "I will die from old age before I can even train my disciple at this rate. Damn it, I should have just settled for that guy from a while ago," Beetlejuice thought as he decided to look for the ones who barely failed his standards. However, it was already too late. What? That guy became that person's disciple? Damn it, he's gone. Where did he go? What? He became a royal knight. She died. How? Hit by a carriage? Damn it. The disciple candidates he previously dropped on his list had all disappeared. This is getting serious. I will need at least 20 years to properly train a disciple. But I'm already 130 years old. 20 years is stretching it, he nervously exclaimed. Even though reaching the pinnacle of master meant extending their lifespan, there was still a limit to a person's lifespan. Becoming 150 years old was already testing the limits of mortality. However, it would be a different story if he reached the realm of Grandmaster. Disciple, I need to find a disciple. I should just go ahead and settle for anyone who seems fine. In the end, Beetlejuice decided to just find any suitable candidate to pass down his skills before he croaked and kicked the bucket. However, look at that fella, he exclaimed in surprise and delight. Was walking along the roads of some backwater rural province when he found a young man fighting against a pack of mutated wolves all by himself. The scene attracted his eyes. Wow! Beetlejuice could not help but exclaim in admiration at the young man's movement. It was an understatement to call the young man excellent, since it would be more fitting to say that he was flawless. He is a greenhorn, but wow, his combat sense is awesome. Look at that, his decision-making ability is excellent as well. His mana control is flawless too. Oh, his body is also a gift from the heavens itself. Wow, this is amazing. Beetlejuice exclaimed. Everything about the young man satisfied his ridiculously high standards. It's him, he's the one I'm looking for. He shall become the disciple of this Beetlejuice, he exclaimed in excitement and toward the young man. The young man would surely accept his offer, but Grandpa Bucati and the hunters, who were NPCs, all exclaimed in surprise and awe when Beetlejuice revealed his identity. This can't be. Are you really the Sword Emperor Beetlejuice? Oh my God, he looks exactly like the Beetlejuice I've heard. Why would a person like him be in this backwater province? Their reactions was something Beetlejuice had expected since. The name of the 5-star heaven was like a free pass to anywhere on the continent. On top of that, a level 300 individual was guaranteed a marquee title, and they could even choose which kingdom they wanted to receive the title from. However, Siegfried's response was the complete opposite of Grandpa Bucati's and the hunter's expectations. So, what? Beetlejuice muttered in surprise before saying, I'm the Sword Emperor of the 5-star heaven. I heard you, Siegfried nonchalantly replied as if the old man's title wasn't anything amazing.
Ho ho.
Beetlejuice let out a low laugh before he said, You look like a greenhorn. I guess you are too young to know what's going on in the world. Tusk, tusk. No wonder you had no particular reaction even after I told you that I was the Sword Emperor of the 5-star heaven. It's surely because you have no idea what's out there. Haha, all right, let me explain. Beetlejuice said, I know. Siegfried replied, You know. Beetlejuice muttered in disbelief. The 5-star heaven refers to the 5 masters, right? There are only 5 masters on the continent, and they are all extremely strong, Siegfried said. There was no way Siegfried wouldn't know what was going on. In the Nuremberg continent, with his years of experience playing BMW. I'm sorry, but aren't you a step too late, he thought. He would have hurriedly accepted the offer to become the Sword Emperor's disciple without any qualms if it had been offered to him a few months ago. No, I'm sure he wouldn't spare me even a glance if I were myself a few months ago. The only reason Siegfried was who he was today was thanks to the repeated tempering and quenching Deus had put him through. So there was no way that Beetlejuice would have even considered Siegfried, no, Han Ti-sung as his disciple back then. The deciding factor behind his refusal was the fact that Siegfried already had a master. He was a level 999 hidden NPC at that. Beetlejuice might be a level 361 named NPC, but he was nothing but a speck of dust compared to Deus. Lastly, the Sword Emperor was not all that attractive to Siegfried after he had witnessed what a true supreme being could do. However, there was no way that Beetlejuice would be aware of Siegfried's thoughts. You know, then why are you refusing? You can become really strong if you become my disciple. Your life will change if you become strong. You will earn a lot of money and people will flock to you, and women, dozens of beautiful women will, Beetlejuice retorted. However, Siegfried interrupted him. I'm aware of that too. I'm aware of what becoming your disciple means. Then, why are you refusing such a great opportunity? Beetlejuice asked with a hint of denial in his voice. I am grateful for your interest, but I am already serving a master, so Siegfried said. When Siegfried was about to politely refuse the Sword Emperor's offer, the Sword Emperor suddenly interjected. You can just leave that guy and become my disciple. Siegfried was rendered speechless at the Sword Emperor's brazenness. Leave his master, just because of someone like Beetlejuice. Sir, Siegfried said in a low, calm voice, despite the astonishment. I apologize, but would you kindly refrain from making such remarks? My master is stronger than you are, and I have received the teachings to become invincible from my master as well. So how can I abandon him and become your disciple? Siegfried said. As stronger than I am, is that true? Beetlejuice asked, taken aback. It is just as I said, Siegfried said. Who is it? Beetlejuice shouted before asking amidst the astonishment, Is your master one of the 5-star heavens? He is on a different level compared to them, Siegfried replied. Then. Is it the 3 jewels then? Beetlejuice asked. The 3 jewels is the title conferred to the 3 grandmasters on the continent. He is above them, Siegfried said while pointing up to the sky. That was right, Deus was closer to a celestial being beyond human realms. Masters and grandmasters were people who had transcended the mortal coil, but they were nothing but normal humans in front of Deus. He is, Siegfried started, but he was quickly shot down by the Sword Emperor. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Beetlejuice retorted, a human stronger than the 5-star heaven and the 3 jewels. Huh, can't you tell a more believable lie? Look at this punk treating me like a fool just because. I favored him a bit, what? Is your master the demon lord or something? Huh, you can't go around telling such lies. You know, Beetlejuice added. It seemed that the Sword Emperor did not believe a single thing Siegfried said, and it also seemed that Deus' greatness was something unbelievable, even to a member of the 5-star heaven. Stop coming up with excuses and just become my disciple, will you? Hey, I'm not trying to badmouth your master or anything, but he probably lied to you since you're so gullible and innocent, after all. Every master would want to look cool to their disciples, Beetlejuice said, trying to convince Siegfried to change his mind. I have no intentions of doing that. So please go on your way, Siegfried said with a colder voice this time. I don't think he is going to believe me even if I explained any further. But how dare he badmouth my master when he is only a master? How does he plan to handle things? If my master gets wind of what he said, Siegfried thought. There was a saying that a puppy would not be scared of a tiger, and this was a saying that fitted Beetlejuice perfectly well, however. His reaction was somewhat understandable, since Deus' greatness was already in the realm of impossibility. Then, I will continue what I was doing. Siegfried politely said before he took his tools out from his bag and continued to harvest the mutated wolf's hides and fangs. What the hell is this guy? Beetlejuice muttered in disbelief while looking at Siegfried. How was it possible for a man to be so direct and straightforward? However, Siegfried's temperament did nothing but make him look much more favorable in the Sword Emperor's eyes. No, this just proves that he is a man of character. He got upset because I badmouthed his master. And the fact that he refused my offer and decided to remain with his worthless master is proof of his loyalty, and since he believed his master's baseless boasting, it shows that he's pretty innocent as well. Ho ho, look at this guy. He's a real man. Beetlejuice thought while looking at Siegfried with shining eyes. A message suddenly popped up in front of Siegfried. Alert, the Sword Emperor Beetlejuice likes you. That was not the only message that popped up. Alert, the Sword Emperor Beetlejuice's affinity with you has increased by +10. Alert, the Sword Emperor Beetlejuice's affinity with you has increased by +10. Alert, the Sword Emperor Beetlejuice's affinity with you has increased by +10. Alert, the Sword Emperor Beetlejuice's affinity with you has increased by +10. The Sword Emperor's affinity with Siegfried went up like crazy. What the hell? Siegfried's face crumpled. Siegfried was annoyed as he wondered. I'm busy and I'm ignoring him right now, so why the hell did his affinity with me increase all of a sudden? It was pretty difficult to raise an NPC's affinity with a player. It was rare to receive a message alerting a player of an NPC's increase in affinity with them. Why? That was because it would become too easy for the players to coax the NPCs if it were that easy to raise their affinity with them, and since B&W strived to be as realistic as possible, they made sure that doing that would be difficult. But despite all that, the fact that an NPC's affinity with him had increased could only mean that the NPC was really interested in building ties with him. It also meant that Beetlejuice's opinion of Siegfried was ironclad. I hope he doesn't continue to cling on to me, Siegfried thought, annoyed while he was deep in his thoughts. A roar reverberated from somewhere. What the hell was that? Siegfried immediately turned toward where the roar came from, and his eyes grew large the moment he saw the source of the roar. That's a mutated tiger, Siegfried exclaimed in surprise. A large black tiger was rushing toward him in the distance. Grip. Siegfried tightly gripped his steel rod as he prepared for the charging predator. T-Tiger, it's a tiger. A mutated tiger appeared. Everyone, run away, run for your lives. The hunters ran away as fast as they could. Hurry up and run away, hurry. Even the ranch owner, Grandpa Bucati, shouted as he dragged his old body away. However, these people were actually being foolish since it seemed that they had forgotten who was in this place as well. Even though he might not be as amazing as Deus, Beetlejuice was still a 5-star heaven, so a mutated tiger was something he could easily handle with a flick of his finger. However, Grandpa Bucati and the hunters ran away because of the fear of tigers ingrained in them. After all, a tiger was considered to be the strongest predator out there if monsters were excluded from the list, and the fact that such a fierce predator was even mutated by an unknown energy only made it even more vicious and dangerous. Mutated tiger was incomparably much more dangerous compared to the likes of mutated wolves. Ho ho, Beetlejuice laughed, seemingly amused by the mutated tiger. The world really seems to be messed up these days, judging by the fact that these kinds of rubbish keep showing up, he grumbled before turning around to Siegfried and saying, Don't you worry. I can easily take care of that oversized cat myself, Where did he go? However, Siegfried was no longer there, and that was because, Hey, where are you going? Beetlejuice shouted when he saw Siegfried running toward the mutated tiger. Siegfried was being reckless. He was level 10 and mutated tiger, a tiger mutated by an unknown power. Level 25 ability, dark attribute attacks. The mutated tiger was 15 levels higher than him. On top of that, the black tiger that resembled a panther had the ability to deal dark attribute attacks. A dark attribute attack had the ability to debuff its enemy and wear them down. It was evident that the mutated tiger was too much for the level 10 Siegfried to handle, but he still bravely charged toward the mutated tiger even though he was aware of it. Let's test and see if I can overcome a 15-level difference, Siegfried thought. He wanted to know if he had the capability to surpass level gaps. And he wanted to feel it with his own body. There's no harm even if I die this time, since most of my items are trash anyway. The 49 hours I'll have to wait is a bit of a waste, but I'll just think of it as an opportunity cost to test my limits. The penalty he would receive for dying was going to be insignificant since he was still a low-leveled user. However, he knew he had nothing to lose, and this was why he was able to quickly make the decision to charge recklessly at the mutated tiger. Beetlejuice grimaced after seeing Siegfried rushing toward the mutated tiger. How foolish. You shouldn't do something so reckless out of overconfidence. Don't get too cocky. Your recklessness will get you killed before you can even achieve your full potential, he exclaimed. Siegfried looked nothing but reckless in his eyes right now. To him, Siegfried was nothing more than an overconfident greenhorn rushing to his demise. Beetlejuice could tell that Siegfried wasn't strong enough to face the mutated tiger no matter his talent. I should go and save that punk before something happens. Beetlejuice muttered and pulled out his gigantic sword. Flinch, however, he suddenly stopped moving. But I'm curious, he exclaimed. He wanted to personally witness Siegfried's limits. He is the best one I had seen among my disciple candidates, and I'm sure that he will once again amaze me by showing me the depths of his limits. Beetlejuice muttered. Curiosity. That's right, the Sword Emperor wanted to witness the limits of the greenhorn who captivated him in an instant. Let's just watch for now. He will come back to life even if he dies anyway, Beetlejuice murmured as he watched over the battle between the mutated tiger and Siegfried. The fight between the mutated tiger and Siegfried was fun. No, it was freaking fun to be more precise. Oh, well, look at this punk, Beetlejuice muttered, seemingly in awe. Is his reaction speed for real? Ho, not bad for a greenhorn. His control over his body is pretty amazing for his age as well. He looks as if he is controlling his body however he wants, and that's not something anyone can achieve unless they had gone through excruciating pain. How tough was the training he had gone through? Beetlejuice muttered. He could roughly tell just how much of a torture, the kind of training Siegfried had to endure to reach his current status. Beetlejuice was severely lacking compared to Siegfried's Master Deus, but he was still perceptive enough as a master. He can perceive the gap between him and his enemy as well, Beetlejuice exclaimed in admiration. The ability to perceive the gap between oneself and one's enemy was an ability only masters or those on the brink of becoming a master possessed. It was an ability to instantly perceive every single thing about the enemy, such as their height, weight, joints, attack range, and everything else, to calculate how much space one had to keep between them and the enemy. This ability allowed one to completely dominate the battle, and it was one of those things that were easy to say but difficult to do. It was easy for anyone to estimate the reach of weapons such as swords, spears, clubs, etc., and use it to their advantage, but the ability to make a decision after factoring in every single detail about their enemy was something entirely different. It was an ability that would take years for most people to master and use in combat. However, the greenhorn Siegfried was doing it right now. Whoosh! The mutated tiger swung its front paw. Siegfried dashed closer to the mutated tiger to avoid its attack, and he immediately counterattacked in close range. Those unfamiliar with combat would say that Siegfried was rushing to his death, since getting closer to an enemy much stronger than oneself was a risky thing to do. After all, he was getting closer to the tiger when he should be creating more distance between them. However, certain people on a certain level, like Beetlejuice for example, saw it in a different way. That's right. That's only possible since he can read his opponent's attack. That's the right choice. Excellent, Beetlejuice exclaimed. Siegfried's decision to come closer to the mutated tiger did not seem reckless at all in the eyes of the Sword Emperor. In fact, he could immediately tell that what Siegfried did was the right choice. Why? It was all because even though it seemed dangerous to come closer to the mutated tiger, the tiger's body structure actually made it the safest place for him at the moment. It seemed that his master isn't a nobody at the very least. He taught him the basics very well. His master must be someone that is close to reaching the level of a master, Beetlejuice muttered. The Sword Emperor had to admit that Siegfried's master wasn't someone ordinary thanks to Siegfried's showcase of his abilities. HMPH, he is still a liar though. How dare he exaggerate his abilities to that and gullible kid, Tusk, what a pitiful man. Beetlejuice grumbled while expressing his displeasure at Siegfried's master. After all, it was impossible to imagine that there was a person greater than the grandmasters of the continent. What Beetlejuice had observed was true. Siegfried was using the perception ability his master had taught him to gain the upper hand against the mutated tiger. Siegfried avoided every single one of the mutated tiger's attacks by combining the ability to control his body as he wanted and the ability to perceive his enemy's attacks. Puck, Pukyok. He smashed his steel rod into the mutated tiger's head numerous times and dealt a decent amount of damage to the tiger. In fact, he was dealing an amount of damage an ordinary level 10 player couldn't deal thanks to the combination of Smite, Circle of Mortality, and Circle of Weakness. Mutated Tiger HP. Thanks to that, the mutated tiger's HP quickly fell by nearly 60% ever since the battle started, and as long as the battle continued to progress like this, Siegfried's overwhelming victory would be inevitable. However, Swahak blood spurted out from Siegfried's chest. Cuke, Siegfried groaned. He immediately jumped back and created some distance between himself and the tiger. You have been hit by a dark attribute attack. Warning: all of your stats have fallen by 3%. This debuff will persist for the next 10 seconds. However, it was already too late. He had already gotten hit by the mutated tiger's debuff ability. Grit. Siegfried gnashed his teeth while thinking, my body is not listening to me. I think I'm already at my limit. His weakened body wasn't reacting fast enough to his commands anymore, and every single one of his muscles was screaming. He felt like his lungs were about to explode, and he was finding it harder to breathe. In the end, his stamina ended up holding him back. You are bleeding. Warning: your HP will slowly deplete. On top of the debuff, he was bleeding as well. HP minus 10, HP minus 10, HP minus 10, he was losing 10 HP per second. Grrr. The mutated tiger let out a low threatening growl as if it were aware of Siegfried's current condition. It seemed that the instincts of a predator identifying a weakened prey had kicked in. What are you looking at? Siegfried gnashed his teeth and gripped his steel rod tighter. Do you really think you can kill me just because I'm in this state? He added. Siegfried did not give up. His body might have reached its limits, but he had no plans to become the tiger's meal for the day. Come at me. Siegfried taunted the mutated tiger. Grrr. The mutated tiger growled, but it didn't fall for Siegfried's taunt. It seemed that the tiger was a bit scared of carelessly getting close to Siegfried after being one-sidedly pummeled by the latter's steel rod. As such, it did not immediately rush in, even though it managed to land a hit on Siegfried. The mutated tiger displayed its intellect. It waited until Siegfried was exhausted. You don't want to? Siegfried smirked and said, if you don't want to come, then I will go to you then. He started walking toward the mutated tiger. What? Beetlejuice shouted with his eyes wide open while observing the battle between the mutated tiger and Siegfried. Just where did this crazy punk come from? He exclaimed once again. The reason the Sword Emperor was so shocked was that the combat style Siegfried had used against the mutated tiger was quite dynamic. The battle between the mutated tiger and Siegfried was a fight to the death. No, rather, it was more accurate to describe it as a messy brawl to the death. Their HP had fallen below 50%, and they threw everything they got as they fought with the aim to kill their opponent through whatever means necessary. The battle between the two was pretty intense. How intense, you ask? Well, crack, crack, krua. The mutated tiger roared in agony. Crack. Siegfried wrapped his arm around the tiger's neck, trying to strangle it to death. He is even using his teeth. Beetlejuice exclaimed in surprise and admiration at the sight of Siegfried biting the mutated tiger's neck. Human biting a tiger's neck instead of the other way around was truly a strange sight. Ooh. Beetlejuice was awed by Siegfried's scrappy fighting style. This kid is really something else. He's amazing, he's awesome, kuhahaha, he exclaimed before boisterously laughing. To be honest, which crazy bastard in the world would even think of biting a tiger's neck in the first place? The courage and bravery Siegfried was showing it was something most people would never imagine, even in their wildest dreams. His thirst for victory, his hatred for defeat, his obsession for survival, lastly, his unyielding spirit. The Siegfried who Beetlejuice was seeing right now wasn't just talented, but he was also born with all of the prerequisites required for someone to become a powerful being. I will certainly, without a doubt, do everything in my power to make you my disciple, Beetlejuice exclaimed as hearts started to appear in his eyes. Alert, the Sword Emperor Beetlejuice's affinity with you has increased by plus 1,000. Warning, the Sword Emperor Beetlejuice's affinity with you is too high. Warning, the Sword Emperor Beetlejuice's affinity with you has changed from interested to obsessed. These messages suddenly popped up in front of Siegfried, who was in the middle of a fight to the death with the mutated tiger. Siegfried muttered in disbelief at the messages. He was so flabbergasted by the messages that he almost let go of the mutated tiger's neck. A large body fell to the ground. Thud, the sound was proportionate to the body's large size. QGRRR. The mutated tiger gasped for air. It was still breathing, but it had no more strength to stand up. I won, you bastard. Ha ha. Siegfried huffed and puffed. He was currently a bloody mess. The wound he had sustained from fighting the mutated tiger was one thing, but the real mess was his bloodied face. Ugh, my teeth. He moaned while massaging his chin. A human's teeth were weak, and their jaws were much weaker compared to an animal's jaws. However, Siegfried used his teeth to bite through the tiger's thick hide, doing his best to make a tear, so his teeth would obviously hurt. Every single one of his teeth was shaking. And it was a miracle they were still there. At the end of the day, this was still a virtual reality game, and he could simply drink a few bottles of potions to recover. Siegfried HP. He only had 10% of his HP left, and he would have probably lost to the mutated tiger if it weren't for his innate endurance and competitiveness. Let me get you out of your misery now. Siegfried gripped his steel rod tightly. Grrrr. The mutated tiger let out a low growl in response, but it did not show any signs of resistance, as if it knew that its time had come. Goodbye, it was a good fight. Let me send you off in one clean strike, Siegfried said, before smashing his steel rod into the tiger's skull. Fukiok, you have successfully hunted a mutated tiger. Experience points plus 1,000, you have leveled up. You are now level 11. Siegfried obtained a huge amount of experience points thanks to hunting an enemy with a higher level than him, and the rune of insight at the back of his left hand let out a bright glow to signal that he had leveled up. Thud, Siegfried sat on the ground before grumbling, "Ah, this is killing me." He won against the mutated tiger, but it hadn't been an easy fight since he ended up becoming a bloody mess, but it was undeniably a tremendous achievement. A normal level 10 player would have to team up with at least 3 other level 10 players to hunt a lone mutated tiger after all. Siegfried laughed. Like a moron. He was laughing really loud to express how much fun he was having. All right, I can say that I have tested my abilities out. My physical abilities are pretty good. It's better than what I had expected, Siegfried thought, without relying too much on the debuff master's skills. He was able to test the limits of his physical prowess through the battles he fought against the mutated wolves and a mutated tiger. The result was truly surprising. Master's quenching and tempering process combined with the ogre. Those two things completely changed me. I'm no longer the old T-Sung. I'm Siegfried. He thought while clenching his fists. Siegfried could feel that he was no longer the old elemental mage T-Sung. He had become a different person. He also realized something else. Strength is very important. But my stamina has to support me as well. It won't matter how good I am at controlling my body if my strength and stamina could not keep up with it. My control also became pretty much useless the moment my stats failed to keep up. The basics are important, but I need to make sure that my stamina can keep up with me. He arrived at this conclusion after personally experiencing what a lack of stats could do to someone. And he was absolutely right. Why? Did not matter how much his mana and skills could amplify his damage, since the percentage increase depended on the initial attack's damage. A person with more strength but less mana was bound to deal more damage than someone with more mana but less strength. I should continue to focus on my strength for the time being, Siegfried muttered. Hey, you were awesome. Beetlejuice interrupted Siegfried's thoughts with his loud praises while walking toward the ladder. You seem to be reflecting on the battle, even though the battle has just ended. My, I can't believe how diligent you are. Ho ho ho, I have taken a liking to you, I like you, you truly deserve to become my disciple. Ahu. Beetlejuice let out a strange, creepy laugh. No, Siegfried muttered. However, he was interrupted by Beetlejuice once again. What is your name? It seems that I still haven't asked your name yet. My name is Siegfried, Siegfried replied. Siegfried, Beetlejuice exclaimed and nodded in satisfaction. You're mine. What? Siegfried muttered, seemingly flabbergasted by the old man's words. I will force you to become my disciple no matter what, Beetlejuice declared. A message suddenly popped up in front of Siegfried. The Sword Emperor Beetlejuice is currently obsessed with you. What the heck, what do you mean by obsessed? It hasn't even been that long since we met. Siegfried thought he had to focus on getting stronger. So even a beautiful woman throwing herself to him would be nothing but an annoying distraction for him. But to think that an old man was trying to force himself on him, I have told you before that I am not interested, Siegfried said with a strict tone. His voice seemed like he was drawing a line between them. Why? Don't be like that and just give it a try. Peewetty, Peewees, Beetlejuice acted cute and added. Just become my disciple, Peeweesh, I refuse. Siegfried replied, come on. Think about it, becoming a grandmaster won't be just a dream if the skills I dedicated my entire life to and your talent will combine. Beetlejuice said.
However,
Siegfried directly ignored and walked past him to continue harvesting the hides and fangs of the mutated wolves. Hey, are you ignoring me? Huh, is that it? Beetlejuice shouted. The Sword Emperor tried to sound as threatening as he could, but Siegfried continued to ignore him. Seuk, Seuk. Siegfried was fully immersed in harvesting the hides and fangs. After all, they would be his main source of income for now. It's better to ignore a barking dog, he thought. Other people would be astounded if they found out what he was thinking. But Beetlejuice was nothing but a barking dog to Siegfried right now, after all. His one and only master was the level 999 hidden NPC, Deus. On the way back to town. Hey, Siegfried. Answer me, will you, Peeweesh? What did I do wrong? Just tell me what I did wrong and I will apologize for it, Beetlejuice pleaded while squirming and acting cute. Do you want to go eat something yummy, my lovely Siegfried? Beetlejuice asked in a nasal voice. Or do you want me to buy you an item? I'm pretty rich, you know, Beetlejuice said with a smirk. Siegfried almost replied when the Sword Emperor offered to buy him items, but he soon snapped out of it and decided to continue ignoring the old man. I'll eventually earn money anyway. I can't betray my master over spare change, he thought. It seemed that he could resist the temptation of items, thanks to his never-ending reverence and loyalty toward his master. And the fact that his future was basically guaranteed under Deus played a huge role in it as well. Don't be like that and just hear me out. Just an hour will do, no, 30 minutes will do, Beetlejuice said as he persistently followed Siegfried on the way back to town. Let's go and have a drink somewhere nice, no, a cup of tea will do since we are going to be seriously discussing our future together, Beetlejuice pleaded. Ah, I said, please leave me alone and go, Siegfried curtly replied. It seemed that he was reaching the limits of his patience as, well, tried to put up with the old man's stubbornness, but it seemed that he had to draw the line right there and then. I have no plans of learning anything under a weakling like you, old man. Go and become a grandmaster at the very least, if you really want me to even consider it, Siegfried said. Weakling, who, me? Beetlejuice was stupefied. Yes, I might consider it if a grandmaster personally came and begged me, but a master. Ha, please don't make me laugh, sheesh. Siegfried grumbled to himself, but his voice was a bit loud in hopes that the old man would hear his grumblings. Just go away. Damn it, Siegfried thought, hoping that his words had hurt the Sword Emperor's pride enough for him to leave. Surprisingly, his plan seemed to be working. A grandmaster. Grandmaster, Beetlejuice mumbled to himself with a dark expression. And then he continued mumbling, a grandmaster, grandmaster. The realm of grandmaster was a realm the Sword Emperor strived for his entire life. Beetlejuice wasn't alone in front of that wall. There were countless other masters in history that had their growth stunted by that insurmountable wall. And this was the cruel reality for those aiming for the pinnacle of strength. Since when did I get so discouraged that I abandoned my goal of becoming a grandmaster? That was my lifelong dream and my reason for living. Beetlejuice thought. All of a sudden, Siegfried's harsh words seemed to have made the Sword Emperor realize something as the latter started to self-reflect. That's right. I somehow ended up giving up on it without even realizing that I gave up on it. Where did my burning passion from my younger days go? How did I end up giving up on my dream so easily? Beetlejuice thought while staring at Siegfried with a strange expression. What the heck? What's wrong with him? Was I too harsh on him? Siegfried thought. The Sword Emperor suddenly stopped and stared at the sky. It seems that being harsh worked. That's why you should have left when I said that you should, Tusk, Siegfried thought. He then decided to ignore the old man standing in a daze and go on his way after successfully getting rid of the latter. That was what he thought. Unfortunately, it seemed that Siegfried didn't successfully get rid of Beetlejuice. Siegfried had left long ago, but Beetlejuice was still standing alone in the middle of the road. A grandmaster, grandmaster. Beetlejuice continued to mumble to himself. That's right, Beetlejuice suddenly exclaimed, seemingly realizing something. Just you wait and see, punk, Beetlejuice shouted while pointing in the direction where Siegfried had disappeared before saying, I will work my butt off to become a grandmaster. Then, I swear that I will force you to become my disciple. Let's see what happens then. Hehe. Will you be able to act so haughty by then? I will tie you down once I become a grandmaster. The Sword Emperor was straying from the normal path and was descending to madness without even realizing it himself. After all, His renewed vigor and reason for striving to become a grandmaster was all because of some young greenhorn. Siegfried's words seemed to have rekindled the embers of passion in the old man's heart. The realization the old man had gained today seemed to foreshadow something. Ha, I will do whatever it takes to force you to become my disciple. I will become a grandmaster and then, hew. Beetlejuice laughed creepily. Oh, his eyes seemed bloodshot for some reason as well. Should I go now? I should go to a place with fresh air and crystal clear water if I want to train. Beetlejuice muttered before he suddenly thought of the perfect place. That place will be a fitting training ground for me. All right, I will definitely come back as a grandmaster. And then, Siegfried, my lovely Siegfried, The sword emperor of the 5-star heaven started his journey to becoming a grandmaster. Thud, a heavy pouch landed on the counter table, and it was a pouch filled to the brim with gold coins. Here you go, Jericho said, and then he added, you really did a great job today. You are praising me too much, Siegfried replied. I heard that you managed to kill a mutated tiger as well. Jericho pointed out. Yes, Siegfried nonchalantly replied. Amazing. I knew from the start that you weren't an ordinary novice. I can see that your name will spread all over the continent in just a few years, Jericho said.
Odd.
There's no way that will happen, Siegfried said. He was pretending to be humble while thinking, I hope so too. He was hoping that Jericho's words would come to fruition. Then, what do you plan to do now? Take a break? Jericho asked. Yes, I plan to rest for a while, Siegfried said while nodding in response, and then he added, it was a tough day after all. It had truly been a tough day. Fighting against a pack of mutated wolves had mentally exhausted him, but he immediately fought to the death against a mutated tiger. All right then, thank you for your hard work today. See you tomorrow, Jericho said. Yes, thank you for your hard work too, Siegfried replied. Took the pouch filled with gold with him and logged out. The next morning, Siegfried went back to the mercenary guild after getting enough rest. His plan was to basically clock in at the mercenary guild every day from now on since he wanted to focus on raising his level. Oh, you're here, good morning. Jericho welcomed Siegfried before asking, isn't it too early though? You could have gotten more rest. I still have a long way to go, Siegfried replied. Oh, to think that you are diligent on top of being talented. You are truly a difficult to find young man in this day and age. All right, let me see if there's any work I can give you today, Jericho said as he went through the stack of requests. All of a sudden, the mercenary guild's door swung open. A blood-soaked man rushed into the building and shouted, it's an emergency. Siegfried looked at the blood-soaked man and muttered when he recognized the latter, the hunter. The bloodied man was none other than one of the hunters guarding Grandpa Bucati's ranch. Why, you're here, the hunter exclaimed. Yes, I am, Siegfried replied, seemingly confused. It's an emergency, something bad happened, the hunter shouted at the top of his lungs. What do you mean, emergency? Siegfried asked. That is. All sorts of mutated creatures are coming to the ranch. The ranch is being ravaged right now. A lot of people are dying. We have to hurry up and help, the hunter cried out. Siegfried muttered in disbelief. He found the hunter's words to be hard to believe, since it was difficult to say that all mutated creatures were aggressive mobs, even though the unknown energy had mutated the creatures. The mutated creatures had the tendency to seek fights, but they were not the type to go out of their way to look for humans to attack. The mutated wolves and the mutated tiger were exceptions since they were carnivorous predators even before they got mutated. But the hunter just mentioned that all sorts of mutated creatures were attacking the ranch. This meant that there was a variety of mutated creatures attacking, which Siegfried could not help but find strange. Are you saying that the mutated creatures ambushed the ranch? Siegfried asked. Yes, that's right. All sorts of creatures are gathering. It doesn't matter whether they are carnivores or herbivores. They are gathering at the ranch. Hurry, we have to go help, the hunter exclaimed. Are you telling me that a monster wave broke out? Siegfried asked. Monster wave was a phenomenon where monsters grouped up to attack human settlements. That's right. Yes, a monster wave. A monster wave is happening at the ranch right now, the hunter hurriedly replied. Let's go, Siegfried said as he headed for the door. Do you really plan on going? Jericho asked. Yes, I will go and try to resolve the situation, Siegfried replied. Thank you very much. Then I hope that you can resolve it, Jericho said. Then a message popped up in front of Siegfried. Alert, you have accepted the quest, Rescue Operation. The quest was quite simple. Rescue Operation type. Normal quest details. Rescue the ranch workers at Grandpa Bucati's ranch from the mutated creatures and safely escort them to the Beerman territory. Progress, 0% reward, 50 gold warning. This quest will be considered a failure if you fail to rescue at least 5 people. The quest reward was quite generous, 50 gold. A single piece of gold coin on the Trade Mania website was worth $47.70, and this meant that 50 gold was worth around 2,500,000 won at today's exchange rate. Then, I will try to gather as many mercenaries and adventurers as I can find, Jericho said before he looked at the hunter and added, and you should go to the Lord and tell him what's happening. We will need the army if we want to have any chance against a monster wave. All right, I will immediately go to the castle and tell the Lord, the hunter replied before running out of the door. Will you be all right? Jericho asked. Of course, Siegfried confidently replied. A monster wave was actually something that Siegfried was glad to face since he wouldn't have to scour around the hunting ground to look for monsters. The monster wave could be hell for the NPCs, but it was the complete opposite for Siegfried. After all, everyone had their own opinion. I'll be on my way so I can send reinforcements as soon as possible, Jericho said. Okay, Siegfried replied, be careful out there. I know that you are an immortal, but death is still painful. Not that I know how it feels since I haven't died yet, Jericho said. Thank you for worrying about me, Siegfried replied with a smile. He then left the mercenary guild and headed for the ranch while thinking something doesn't feel right. A bunch of mutated animals caused a monster wave. Had there ever been such a case before, something felt off. The ranch had transformed into complete pandemonium, just like what the hunter said.
Kayak. Help me.
Somebody help me. The ranch workers were running around with injuries and blood all over their bodies. Muo, me, oink, oink. The cows, sheep, and pigs at the ranch were also running around trying to avoid the mutated predators. The whole ranch was in total chaos with everyone and everything running around, and the lush green grass was dyed red from blood. On top of that, the sight could only be described as grotesque with the addition of the cries of the mutated animals and the way they aggressively hunted down the ranch workers and livestock. Why are there so many of them? Siegfried muttered while counting the mutated creatures. On top of that, what surprised him the most was the fact that there were small monsters, such as the mutated rabbits and mutated squirrels, along with large ferocious predators like the mutated panthers running around, and all of these monsters seemed to number over 100 at least. A bunch of mutated creatures caused a monster wave. Is this even possible when they are all different monsters? Siegfried wondered. He could not understand what was going on in front of him. However, he did not have the time to continue wondering. The people are in danger. Siegfried exclaimed inwardly. He quickly moved to rescue the NPCs since his quest was to rescue them. Hurry up and escape, I will hold them off, Siegfried exclaimed. Thank you, a ranch worker said before he hurriedly ran away. Siegfried wouldn't be able to save everyone, but he still tried his best as he ran here and there to save anyone he could save. However, his efforts proved insufficient. I can't save everyone with my current strength, Siegfried thought. There were simply too many monsters for him to handle alone, and on top of that, rumble, rumble, rumble. A herd of mutated bisons numbering more than 20 suddenly appeared out of nowhere and wreaked havoc across the ranch. Now, the entire ranch was on the verge of complete destruction. I guess I have no choice, he thought. Siegfried accepted the fact that he could not save everyone and decided to retreat. This was something that angered him inside, however. He made this choice since he judged that he should at least be level 50 if he were to single-handedly handle a monster wave of this scale, regardless of whether he was the debuff master or not. Run away. I will try to hold them off here, Siegfried shouted as he positioned himself at the end of the ranch and held off the monsters. Then, a bunch of messages popped up in front of his eyes. Alert. The Beerman territory citizens' affinity with you has increased by +10. Alert. The increase of the Beerman territory citizens' affinity with you has increased your fame by +10. Alert. The increase of the Beerman territory citizens' affinity with you has increased your fame by +10. It was the reward for doing a good deed. The affinity of Neubergens, NPC, with an adventurer player would increase whenever the players helped the NPCs out, and the latter's fame would increase as well. The effect of affinity was simple. The player would receive various kinds of help from the NPCs and even get exclusive information from them. In the case of fame, a player would have more access to a plethora of different quests the higher their fame. However, This effect was somewhat redundant since a famous adventurer was bound to receive more requests. The affinity and fame system worked just like in reality. The only difference was that the affinity of NPCs with adventurers could be seen through a message notification. Any good deed was bound to be rewarded whether it was in BNW or in the real world, but of course, there were times when a person was required to be cold and cruel as well. The retreat was successful. Damn it, I won't be able to last longer than this. Siegfried muttered. He could feel that he was reaching his limits. Suddenly, Hiya, cavalry forward, charge. We will cut their advance here, don't let them take a step further than this. The army of the Bierman territory made their appearance, just in time as they fended off the monsters' advance. Although there were only 3 knights and 200 soldiers in their ranks, I almost died, Siegfried muttered as he let out a sigh of relief. Siegfried HP. His HP was below 10% once again, and this was the second time he almost died in a single day. However, the risk was worth it considering the reward. You have leveled up, you have reached level 12, you have leveled up, you have reached level 13, you have leveled up, you have reached level 14. He leveled up 3 times at once after gaining a huge amount of experience points from fending off the mutated animals while helping the civilians escape. On top of that, he successfully cleared the quest rescue operation as well. Alert, you have successfully completed the quest rescue operation. Alert, you have rescued a total of 11 people. Alert, go to the mercenary guild and collect your reward from the guild receptionist, Jericho. He would naturally complete the quest after rescuing an additional 6 people from the 5 required by the quest. I leveled up and completed the quest as well. But something still feels off. A bunch of mutated creatures triggered a monster wave. Siegfried muttered to himself while watching the cavalry sweep the monsters. Could not shake off the feeling that there was more to this. I think that there's somebody behind this. Is it a monster tamer? No, why the hell would a monster tamer waste their time and skill on mutated creatures? That's just trolling. He muttered. A monster tamer was a rare class and it would be just a waste of their time and class to tame mutated creatures. Ah, forget about it. Let's just go and rest, he said with a sigh as he decided to leave the battlefield and set aside those thoughts for another time. He had to rest since he could feel a nosebleed coming from fighting for 3 consecutive hours while protecting the civilians at the ranch at the same time. Siegfried felt mentally and physically drained from protecting them. Log out, Siegfried muttered. He logged out from the game. 3 hours later, Siegfried logged back in and found that the situation was still ongoing. The guild receptionist, Jericho, came to the inn where Siegfried was staying. Hey Siegfried, we have a problem. The mutated creatures are still gathering at the ranch, he said. Still, Siegfried asked in surprise. That's right. A call to arms has been issued all over the territory, Jericho said. That sounds really serious, Siegfried muttered. We need your help once again, Jericho said in a respectful but desperate voice. I know it won't be enough just to have you, but we will need every hand we can get, especially from someone like you. Our territory is located in the most rural of the rural areas, and we don't even have a single piece of magic equipment to send a message outside. It will take us at least a week to get any help from outside, Jericho explained. I will help, Siegfried replied. Will you really do that? Jericho asked. Of course, Siegfried confidently replied. All right, I will discuss it with the higher-ups and make sure that you won't be disappointed with the rewards, Jericho said. A message popped up in front of Siegfried's eyes the moment Jericho finished speaking. Alert! You have accepted the quest, Protect the Bierman territory. A continuation of his previous quest started. Protect the Bierman territory type. Normal quest description. Do your best to defend the Bierman territory until the situation ends. Progress, /a reward. 100 gold warning. You will have to defend the Bierman territory with all your heart until the whole situation ends. The quest's clear condition was a bit vague, but the gold reward was twice the amount of the previous rescue quest. This is awesome, Siegfried exclaimed inwardly after seeing the quest reward. We have decided to select you as the leader of the adventurers and the mercenaries active in the territory, Jericho said. Me, Siegfried replied, taken aback. That's right, Jericho replied with a nod. But isn't my level too low for you to give such a position to me? Siegfried asked. You are the strongest, Jericho said with a straight face. What? Siegfried exclaimed in surprise. Actually, you are the only one we can actually call an adventurer in our territory. Jericho trailed off. Siegfried immediately understood what he was trying to say, and he could not help but think, what kind of territory is this? Isn't this just a village? No, a village would be better than this place. Once again, he felt how underdeveloped and rural the Bierman territory was. Siegfried formed a team of adventurers and made his way to the town square to meet up with the mercenaries after accepting the quest. Clap, clap, clap. The citizens of Bierman territory suddenly clapped the moment Siegfried arrived in a populated area of the town. Alert, congratulations. The citizens of Bierman territory have taken a liking to you. Alert, the Bierman territory citizens' affinity with you has increased by +100. Alert, the increase of the Bierman territory citizens' affinity with you has increased your fame by +100. Alert, the affinity of the Bierman territory citizens with you has been upgraded from trust to respect. Bunch of messages notifying him of the increase in these people's affinity with him appeared in front of his eyes. What the hell? Siegfried thought. He could not help but blush at the sudden attention. His face flushed red since this was his first time seeing so many people clapping for him. Even though this was just a game, you are a hero. Our hero, my daughter, survived thanks to you. Bravo, bravo. The citizens were clapping at Siegfried because he successfully rescued the ranch workers. And news of his heroic act had spread all over town. Come to my bar sometime soon. Everything will be on the house. What a hero do you have? Girlfriend, by any chance? I want to make you my son-in-law. The citizens of Bierman territory expressed their liking toward him by praising him and patting him on the back as he walked past them. This is embarrassing. Who knew a day like this would come to me? Haha. He tried his best to hide his embarrassment from the crowd, and he earnestly replied to each and every one of the citizens before he made his way to the town square, "You must be that adventurer. It's nice to meet you. My name is Gazelle. I have heard of your exploits," said a mercenary named Gazelle. My name is Thompson. My name is Nuwu. The Newbergen mercenaries introduced themselves and approached him one by one to shake his hand. Oh, an Asian. Nice to meet you. My name is Jang Man Bok and I'm Korean, said an Asian adventurer. My name is Expact, an American. Are you the leader of this squadron? My name is Lo. The three adventurers introduced themselves to Siegfried as well. My name is Siegfried. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Siegfried introduced himself to the party members he would be working together with for this quest. Hey Siegfried, how do you plan to lead us? Thompson asked. Siegfried muttered for a moment before he replied. Jericho asked me to group up with the soldiers and push the monster wave back. I see, so it's going to be a simple battle then? Thompson mumbled, but I have other plans. Siegfried suddenly said, The entire party muttered in surprise at his words. I plan to fight as well, but I'm thinking of investigating rather than fighting, Siegfried said. Investigate? What are you planning to investigate? Thompson asked. I want to investigate why these mutated creatures formed a monster wave, Siegfried said. 1. The exchange rate fluctuates, so please don't think of today's exchange rate as today or whichever date you are reading this. Siegfried wanted to know more about the current situation rather than just jump right into the fray. Since the fact that the mutated creatures had teamed up together and formed a monster wave was something he thought to be impossible. Something strange. There has been no precedent of mutated creatures triggering a monster wave ever. That is why I feel that it is important for us to investigate the matter. Are only 6 of us anyway, so it's not going to severely affect the territory's defenses, Siegfried explained. His words made sense. There were only 6 of them, and none of them were level 20, so they wouldn't be able to contribute that much to the defense, except for Siegfried. We will also take some of the monsters out along the way, since that will lessen the burden on the territory, Siegfried added. So we're a detached force, Thompson exclaimed before he asked. So we are going to act independently, is that correct? Yes, Siegfried replied. I think it's a good idea. I also feel that there's something wrong. It's exactly as you said, the mutated creatures might be aggressive and vicious, but they are not the type to form a monster wave together, Thompson said. I agree, Gazelle said. I also agree, Nuwu said. What about you guys? Siegfried asked the adventurers. I'm just a novice, so. I'll just do as you tell me to, Jang Man Bok replied. As you like, Expac said. We won't die anyway, so it doesn't matter to me, Lo replied. There was no way that these 3 adventurers would have any opinions on the matter. After all, they were real novices. Then I will take it as everyone being in mutual agreement, and I'm going to report this to the captain. We will depart in around 30 minutes, I think. I think that will be enough time for us to get ready, Siegfried said. He obviously had to report his decision to the command center, even if he was the leader of the party, since a hierarchy existed in a military operation like this. "See you in 30 minutes then," Siegfried said, before making his way toward the Bierman territory's command center. "Oh, you are the adventurer that single-handedly protected Grandpa Bucati's ranch and helped the workers escape," said Knight Captain Blee, who was also the Bierman territory's commander-in-chief. Knight Captain Blee looked like a typical bureaucrat working a desk job. "Did you say that your name was Siegfried?" Blee asked. "Yes, Sir Blee," Siegfried replied. "Thank you," Blee said. "Huh," Siegfried muttered in confusion. "I wanted to thank you on behalf of the Lord and the citizens of Bierman territory," Blee clarified. "Ah, you are praising me too much," Siegfried replied. "Not at all. The display of courage you showed last time is indeed worthy of praise. I will make sure that your heroic valor will be reported to the Lord as soon as we resolve this situation. I will ensure that you will get rewarded for your deeds as well," Blee added. "Thank you," Siegfried replied while bowing slightly. "So, for what purpose did you come to find me today?" Blee asked. "I want to go investigate something," Siegfried replied. "Investigate?" Blee muttered. Siegfried's words seemed to have piqued his interest. "I thought that mutated creatures bunching up together and forming a monster wave is something unprecedented," Siegfried explained. "Ah," Blee exclaimed. "On top of that, I find it suspicious that they are only targeting our territory. That is why I cannot shake off this feeling that there's somebody behind this," Siegfried said. "It's not that I haven't thought of that possibility, but it's a stretch to send out a detachment to investigate." Blee replied. "I'm certain that it would be difficult for you to lose even a single one of your excellent soldiers," Siegfried said. "It is as you said. We are already stretched thin just by holding these mutated creatures back from breaching our walls," Blee said with a hint of frustration in his voice. "That is why we would like to volunteer for the task. After all, we are not a part of the main force. We have never trained alongside the soldiers, so we won't be a big help in the defense. I think that it might be better for us to go and investigate or disturb the enemies behind enemy lines instead of staying here and defending the walls," Siegfried explained. "Oh," Blee muttered. He looked at Siegfried with eyes filled with interest. "It seems that you have quite the sharp eyes to analyze the situation. I also agree with what you said," Blee said. "Then," Siegfried muttered while expecting a positive response from the commander. "I shall approve your request," Blee replied. A message popped up in front of Siegfried. His plan to go and get a quest for himself instead of waiting around for a quest to land on his lap seemed to have worked. "Alert! You have accepted the quest. Investigate." The quest rescue operation became a chain of quests, which included the Protect the Bierman territory and Investigate. Investigate type, normal quest description. Find out the cause that triggered the mutated creature's monster wave. Progress 0% rewards, 200 gold warning, and slash of this is a jackpot. Siegfried exclaimed inwardly after seeing the quest reward. The quest was basically a way for Siegfried to hit two birds with one stone, since he would level up by hunting monsters in the process of doing the quest. Moreover, he would earn money after completing it as well. "I officially appoint you and the others in your squad as a detached force. It might be temporary, but all of your actions will be considered as an official duty under the territory and the kingdom, and you will be protected from any consequences thereafter," Blee declared. "Thank you very much, Sir Blee," Siegfried said with a bow. "It should be the other way around. You are doing this for our territory, so I should be the one expressing my gratitude for you," Blee said with a smile. "Tahoe." Siegfried let out an awkward laugh. "Then I expect to hear good news from you soon," Blee said. "Yes, sir, leave it to me," Siegfried confidently replied. Siegfried immediately returned to the fountain at the center of the town square and regrouped with his party members. Afterward, they headed south of the Bierman territory. There were still around 2 kilometers left before they arrived at Grandpa Bucati's ranch, and Siegfried thought while glancing at the map, the Bierman territory is over here, and the ranch is over there. It seems that the mutated creatures are going straight to town in a single line, and they all seem to be coming from the south, Siegfried said. It was the basics of all basics to assess the situation and analyze the enemy's movements before engaging in combat. But they are heading north even though there are other villages on the way. It seems they are purposely targeting the Bierman territory. Siegfried muttered while tilting his head in confusion. "It is exactly as you said, now that you mention it. So, these monsters are specifically targeting our territory." The party members responded. They found some truth in Siegfried's words. "That's what I think for now, but I think we should go and find out more about it," Siegfried said, and then he added with a voice befitting of a leader, "Let's continue on and find out more about it. I'm sure we will find something if we trace back where they came from." The mutated creatures only had the Birman territory in their eyes. Few hours passed, and Siegfried and his party passed by the now devastated ranch of Grandpa Bucati before venturing further south to reach a small territory south of Birman. The territory was called the Schreier territory, and it was a territory as small as the Birman territory. However, what the heck? Siegfried exclaimed when he saw the entrance to the territory. Why the hell are goblins over there? The entrance to the Schreier territory was guarded by a bunch of goblins rather than humans, but the surprise did not end there. The goblins are armed. They are wearing armor and are properly armed. Siegfried was astonished. The goblins guarding the entrance to the Schreier territory were armed with long spears made out of steel and armor made out of leather just like human soldiers. It was indeed a strange sight. People often said that goblins were intelligent monsters, but the way they armed themselves with what humans often used as armor and weapons was unprecedented. After all, these monsters usually armed themselves with primitive stone tools and loincloths made out of animal hides. However, that wasn't the end. Over there, the goblins are dragging out the mutated creatures. Thompson exclaimed while pointing into the distance. The mutated creatures that attacked Grandpa Bucati's ranch were pouring out from the Schreier territory. Kick, hit, kia hit, kick, and the goblins were dragging them out. What the hell is going on? Siegfried muttered in disbelief. He could not make heads or tails of the situation. Boom, 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 the sound of drums being beaten resounded from somewhere, and a group of white goblins emerged from the gates. Are those albino goblins? There are 7 of them as well. Siegfried muttered in disbelief at the sight before him. Albino goblins were powerful monsters considered champion monsters. These goblins possessed white skin, just as their names said, and they were monsters capable of dealing lightning attribute damage, as opposed to normal goblins. Albino goblins were considered one of the top-tier variants among the goblins. However, the main issue was the fact that there were 7 of them, and that fact alone made the whole entire situation even more suspicious and strange. Don't tell me, did Baron Peter use black magic to control the goblins or something? Thompson muttered. A monster tamer, you mean? Siegfried asked. Yeah, that one, Thompson replied. There is some logic to it, but a monster tamer is a very rare class. Oh, I doubt they are going to waste their time on goblin, Siegfried said. Is that so? Thompson asked in response. Yes, Siegfried said with a nod. A monster tamer is not going to build their main force with goblins, since a goblin is just a goblin no matter how strong they become, Siegfried explained. However, an epiphany suddenly struck Siegfried. He muttered. It was a bad memory. He always wanted to forget a memory akin to a nightmare to Siegfried. I hate them. Goblins, he mumbled. What was that? You don't like goblins? Thompson tilted his head in confusion. However, Siegfried did not respond to his question. The memory he had with goblins was one of the worst experiences he ever had in his life, and it was also one of the experiences he desperately wanted to forget. I hate goblins the most in this world, he grumbled inwardly. Boom, 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 creak, creak. While Siegfried's thoughts were wandering, the sound of footsteps and the creaking of a structure could be heard from the gates of the Schreier territory. The structure was accompanied by goblins standing left and right. That's... What the hell, that's a goblin, that's hideous. The party members were stupefied at the sight of the thing that exited the gates. Siegfried wasn't aware of what was going on because he was deeply immersed in his thoughts. What's the fuss? He turned around to take a look. Siegfried muttered in disbelief when he saw the structure that came out of the gates. A palanquin. The structure that came out from the gates was none other than a palanquin being carried by more than 50 goblins. And the creature that was sitting on top of the palanquin was a golden goblin. Siegfried muttered. Yes, a shiny goblin covered in gold was sitting on the palanquin. Kihit kick, 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 kihi, kihi hit. The crown-wearing golden goblin sitting on the palanquin cried out in an ear-splitting shrieking voice, and the mutated creatures started moving at the golden goblin's shrieks. Siegfried could instantly tell that the command the golden goblin had shrieked out was for them to start marching north. What the hell is that bastard? Siegfried wondered. He stretched his left hand toward the golden goblin on the palanquin and activated his rune of insight. The golden goblin's details popped up in front of his eyes. Gorgo. A legendary golden goblin that only appears once in 100 years. It is extremely intelligent and is much stronger than an average goblin. The Golden Goblin is able to grow stronger without limits, and it can unify the Goblin tribe leader under its rule. The Golden Goblin will become the Goblin Lord once it unifies the goblins. Level 50 race, Goblin type, boss class, Goblin Lord attribute, lightning attribute / fire attribute special abilities. Mind control may only be used on monsters. It seemed that the Golden Goblin was a member of the rarest variant of goblins at the pinnacle of all goblins, and it also seemed that it was the Goblin Lord. The Goblin Lord, huh? Did it command the goblins to occupy the Schreier territory, and now wants to take over the Bierman territory? Siegfried muttered. After seeing the Goblin Lord, he was finally done analyzing the situation. It seems that's what's going on right now. There's no other way to explain what's going on aside from that. Then Siegfried trailed off. You will have to report this. Thompson concluded Siegfried's words for him. Siegfried nodded. So we can prepare for it. We might be able to stop the mutated creatures some way and somehow, but once that goblin army attacks, the Bierman territory will be destroyed in an instant. Thompson completed Siegfried's words again. That's right, Siegfried nodded. He turned around to face the party members and said, we have to return and report this as soon as possible. Gee, Goblin Lord. Blee muttered with his eyes wide open in surprise. Are you telling me that this is happening because of a Goblin Lord? He asked once more. Yes, Siegfried replied with a nod, and then he explained, it is a goblin named Gorgo. It possesses a special ability to control the minds of monsters, and I think it has been using that ability to control the mutated creatures to expand its forces. No way. Lee muttered and covered his face with his hands before continuing, to think that a Goblin Lord of all things. If what you say is true, then our territory is as good as gone. We don't have the forces to fight against an enemy like that. Sir Blee, the soldiers around him muttered. We might have been able to ask for help from the nearby larger territories if we had a communication device. Blee lamented. He was lamenting the fact that the Bierman territory was located in an extremely rural area, just like the Schreier territory. The two territories didn't have the infrastructure to support any communication devices. This is a huge problem. It's a huge problem. The Goblin Lord itself is already more than what we can handle, but to think that there are 7 albino goblins on top of that. What should we do? We might be a small territory, but we still possess 300 years of history. To think that we will meet our demise at the hands of goblins. How am I supposed to report this to our lord? Blee despaired. We have to stop them, Siegfried said. He paused for a moment before continuing, no matter what it takes. But, Blee muttered, I know that it is going to be difficult. I know that too, but we cannot give up here. And there's also the possibility that the Gorgo may come after us even after we empty the castle and evacuate all of the citizens. Siegfried trailed off. Blee responded, we will be annihilated? Yes, Siegfried replied. It became apparent to everyone that their only choice was to stand their ground and fight. We will have to look for a solution, Siegfried said. Do you think there is a way out of this? Blee asked. There could be a way as long as we can stall for time, Siegfried said. Is that true? Tell me, what is your plan? Do you have a concrete plan that will get us out of this? Blee exclaimed. I am not certain, but we might have a fighting chance, Siegfried replied. What is your plan? Hurry up and tell me, Blee urged. Their situation was just that dire and desperate. The Knight Captain was trying to grasp a sliver of hope that the Greenhorn adventurer could have a solution to their crisis. I need time, Siegfried said. For what? What do you plan to do? Blee asked. Time for me to grow stronger, Siegfried replied. He then told the commander his plan. Siegfried's plan was quite simple. 1. Create a detached force to slow down the advancement of the Goblin army by killing the mutated creatures. 2. Siegfried will try to hit level 30 while doing that. 3. The territory soldiers and Siegfried, with another debuff master skill after hitting level 30, will fight against Gorgo and his army. The key to his plan was stalling for time. Time for you to grow. That's right, you people from another world can grow at a ridiculously quick speed, thanks to that rune of transcendence you possess. Blee said, as he looked at the rune of transcendence engraved in the back of Siegfried's right hand. The rune of transcendence was the rune that gave players the leveling system. This rune was also the reason why players could grow stronger faster than the newer versions. However, I'm not sure if I can hold my own against Gorgo even after growing stronger, Siegfried confessed. He was telling the truth since the book Deus gave him did not provide him even a bit of information regarding his skills. until reaching the required level, and it was highly possible that the skill he would get at level 30 wouldn't be a cheat skill. However, Siegfried decided to bet on the cheat-like abilities of his class since he did not really need an overpowered skill to win. After all, the win condition depended on his level. I could defeat a level 25 mutated tiger. At level 10, might be possible to overcome a 20-level difference if I fight with the soldiers, Siegfried thought. Why, you ask? This was because he knew very well that his class, the debuff master, had far greater stats compared to other classes in the long run. However, I don't think it's impossible, so would you trust me on this? Siegfried asked. Lee pondered for a moment before he replied. I want to, but I can't make any rash decisions as the commander-in-chief. There was no way that he could simply leave the fate of the entire territory at the hands of some greenhorn adventurer. Even if that adventurer was Siegfried, whom he favored greatly. We have nothing to lose, Siegfried said, trying to convince Blee. You just have to hold out and wait for the reinforcements to arrive. If I failed, it would be possible as long as we prepare for the worst-case scenario. We don't really have any other choice at the moment and, Blee muttered expectantly. I know a way to efficiently fight against Gorgo, Siegfried continued. Is that true? Blee exclaimed. Yes. Siegfried replied, tell me, I will use my rights as the commander-in-chief to accept your proposal if you really know how to deal with Gorgo. Blee exclaimed. That's. Siegfried started to explain his strategy. Blee's ears twitched a few times while listening to Siegfried's every single word. Let's do that, Blee shouted with renewed vigor. His dejected face beamed with hope as he shook Siegfried's hand. I shall accept your offer, Blee exclaimed. Thank you very much, Siegfried replied. There is no need to thank me. Who knew you had such a trick up your sleeve? Ha ha, Blee exclaimed before laughing. I will not go as far as calling it a trick. I just thought that it might work if we do it like that, Siegfried replied. Not at all, that is more than enough. We have hope now, Blee exclaimed cheerfully. I guess you are right, Siegfried replied. All right, you can go ahead and start preparing. You will have to hurry up since you don't have a lot of time, Blee said. Yes, Sir Blee, Siegfried replied. Then a message popped up in front of his eyes. Goblin Lord Gorgo type, normal quest details. Kill the Goblin Lord Gorgo progress, 0% 0/1 rewards. Warning. In / as expected, the final quest in the chain of quests, which started from rescue operation to protect the Beerman territory to investigate, was to kill the boss monster, the Goblin Lord Gorgo. All right. I will be able to clear both the protect the Beerman territory and Goblin Lord Gorgo quests at once if I kill Gorgo, Siegfried thought. The completion condition of the protect the Beerman territory quest changed after Goblin Lord Gorgo appeared. I'm sure they will reward me with something nice, he thought. He was curious about what his reward would be. But he decided not to ask about it for now. It was all because he would already earn a decent amount of gold from the quests he had cleared so far. And the quest rewards were much more generous than his initial expectations. Then please go and show us what you are capable of, Blee said with a smile. Yes, Sir Blee, Siegfried replied, shaking the knight captain's hand. Siegfried immediately went to the stable after saying goodbye to Blee and regrouped with his party members. We are now going to stall the enemy's advance for as long as we can, but there is a condition for you to join in this operation, Siegfried said. What is it? Thompson asked. It's horse riding, Siegfried replied. Ah, Thompson easily understood what Siegfried was trying to say as soon as he heard horse riding. Are you thinking of using mobility to annoy the enemy? Thompson asked. You are correct, Siegfried replied. I see, then, it's imperative for the members to know how to ride a horse if that is the plan, Thompson said. The new Abergin mercenaries were already familiar with riding a horse, but the problem lay with the players or the adventurers. Most players who were earthlings weren't accustomed to horse riding, and that was why there were only a handful of ranked 5 adventurers. The highest is rank 1 in horse riding, which was the minimum required skill rank for them to ride a horse without any negative effects. In the case of Siegfried, his character was reset, but his basic skills to dismember monster corpses or to collect medicinal herbs was still there, so it should be possible for him to ride a horse as well. However, there was no way novice adventurers, who weren't even level 20, would have the horse riding skill. Does anyone here know how to ride a horse? Siegfried asked his fellow adventurers. None of them replied. What about you guys? Siegfried asked the new Abergin mercenaries. Of course we do. That is a piece of cake. I used to work as a cavalry in my younger days. As Siegfried expected, the Nürburgring mercenaries were well versed in horseback. "Then let's do it like this," Siegfried said before he explained the plan. "The 4 of us will ride our horses into the enemy lines and wreak havoc there, while the 3 of you will go and join the soldiers to prepare the defense against the monsters." It was an obvious decision to make since the adventurers couldn't ride horses. "Let's do that," Thompson replied as the representative of the mercenaries. "There's nothing we can do if we can't do it, and we will just end up getting in your way. We will go and group up with the Bierman territory soldiers and prepare to defend the territory," Jiang Man Bok said as the representative of the adventurers. "Let's get moving then," Siegfried said and nodded before he added, "Every second counts from now on." Time was of the essence for this battle. The goblin army that departed the Schreier territory was slowly marching toward the Bierman territory, and the reason for their slow advancement was to preserve their army's strength. The goblin lord Gorgo's plan was quite simple. He planned to send the brainwashed mutated creatures as the vanguard to slowly chip away at the enemy's strength before leading his main army to finish them off in a single attack. This was a testament to the intellect Gorgo innately possessed as the goblin lord. However, the truly scary part about the goblin lord was the fact that it was innately well versed in human language as well. "Hey, human," Gorgo said in a voice that sounded more like a shriek. "Why, yes, my lord," a man chained to Gorgo's palanquin obediently replied. "How many humans did you say lived in the Bierman territory?" Gorgo asked. "Around 2,000 people, my lord," the man replied. "Sounds good," Gorgo said. It flashed a sinister smile before adding, "My subjects and I shall enjoy feasting on them. Kiki kikiki." It wasn't that surprising that a goblin wanted to devour a human. "But I can't eat them all, that's right. Have to spare half of them since labor is a very precious resource," Gorgo said. "The female humans are especially precious. They are an excellent source of food, but they will also serve as an excellent for me and my subjects," Gorgo added. The human chained to the goblin lord's palanquin was the financial administrator of the Schreier territory, Dumridge. Dumridge didn't listen to what the goblin lord had to say. He couldn't block his ears since he was bound. But he tried his best to ignore the goblin lord's cruel and detestable words. These damned monster bastards, Dumridge cursed inwardly. However, that was the only thing he could do since he was just a cowardly administrator, and he was currently Gorgo's slave as well. "Only if I had the courage to die," Dumridge lamented and cursed himself. He lacked the courage to take his own life when he had the chance. "Kihit, look. Weak human, you will have to open your eyes as my scribe and record every single greatness and splendor I shall perform from now on without fail. You shall also have the honor of personally witnessing the birth of the Goblin Kingdom." "Kiki, kiki," Gorgo said as it shrieked in laughter. Gorgo was an extremely ambitious goblin born with intelligence. This goblin refused to stay as a goblin tribe leader and dreamt of grander things in life. The Goblin Kingdom. Gorgo dreamt of ruling over vast territories and civilians, similar to human kings. "I should quietly gather my strength while staying away from the eyes of the stronger humans," Gorgo thought. Gorgo was more intelligent than a normal goblin, so it knew very well that it would be nothing but an insect in front of the truly powerful humans, and that was why it chose to target rural territories located in the outskirts of the kingdom. It planned to target the territories without the infrastructure to communicate with other territories and slowly grow itself and its forces by occupying those territories one by one. It was truly an admirable plan, especially when it was made by a mere goblin. Of course, that was under the assumption that no one would come and spoil the plans. "I, the great goblin lord, shall," when Gorgo was about to boast about its grand ambitions, an arrow flew from somewhere. "Shwei Pukiok." The arrow buried itself into Gorgo's left eye. "Kaya!" Gorgo cried out in agony. The goblin lord's shriek reverberated throughout the entire army. "Odd!" someone muttered in awe. Meanwhile, "Kayok Kiyai Kiyahi Kaya!" Gorgo shrieked in pain. The goblin lord still managed to maintain its composure as it shrieked in pain while looking around with its remaining eye to check for the shooter. Then it saw 10 riders in the distance looking at it. Gorgo was certain they were human cavalry. "It survived that," said one of the human riders, a young man holding a bow. He seemed dissatisfied with the result. You bastard, who are you, Kaya?" Gorgo shrieked at the bow-wielding young man. However, the young man did not respond to the goblin lord's shrieks. "Too bad. We would have sent it to the afterlife if the arrow went a bit deeper," said another human beside the young man. I know, right? It's really too bad, Tusk, the young man replied. Thompson said that opportunity was rare. There's nothing we can do about it, said the bow-wielding young man, Siegfried, and then he continued, it was pretty far, you know. Would be quite brazen and shameless of me to hope of killing that thing with a single arrow from so far away. That's true, Thompson replied. I'm not an archer as well, so I don't think I could have lodged it any deeper than that, Siegfried remarked. Do you think so? Thompson asked. I'm certain, Siegfried replied. He knew very well that it was impossible to overcome a huge level gap even if he dealt critical damage. However, a true archer could kill Gorgo, who was almost level 60, with a single arrow. But where did you learn how to shoot an arrow like that? Thompson asked. I played around with the bow a few times in my younger days, Siegfried said, while scratching his head in embarrassment. I actually learned how to use the bow while fighting against the Genesis Guild. He thought. He actively used a bow called Silent Scream when he was being chased around by the Genesis Guild. He wasn't able to unleash the full power of the bow since he wasn't an archer. But he did pretty well with it. And the reason he managed to accurately hit the goblin Lord while on horseback was because of his horse riding and archery mastery, which were pretty high-leveled. I see, then what are we going to do now? Thompson asked. We have to start running away, don't you agree? Siegfried asked as he pointed at the Schreier territory with his chin and said, I think we will be torn to pieces if we don't hurry up. Gorgo's ear-splitting shriek suddenly echoed throughout the air. Kaya! Gorgo pointed at them and roared, Urg. Then the goblin soldiers under the goblin lord's command rushed at them in a frenzy. Yes, I think we should run away before we get caught up and killed. Hiya, Siegfried said before running away on horseback. I think so too, Hiya, Thompson said and followed after him. Then the 2 mercenaries and 8 Bierman territory cavalry followed after Siegfried and Thompson. The chase was on. Faster, hurry up. Hey, move faster, we are in a rush, you know. Hey, you there, stack it higher, will you? The Bierman territory soldiers were shoring up the defenses by placing wooden fences outside, pouring oil on the walls, and spreading thorns on the ground. Hey, Sir Blee, the lord of the Bierman territory, Baron Wegman, called the knight captain in a worried voice and asked, Can we really stop the goblin lord? We have to. After all, the only thing we can do is stall for time, Blee replied. Haha, Baron Wegman let out a dispirited laugh, but please do not worry so much, my lord. Adventurer Siegfried is a trustworthy person, and he is currently stalling the entire goblin army as we speak, Blee said. All right, Baron Wegman muttered in response. It seemed that he was still greatly worried despite Blee's assurance. The only thing I can do is to hope that this territory my ancestors had passed down onto me will not be decimated in my lifetime. Baron Wegman said, We will protect the territory, Blee said as he assured his lord. I will give a big reward to Adventurer Siegfried if he manages to protect our territory. I'm not wealthy, but I will certainly give him a big reward, Baron Wegman said. As you wish, my lord, Blee replied with a smile. I will give him that, Baron Wegman said. By that you mean? Blee muttered in surprise. I still have the family heirloom that was passed down to me. It's useless in my hands anyway, so it might be better to just give it to him, Baron Wegman said with a shrug. Do you mean? Blee muttered in surprise once again. Of course, that will only be possible if he manages to protect our territory, Baron Wegman said while staring off into the distance. Kayog, Kayog, Kayog. The bleeding Gorgo shrieked at its subordinates. Humans, I will kill you. I will rip you to pieces alive. Kaya. Gorgo exclaimed inwardly as it swore not to forgive the human who shot the arrow at it. However, the problem was that its anger did not subside no matter how much it shrieked or cursed. The sharp noise of something flying through the air could be heard thud. Its subordinates fell one by one whenever that sharp noise reverberated. But the cowardly humans would mount their horses and run away after shooting just an arrow. Gorgo was infuriated by the humans' cowardice. But it had no way of catching them. The goblins were an agile race. But their limbs were short, so their mobility was limited. It was impossible for these short-limbed goblins to catch up to the humans on horseback. It was even more impossible for them to trap those humans in an encirclement. In addition, the goblins weren't civilized enough to wield ranged weapons aside from the poison darts and rocks they often threw at their enemies. Bow, we need a bow, Kaya, Gorgo shrieked inwardly. It thought that its soldiers had to wield bows. But it was impossible for them to immediately start using them. The goblins would also require bows that were smaller than the average bows. However, Doing so would mean that the bowstring would be too short for it to display any significant power, not to mention. Creating a short bow as powerful as a normal bow would need different materials, so the cost to manufacture them would be expensive. We have to overcome the limits of our race, Kayak. We have to capture more human females. We need the human females to further increase our numbers, Gorgo shrieked as it lamented the innate racial shortcomings of the goblins. And that was why it steeled its resolve to fill its new goblin kingdom with half-goblins rather than full-blooded goblins, of course. The Goblin Lord's top priority right now was to tear the limbs of that arrogant human who dared to take one of its eyes, Kayak. Catch them, catch the Yim, Gorgo shrieked. Siegfried made full use of his superior mobility and range to reap a ton of profit in accordance with Deo's teachings. Maximize your advantages and capitalize on your opponent's disadvantages when you fight. That is the first step to becoming invincible. Deos was right. Gorgo was stronger than Siegfried, and there were too many goblin soldiers for Siegfried to handle on his own. However, Gorgo and its army had become nothing more than a lump of walking experience points to Siegfried. After all, he was already capitalizing on their weaknesses by taking advantage of his own mobility. You have successfully hunted a goblin soldier. Experience points plus 650, you have successfully hunted a goblin soldier. Experience points plus 650, the ton of experience points Siegfried was receiving proved the effectiveness of his tactic. You have leveled up, you are now level 15. You have leveled up, you are now level 16. His level quickly increased as well. All right, let's keep this up until level 20, Siegfried thought. At this rate, he might reach level 30 before Gorgo arrived at the Beerman territory, however. While they were running away from the chasing goblins, Siegfried suddenly dismounted his horse and walked toward the goblin soldiers before saying, "I'll take care of them this time. So why don't you guys get some rest for a while?"
Hey Siegfried.
It's dangerous, Thompson hurriedly shouted in an effort to stop him. It will be fine. There is some distance between us as well, Siegfried replied while pointing at Gorgo's main army in the distance. There were around 700 meters between the goblin soldiers in front of him and the Goblin Lord's main army, and that was why Siegfried calculated that he had enough time to get rid of the ones chasing after them before the main army caught up. Still, what if you end up dying, Thompson said. However, Siegfried interrupted him and said, I need the experience points. If I were to maximize the effects of the rune of transcendence, I will have to monopolize them. Siegfried added while showing the rune on the back of his right hand. The rune of transcendence was one of the marks of an adventurer, and that was also the reason Siegfried wanted to fight the goblins alone. If he wanted to level up as fast as possible, he had to monopolize the goblins and their experience points. Afterward, Siegfried could be seen smashing the goblin soldiers with his steel rod. Pak Pukiok, you have successfully hunted a goblin soldier. Experience points plus 650. You have successfully hunted a goblin soldier. Experience points plus 650, you are now level 18. His experience points increased and he leveled up once again. Siegfried, it's time to run, they're getting closer, Thompson shouted. Yes, I'm on my way, Siegfried replied, and he immediately started running. He didn't even get to enjoy the sensation of leveling up. Kayak, stop right there, stop right theory. Gorgo shrieked in fury upon witnessing that the humans were running away once again. The hit-and-run tactic that utilized their mobility and range continued on for 2 more days. Siegfried and his party often stopped by the places where the supply troops were waiting to change horses and replenish their potions. They changed horses a total of 7 times during the 2 days and used 2 stamina potions every hour. In the case of Siegfried, he played for 14 hours straight and logged out to sleep for 1.5 hours before logging back in. The whole ordeal could only be described as hardcore, and none of the party members had the energy to joke around any longer. However, the fruit of their efforts soon became clear. The Beerman territory got more than enough time to shore up their defenses in preparation for the goblin army's attack, and Siegfried kept on leveling up until he finally reached level 27. A message popped up in front of him the moment he hit level 27. Alert, you will soon be able to learn new skills once you reach level 30. Alert, you may now check the details of the new skills you can learn from the My Skills page in your status screen. The level 30 skills of the debuff master were finally revealed. Let's check them out, Siegfried thought while resting on a rock. He clicked my skills on his status screen. He checked the level 30 skills of the debuff master and discovered that 2 skills were added to the list. The first one was a debuff skill that enabled him to place a circle on the ground like his 2 other skills, while the other one was a self-buff skill. "Well," Siegfried muttered in amazement. His eyes opened wide the moment he read the description of the 2 skills. "These will be more than enough. I can win with these, just 3 more levels," he thought and clenched his fist. As expected, the level 30 skills of the debuff master did not disappoint him. While Siegfried's focus was on his level 30 skills, Thompson suddenly shouted, "Hey Siegfried, we have an issue, huh?" Siegfried muttered. "Look over there. Gorgo's army has started moving." Thompson pointed at the goblin army. "Already," Siegfried muttered with a grimace. The goblin army and Siegfried's detachment force had a silent agreement to rest once in a while after hours of chasing. But the goblin army started moving even before it was time for them to move. However, Siegfried did not really mind it. "Well, it's about time they came to their senses, since we have been toying with them for the past 2 days, Siegfried said. The reason Gorgo was blindly chasing after Siegfried was due to the fact that he took one of the Goblin Lord's eyes. But now it seemed that the Goblin Lord's head finally cooled down, and it came back to its senses after the futile attempts to catch them for the past 2 days. Then, we should get moving as well, Siegfried said, and stood up before adding, it's time for us to chase after them and chip away at their rear forces. That is going to annoy them for sure, and reduce their numbers by quite a bit. But wouldn't it be better for us to buy more time? Thompson asked. No, Siegfried shook his head and said, the fact that they are already moving means that the Goblin Lord has come back to its senses. In other words, it has also realized that it's futile to keep chasing after us. Do you really think that we can fool it with our tactics twice? Thompson hesitated. We managed to reap quite the profit these past 2 days, so let's be satisfied with it and move on to our next plans, Siegfried said. There will be a full frontal assault soon. I just have to earn 3 more levels before facing the boss. Siegfried's eyes momentarily glimmered. It seemed like Siegfried was itching to use the debuff master's level 30 skills as soon as possible. The chase was on once again. But the roles had been reversed. The goblin army marched toward the Bierman territory while Siegfried's detachment force chased after them. Those pesky humans, Gorgo grumbled. The goblin lord with an eye patch made out of gold covering its eye shrieked. I will never forgive them. I will feast on the flesh of your friends, families, and children, and I shall bathe myself in their blood. Kihit. It seems that the goblin lord had come to its senses, just as Siegfried had predicted, and the goblin realized that it would be more beneficial for it to march toward the Bierman territory, instead of chasing after the pesky human who took its eye. The goblin lord made the decision to march straight for the human territory, instead of catching the elusive human, since it could just punish the elusive human by killing his family and friends. Of course, the march toward the Bierman territory wasn't as easy as the goblin lord thought it would be. Shwiik. A goblin soldier would die whenever the humans shot an arrow toward them. Thud, thud, kayak. Focus on occupying the human base first. Don't be shaken, Kihiat. Gorgo shrieked as it urged its soldiers onward, after a few hours. Oh, over there, they are coming. They're here. The bastards have finally shown themselves. The lookouts on top of the watchtowers around Bierman territory shouted as they signaled the arrival of their enemies. Everyone prepare for combat. Blee shouted. His voice resounded throughout the walls. Prepare for battle. Hurry, prepare for battle. The soldiers repeated as they urged the others to raise their arms. We managed to finish our preparations thanks to Siegfried buying us time. Now it's time for us to face them head-on, Blee thought as he clenched his fists. They had done whatever they could. It was now time for them to face the goblin army head-on. This was the battle that would decide the fate of the Bierman territory. They are getting closer. There's less than a kilometer left, one of the troops shouted while observing the enemy through a spyglass. 800, 600, 500, 300, they are closing in 200, 100 meters. The soldier continued to relay information as the goblin army approached. Kayak, kihit, kiki. They could finally hear the hideous shrieks of the goblins because the goblin army was now right in front of the Bierman territory. Prepare to fire, Blee commanded. Ready? The archers shouted. 3, 2, 1, fire, Blee shouted. Fire, the archers repeated as they let their arrows fly. Shwiik. A rain of arrows descended on the goblin army and they signaled the start of the battle. The battle was fierce. It looked as if the humans initially had the upper hand through their ranged volleys. But their advantage lasted only for a brief moment. The Beerman territory's wall could not really be called a fortified wall, since it was a wall only a bit above 4 meters tall and was made out of stones piled on top of each other. As such, it wasn't that difficult for the goblin soldiers to charge through the rain of arrows and climb over the walls. "Yuck, save me. Hey, you son of a bitches." A fierce melee broke out on top of the stone wall. "Pour the oil, pour it," Blee commanded. "Ishwala." The soldiers poured barrels of oil on the climbing goblin soldiers. "Fire, light them up," Blee shouted as soon as the goblin soldiers were drenched in oil. "Kayak, kayariuk, kayak, kayak." The goblin soldiers were set ablaze and they shrieked in agony as they fell from the wall one by one. However, that only lasted for a brief moment as well. "Kayak, kayak." Gorgo said something in the goblin language toward his subordinates carrying his palanquin. Afterward, the goblins carrying the palanquin started to make a run for it toward the gates of the territory. Boom! The goblins rammed the palanquin into the gates. Boom! It seemed that Gorgo's palanquin wasn't just a palanquin. It also served as a battering ram to break the gates down. Boom! 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 The goblins continued to ram Gorgo's palanquin into the gates. "Lock it, fend them off. Fire arrows at them, pour the oil," the soldiers shouted as they tried to stop the palanquin, but all of their efforts were futile as the gates were starting to get breached by the palanquin, which was simply too sturdy. Bam! Gorgo's palanquin smashed into the gates once again. Creak, crack, the wooden gates started to crack like a rotten tree. Then Gorgo sounded the command to its soldier to charge the gates. "Kayeleg." Rumble, rumble, rumble. The goblin soldiers rushed to the gates while kicking up dust, and they started pouring into the gates like a tidal wave. However, this was all part of the plan. However, just as the goblin soldiers stepped around 30 meters into the territory, the ground suddenly started to shake and crack. Creak, crack, crack. Kihit, kiik. The goblin soldiers tilted their heads in confusion at the sudden movement of the ground. "Pull," Blee shouted. The soldiers patiently waited while holding onto the ropes connected to the ground. When they heard the order, they pulled it as hard as they could and caused the ground to collapse. Boom! The ground caved in and swallowed up more than 100 goblin soldiers. "Pour the oil, hurry, pour it. Pour the oil, light them up." The Beerman territory soldiers holding barrels of oil and torches rushed toward the goblins that had fallen into the trap. Fwa, fwa. A huge fire blazed from underneath the ground as the goblin soldiers were burned alive. However, that was nowhere enough since the goblins weren't humans, but monsters that wouldn't simply die from getting set ablaze, and these goblins could still fight until they were dealt the final blow. And the final blow was dealt by. "I'm here," Siegfried shouted. "Club." Clop, clop. Siegfried suddenly appeared from a smaller gate and ran like the wind toward the ditch. In Siegfried's eyes, the goblin soldiers on fire looked like a feast exclusive to him. Bon appetite, he smiled. The ditch full of burning goblins was indeed a feast since most of them were under 50% HP. Goblin soldier HP. Goblin soldier HP. Goblin soldier HP. Considering that, it was only basic etiquette for Siegfried to enjoy the scrumptious meal prepared for him. Woo-woo. Siegfried placed his circle of mortality and circle of weakness into the ditch. His actions were nothing short of a disaster for the goblin soldiers, since the flames were taking away their HP over time. Pag, pag. Pukia, Siegfried smacked the goblin soldiers crawling out from the ditch with his steel rod. "You have successfully hunted a goblin soldier. Experience points plus 650. You have successfully hunted a goblin soldier. Experience points plus 650. You have successfully hunted a goblin soldier. Experience points plus 650. His experience points continued to increase. You have successfully hunted a goblin soldier. Experience points plus 650. You have successfully hunted a goblin soldier. Experience points plus 650. You have successfully hunted a goblin soldier. Experience points plus 650 to say that his level had skyrocketed was more appropriate. You are now level 28. You are now level 29. Siegfried gained an additional 2 levels thanks to the feast exclusive to him. "Ah, I only needed a bit more." Siegfried lamented the fact that he only had a level left before hitting level 30. He found it a shame that he was still a level short. "Even after spending the entire week power leveling as hard as he could, I'm still short by a level. Tusk," he thought as he clicked his tongue. While Siegfried was still finding it a shame, Gorgo suddenly shrieked in anger from on top of the palanquin.
You arrogant human. Kayak.
You dare make a fool out of me. I will personally kill you and all of your companions with my own 2 hands. Kihai. Then, the 7 albino goblins surrounded Gorgo and formed a goblin wall in front of him. Ah, Siegfried grimaced. He was certain of what was about to unfold. Boss fight, the final battle that would decide the outcome of the war and the fate of the Beerman territory was about to start. What should I do? I will certainly lose if I fight them right now. I have to hit level 30 first.
Siegfried pondered.
The Goblin Lord was a tough enemy, which was a staggering 20 levels higher than Siegfried, even if he managed to reach level 30. Moreover, Siegfried was certain that fighting the Goblin Lord without reaching level 30 and without his new skills would be a bad idea, since he would surely not last even 5 minutes against the boss monster. Hey Siegfried, Blee called out. He walked over to Siegfried along with his elite troops. You seem troubled. Did you by any chance not reach your desired growth? Asked Blee. Yes, I'm a bit short, Siegfried replied. Go, Blee said. Your stepping stones to achieve your growth are over there, aren't they? Blee said as he pointed toward the gate where the goblin soldiers and the territory soldiers were locked in an intense battle. Go and clean those guys up. They will be more than enough for you to fulfill what your rune of transcendence needs, right? We will take care of things here, he added. But, Siegfried said, he couldn't easily agree to the offer. Blee was only level 22 and he was a weakling with skills that could be considered shameful to all knights. Moreover, none of the Beerman territory's elite troops were above level 20. It's all right, Blee said as he waved his hand before adding, I am aware that I am weak, but I am still a knight. I am without a title conferred upon my name, but I am a knight who has been officially knighted. Besides, I'm still skilled enough to stall for time for you to get ready, you know.
Sir Blee, Siegfried muttered.
Go, hurry up and achieve the growth you need. Just try to come back as soon as you can, all right? Blee asked. Yes, I understand, Siegfried muttered in response. He had no choice but to accept the offer, Sir Blee. You are a true knight, Siegfried thought. The reason Siegfried accepted the offer even though Blee could die in the process of stalling for time against the Goblin Lord was that Siegfried could feel the spirit of a knight from the latter. I shall be on my way. Then, Siegfried said, hurry on. Blee replied, I will be back as soon as I can. So please take care until then, Siegfried said before he ran toward the goblins. Hurry up and come back before we end up all dead, Blee said with a smile. Then he turned around toward the Goblin Lord and the albino goblins before saying, Goblin Lord, I am the commander-in-chief of the Beerman territory, Blee. I will stop you here, Blee declared. Kihit, Gorgo shrieked before saying, such big words for a weak human. Kick, kick, stop spouting nonsense and kneel before me. Then your benevolent new lord will specially spare you out of consideration. How dare you spill your bullshit in this place? Blee retorted and shouted, elite forces, prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. The elite troops shouted in unison. Blee gripped his sword and exclaimed, let's go and teach that monster scum how scary we Beermans can be. Well, Blee and the elite troops let out a battle cry as they charged toward the Goblin Lord and the albino goblins. Hurry! I have to hurry up. I have to quickly gain a level. Just one more level, Siegfried desperately thought. Every single second mattered to him right now. There was no need for him to think which side would win if a fight between the Goblin Lord's side and Blee's side broke out. The main issue was time. 10 minutes. No, it would be a miracle if they managed to hold out for 5 minutes after all. Even that long would be a bit too much for them. I have to go before they all die. Sir Blee, please hold out for a bit longer. Siegfried could only hope that they would survive until he got back as he rushed from one spot to another.
Hey, give that to me,
Siegfried shouted at Jangman Bok, who was fighting against a goblin soldier. What? Jangman Bok exclaimed in disbelief. I said give that to me so that I can hit level 30, Siegfried shouted in response. But I'm about to kill it right now, Jangman Bok muttered. I'll give you 1 gold later, Siegfried shouted. If you insist. Jangman Bok stepped away from the goblin soldier. Pack! Siegfried smacked the goblin soldier on the head with his steel rod. You have successfully hunted a goblin soldier. Experience points plus 650. Siegfried still wasn't satisfied with the experience points he gained. I have to kill them faster, he thought. Was basic knowledge that the required experience points to level up would increase the higher the player's level became. And that was why Siegfried had to kill dozens of goblin soldiers to reach level 30. I'm really sorry. But please pass all of the experience points to me, I beg you, Siegfried shouted with desperation in his voice. There was no other option. This was the only way he had to level up as soon as possible. He could take his sweet time and level up at his own pace. But Blee and the elite troops would probably be long dead by then. You don't have to give me gold. Come here and take this one. Over here, it's almost dead. Fortunately, the other two adventurers easily agreed to surrender their hunt to him. I'll definitely repay the favor. That was not the end of it. Siegfried, over here. Come here and finish this guy off too. Hurry up and come over here. This guy is about to die. We will push these guys over to you, so you better get ready to finish them off. Over here. The mercenaries and the territory soldiers all work together to let Siegfried deal the final blows to their opponents. You have successfully hunted a goblin soldier. Experience points plus 650 you have. Successfully hunted a goblin soldier. Experience points plus 650 you have successfully hunted a goblin soldier. Experience points plus 650, the boost they gave Siegfried made his experience points skyrocket. After around 5 minutes, he finally got the message he had desperately wanted to see. You are now level 30. He had finally reached level 30. Congratulations, you have reached level 30. You are now able to learn 2 new skills. You may check the new attainable skills on the My Skill page on your status screen. The messages popped up in front of his eyes. Finally, Siegfried rejoiced. He immediately opened My Skill and tapped on the level 30 skills of the debuff master. The new skills were the following. Speed Restraint debuff skill reduces the attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed of the enemies within the circle placed by the user. The circle's radius grows larger the higher the skill's level. The skill's effect will become stronger the higher the skill's level. The new debuff skill Speed Restraint was truly a skill befitting of the debuff master, since it was a triple debuff skill that would reduce the enemy's attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed. However, the main highlight of the new level 30 skills wasn't Speed Restraint, but rather the self-buff skill, Contempt for the Strong. Contempt for the Strong buff skill, the user deals increased damage and receive reduced damage from those with higher levels than them. The skill effect will increase the higher the skill's level. This skill can only be used on the user. The user deals 500% increased damage upon successfully hitting an enemy of a higher level than them with a counter-attack. Contempt for the Strong was what Siegfried was after. He was certain that this was one of the skills that his master Deus had created after contemplating how he could defeat those stronger than him. The skill dealt more damage to those stronger than him, while he would receive reduced damage from them. It was a skill that was truly suitable for the debuff master. This will be more than enough. Siegfried put a point in each skill and learned both of them. You have learned Speed Restraint. You have learned Contempt for the Strong. The messages popped up in front of him. Let's go. He immediately made a move. After all, Siegfried did not have the luxury to enjoy and celebrate the milestone of reaching level 30 because time was currently of the essence. Moreover, Blee and the elite troops were still in danger. So Blee, I'm here, Siegfried shouted. He had finally leveled up, so he ran toward Blee and the elite troops. However, the sight that greeted him could only be described as horrible. Uke, mother, ha ha. There was not one person whose condition could still be described with the word good, even though only 5 minutes had passed since the battle started. In fact, most of the elite troops had already perished, and only a few soldiers were still alive, albeit in critical conditions. Sir Blee, Siegfried shouted. The Knight Captain Blee was not doing any better. His left arm couldn't be seen, but he was still standing while trying to block the Goblin Lord and his troops. You have returned, that was quick. Blee muttered in an exhausted voice. Let me help you, Siegfried exclaimed before dragging Blee away from the Goblin Lord. Have you achieved it? Blee asked. Yes, I did, Siegfried nodded. He hurriedly retrieved a potion and poured it into Blee's mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Blee coughed out the potion. He wasn't even in a condition to drink it properly. Thank God you managed to do it. Save your words, it's now time for you to rest. Siegfried then tore a generous piece of cloth from his own clothes and wrapped it around the amputated arm to stop the bleeding, and poured an entire bottle of potion over it. The potion will help you recover. You don't have to worry since you will definitely make it out here alive, Siegfried said. Thank you, Blee replied. Please rest assured and leave this place to me, Siegfried said and carefully placed Blee down on the ground. Kihit, humans sure are interesting. Do you really think that you can stand against me? Kihit. Gorgo shrieked as it openly mocked Siegfried and Blee. The Goblin Lord had given Siegfried ample amount of time to treat Blee's injuries, since it was confident that it could defeat all the humans here no matter what. "You are that human, the bastard who dared to harm this body of mine," Gorgo muttered as its remaining eye slowly started to get dyed with rage toward the human who one of its eyes away. "I will especially spare you from death, Kihit. I will cut you into hundreds and thousands of pieces, and your flesh shall serve as my appetizer while you watch in horror," and Gorgo shrieked. However, the Goblin Lord couldn't finish what it wanted to say. Pukiok. Siegfried struck like a flash of lightning and smashed his steel rod into one of the albino goblin's head. Keek, the albino goblin, shrieked in pain before falling to the ground. It would never get up again. Why did it die in one hit? That was because Blee and the elite troops had chipped away at the albino goblin's HP. There are only 4 of them left. Siegfried thought after killing an albino goblin. There were only 4 albino goblins left. They already did their part. Siegfried thought Blee and the elite troops exceeded Siegfried's expectations. He thought that they would have a hard time against the goblins and would barely be able to hold those goblins back for more than 5 minutes. But it seemed that it wasn't the case at all. Blee and the elite troops managed to kill 2 albino goblins and critically injure another one during their short skirmish. And this was an amazing achievement when taking into consideration the level gap between them and the goblins. "I will continue the miracle you have made and wrap this situation up," Siegfried thought as he steeled his resolve to repay the knights for their sacrifices. This insolent human," Gorgo shrieked in anger while gnashing its teeth. Then the Goblin Lord shrieked an order to the remaining 4 albino goblins. "Kill that human, hurry up and kill that insolent human, rip him to pieces and make him suffer, hurry." The remaining albino goblins immediately moved at the Goblin Lord's command. BZZT, BZZT. A blue current enveloped the albino goblins' daggers. The albino goblins were monsters with the lightning attribute, which allowed them to summon a bolt of lightning within a 10-meter radius every minute. This meant that Siegfried had to be conscious of 4 bolts of lightning that could strike from anywhere every single minute while in the middle of the battle, and he had to calculate the cooldown time of each goblin on top of that. However, that did not dissuade Siegfried at all. Wuong, in fact, he placed Circle of Mortality and Circle of Weakness without any hesitation as he entered into a brawl with the albino goblins. Flash. A bolt of lightning flashed and struck Siegfried, but it seemed as if it hadn't done anything significant against him. The albino goblin's lightning did not deal that much damage, but its main purpose was to electrocute and stun the enemy. However, Siegfried did not get stunned or electrocuted by the bolt of lightning. Pukiok. In fact, he immediately counterattacked and struck the nearest albino goblin on its head with Smite. Kihit, Kiai, Kiik, Kick. Question marks started to appear on top of the albino goblins' heads. They were confused why the human was not affected by their lightning, why he could still swing his steel rod without any problems. Unfortunately for the albino goblins, it was a mystery that they would never be able to understand at their current intellectual level. Alright, it seems that it's pretty effective. As expected, the only solution to your lack of ability is doping. Siegfried thought with a smirk on his face. He was fine despite being struck by lightning, and it was all because of the elixir he had taken beforehand, Recluse Elixir, a substandard elixir created by a low-ranking alchemist. It slightly raises the user's lightning resistance. Type. Potion cost. 500 gold. The Recluse Elixir increased his resistance against the lightning attribute. That was why he could withstand the lightning attribute attacks of the albino goblins. 2 days ago. "I have something I want to ask you, Sir Blee," Siegfried said. "What is it?" Blee asked in response. "Do we have a Recluse Elixir in the territory by any chance?" Siegfried asked. "A Recluse Elixir? I'm not sure, but why do you need it?" Blee responded. "The albino goblins are fearsome because of their lightning," Siegfried replied. "Killing the albino goblins won't be that difficult as long as we have a few bottles of Recluse Elixirs," Siegfried added. That's right, there was that. Haha, why did I not think of that? We can easily get rid of those albino goblins as long as we have that," Blee exclaimed. "Will you be able to procure a few bottles?" Siegfried asked. "I'm not sure, but I will try my best to get some. We should have a few bottles in the castle storehouse," Blee replied. "I request your assistance on the matter then," Siegfried said with a bow. "All right, I will do whatever I can to prepare them." Blee nodded. Fortunately, Blee managed to find a few bottles of Recluse Elixirs tucked away in the castle storehouse. that had been collecting dust for a long period of time, and they became the main critical factor in how Blee and the elite forces were able to last longer than 5 minutes against the albino goblins. However, they only managed to last more or less 5 minutes against the albino goblins because the level difference between them. Fortunately, this wasn't applicable to Siegfried, who was now level 30. Siegfried could completely resist the albino goblin's lightning thanks to his overpowered stats as the debuff master coupled with the bottle of recluse elixir he had taken before the fight started. The albino goblins can't do anything against me now. I just have to take care of them one by one while being wary of Gorgo, Siegfried thought. He was planning to avoid confronting Gorgo as long as possible while focusing on dealing with the albino goblins first. Things proceeded according to Siegfried's plans. Flash, a bolt of lightning struck Siegfried once again. Siegfried HP. However, the result remained the same as his HP did not even go below 90%, and he didn't get stunned or electrocuted by it as well. The albino goblins were no longer a threat to him because his innate resistance coupled with his doping rendered their lightning useless. Siegfried, armed with his overpowered stats and resistance, killed the albino goblins one by one with his steel rod. Pack, Pukiok, pack. He smashed the goblins' heads and knocked them to the ground. You have successfully hunted an albino goblin. Experience points plus 1,201 goblin. You have successfully hunted an albino goblin. Experience points plus 1,202 goblins. You have successfully hunted an albino goblin. Experience points plus 1,203 goblins. Kaya, this bastard dares, you insolent human, Gorgo shrieked with fury. It seemed that the Goblin Lord was trying to intimidate Siegfried in an attempt to intimidate and distract him from the fight. But it was not that effective since the albino goblins weren't a match for Siegfried in the first place. You have successfully hunted an albino goblin. Experience points plus 1,200 then. The final albino goblin fell at the hands of Siegfried. Why you dare kill my subordinates, you insolent, Kayaak, Gorgo shrieked in an enraged voice. This was the second time that the annoying human had made a fool out of the Goblin Lord, which would eventually become the king of the Goblin Kingdom. The Goblin Lord had never imagined it would lose its eye and its subordinates to the same human. GRRR, FWA. Flames blazed on Gorgo's skin and sparks started jumping along with the flames.
BZZT. BZZT.
The Goblin Lord Gorgo was a monster with both lightning and fire attributes. It was a dual attribute monster. I will kill you. I swear I will kill you. Kiik, you dare show such insolence toward me. Gorgo shrieked as its temper made its body flare. Tack. While the Goblin Lord was shrieking in anger, Siegfried charged at it. Words were unnecessary. Siegfried responded to the Goblin Lord's threats with actions rather than words. The fight between Siegfried and Gorgo was an intense one that captivated every single creature on the territory, and it was not an exaggeration to call it the main event of the war. It was safe to say that it was the main event of the war, since this was the fight that would decide the fate of the entire Birman territory. The Birman territory soldiers were currently exhausted from their fight against the Goblin soldiers. All of the soldiers, along with the citizens, would certainly be massacred by the goblins if Siegfried were to lose the fight against the Goblin Lord. Perhaps that was the reason the Birman territory residents, regardless of their age and gender, were anxiously watching the fight between the Goblin Lord and Siegfried from a safe distance. Go, Siegfried. The fate of our territory lies in your hands. You have to win. Hang in there, Siegfried Appa. Please kill those evil goblins. The Birman territory residents cheered and watched as they anxiously hoped for their savior to dominate the evil goblin. However, that moment did not arrive. Kayok, Gorgo shrieked while swinging its scythe. Whenever the Goblin Lord swung its scythe, small wounds would appear on Siegfried's body. The Goblin Lord was simply too powerful. Facing it was a completely different task compared to when he fought against multiple albino goblins at the same time. FYI. On top of that, the pillar of flames summoned by Gorgo limited his mobility, and the flames also gnawed away at his HP. It was inevitable since he did not have any fire-resistant elixirs. Pook, Gorgo stabbed its scythe into Siegfried's shoulder. And no, Siegfried, watch out! The Birman territory residents screamed in horror when they saw how their savior got caught by the evil goblin. Kuhyok, Siegfried winced. Does it hurt? Yeah, say it hurts. Tell me it hurts, Kihi. Gorgo shrieked while laughing with a hideous smile on its face. Pook, Sukyok. The goblin lord dug its scythe deeper into Siegfried's shoulder and twisted it to inflict as much pain and suffering as it could on the insolent human. Q-ug, Siegfried groaned in pain. It hurts, right? Yeah, Kihit. Let me give you more of that. More. Gorgo shrieked before it pulled its scythe out and unleashed a barrage of attacks against Siegfried. However, Siegfried did not stand by and let the goblin lord do as it pleased. Pukiog. He slammed his knee into the goblin lord's abdomen. Back then, he immediately continued with smite before smashing his steel rod into the goblin lord's face. Kayak. Gorgo shrieked as it was flung back by the impact. Gorgo level, 50 HP. However, Siegfried's attack failed to reduce the goblin lord's HP by even 5%, and this was all because of the level gap. The massive 20-level gap had rendered Siegfried's combo of smite, circle of mortality, and circle of weakness useless. Kayak Gorgo got up and tilted its head in confusion, and then it said with a hideous smile on its face, Keek, I admit that you are nimble, Kihit, however your attacks are useless against me, Kihihi, Kihihit. Then, the goblin lord arrogantly spread its arms wide open. I can't deal even a single scratch. Is it because of the level difference? Siegfried muttered to himself. Kihit, what are you mumbling about? Gorgo asked with a smug smirk. Then I just have to activate it, Siegfried muttered. Kayak, what are you mumbling about? You dare ignore me. Gorgo shrieked in anger. Whoosh! At that moment, a blue aura and red aura rose from Siegfried's body and enveloped him, but it didn't end there. Wuhong! Another debuff circle appeared beneath Siegfried's feet. The glow and the circle was speed restraint and contempt for the strong. Siegfried activated the level 30 skills of the debuff. Master at once, a message popped up in front of Siegfried. You have activated contempt for the strong. Skill duration, 59 seconds cooldown, 300 seconds now, it's a battle of speed, he thought as he immediately realized what he had to do while contempt for the strong was active. The skill explosively increased his strength for a short period of time. But it had a long cooldown of 5 minutes after the effect ended. This was what most players referred to as the sage time. Time to get moving. I don't have much time. I need to end this within a minute, Siegfried thought. A minute? The outcome of this fight, which would also decide the fate of the Bierman territory, would be decided in a minute. Pack. Siegfried smashed Gorgo's head with smite, but the effect was different this time around. Gorgo level, 50 HP. The goblin lord's HP was reduced by 10% with a single smite. Kaya. Gorgo shrieked in agony. Then, it seemed to have noticed that there was something wrong with its body, because it revealed an astonished look. Kihit. Ki, my body is heavy all of a sudden, Gorgo shrieked in surprise. The goblin lord could not move its body as it did a while ago. It felt like both of its legs were shackled, and even the arms holding its scythe felt as heavy as lead. In fact, the goblin lord could not even speedily command the pillar of flames anymore, which was what it had been using to limit Siegfried's mobility. The goblin lord was caught right in the middle of speed restraint, and it would pay a heavy price for falling victim to the debuff master's level 30 skill. Pack. Siegfried smashed the goblin lord's head with his steel rod. Pack, Pukyok, pack. He smashed the goblin lord over and over again, and he showed not even an ounce of mercy while swinging his steel rod. Kuak. Gorgo shrieked in agony. This human, why did he suddenly become so strong? The goblin lord thought, astonished. The power behind every single blow from the human felt different from before, and it even felt as if the human was getting stronger and stronger after each and every blow. Is this even possible? Kuak, Gorgo exclaimed inwardly. It felt like going insane from the pain, however. That was none of Siegfried's business, as he continued to diligently and consistently smash his steel rod into the goblin lord's head. Pack. Pukyok Gorgo level, 50 HP. Siegfried reduced Gorgo's health to 30% thanks to his level 30 skills. However, the goblin lord didn't just stand to take the beating. It finally decided to retaliate. It started with a roar instead of a shriek. Karuwa. Then its golden body started to burn hot red. Kayak! Gorgo screamed and swung its scythe. Swoosh! The goblin lord's scythe cut across Siegfried's chest, which caused blood to flow down Siegfried's chest. Rampage. Gorgo possessed a trait that would make it lose all reason and go on a rampage when its HP was reduced to 30%. While on a rampage, all of its stats were massively amplified. Damn it, I never expected it to go on a rampage. Siegfried inwardly cursed. A rampaging monster was a very annoying enemy to deal with, since going on a rampage basically meant the monster on the verge of being successfully hunted would suddenly lose its temper and its stats would be amplified. Sukiok, puck, puck. Gorgo continuously stabbed and slashed Siegfried. It seemed that even the speed restraint debuff wasn't working that much against the rampaging Goblin Lord. Siegfried's HP was depleted in an instant. This is getting dangerous, he thought as he grimaced. Contempt for the strong is currently active. Skill duration. 10 seconds cooldown, 300 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Even worse, the main buff Siegfried was counting on to stand toe-to-toe against the Goblin Lord was about to go on cooldown, and the conclusion of the fight would be obvious once Siegfried lost his buff while the boss monster was on a rampage. While Siegfried was looking at the messages, Gorgo swung its scythe in an arc toward Siegfried's waist. The latter immediately saw that it would be difficult for him to avoid it. Nuo, Ak, Kaya. The onlookers cheering for Siegfried screamed in horror when they saw the Goblin Lord's scythe carving its way toward Siegfried. Pululuk. Gorgo's scythe dug deep into Siegfried's side. As Siegfried, Blee screamed in despair. Pukiok. However, Siegfried managed to smash his steel rod into the Goblin Lord's head the moment the latter's scythe dug into his waist. It was a cross-counter. 1. Sage time is a term used to explain the low after a high, and this term is also used as the Korean version of post-nut clarity. You learn something new every day. It's coming, Siegfried thought, as he continued to observe the Goblin Lord's movements. Then he decided, let's give it up. He decided that it was going to be better for him to let the Goblin Lord stab his side than try to avoid or block it. Of course, he was not the type of person to give something up for free, so he was planning to profit handsomely from letting the Goblin Lord stab him. Let's give what it wants and end this fight in return. He steeled his resolve as he decided to take Gorgo's life in exchange for getting stabbed by its scythe. Giving up the flesh to take the bone. Siegfried was reckless enough to take a calculated risk to kill the Goblin Lord in return for letting it wound him. Poog, Gorgo's scythe dug into his side. I have to endure it. Siegfried steeled his resolve and gritted his teeth. It was all over if he fell here, and he might as well forget about dragging the Goblin Lord down with him, die. He exclaimed inwardly as he gritted his teeth and gripped his steel rod. Pahak. He swung his steel rod as hard as he could and used smite at the same time to smash the Goblin Lord's head. Then a message popped up in front of Siegfried's eyes. Cross-counter, his life dangled on a paper-thin margin between life and death. But things turned out according to his plans. However, the results were much greater than what he had anticipated. Gorgo level 50 HP. The Goblin Lord had 30% HP left, but Gorgo level 50 HP. Siegfried managed to kill the Goblin Lord in one hit thanks to the damage buff he received from the Contempt for the Strong skill. 1, 0. The buff duration has ended. His buff timer expired right on time, and the bluish-red aura enveloping his body dissipated. Thud. Gorgo fell to the ground. Silence blanketed the entire Beerman territory, and everybody held their breaths. Gulp. The sound of someone swallowing their saliva could be heard. Did we? Someone carefully muttered. Then another person suddenly exclaimed, "Why?" The shout signaled the start of the Beerman territory celebration as jubilant shouts resounded throughout the territory. Wah! Bravo, bravo! We won, we woo-oon, the Goblin Lord has fallen. Siegfried won. Kaya! Siegfried has slain the Goblin Lord. Shouts of praise praising Siegfried's name started to resound throughout the territory. Siegfried, Siegfried, Siegfried. The Beerman territory citizens continue shouting the name of the hero who protected their homeland, Siegfried. Siegfried was at a loss after killing the Goblin Lord. Gorgo, and it was not because of the people shouting his name. It was because of the numerous messages that appeared in front of him. You have successfully hunted the Goblin Lord. Experience points plus 5,600. You have leveled up. You are now level 31. The first series of messages notified him of the experience points he had gained and his level rising up to 31. Then it was followed up with many more messages. The effect of Recluse Elixir has expired. The next message informed him that his doping had worn off. Alert! You have successfully completed the quest. Protect the Beerman territory. Alert! Go to the Mercenary Guild to collect your reward. Alert! You have successfully completed the quest. Goblin Lord Gorgo. Alert! Go to the Lord of Beerman territory, Baron Wegman, to collect your reward. More quest clear messages appeared. Congratulations! The residents of Beerman territory like you. Alert! The Bierman territory residents' affinity with you has increased by plus 1,000. Alert! The increase of the Bierman territory residents' affinity with you has increased your fame by plus 150. You will be able to obtain more fame when you do commendable deeds in large cities. Alert! The affinity of the Bierman territory citizens with you has been upgraded from respect to revered. Congratulations! You are now the legendary hero of the Bierman territory. Your deeds as the legendary hero will be passed down from generation to generation, and you will be remembered by the residents of Bierman territory as long as the territory exists. Even messages informing him of the residents' increase in affinity with him popped up, and even more other messages appeared, covering Siegfried's vision. Alert! You have obtained the title Goblin Slayer. Alert! You have obtained the title Protector of the Bierman territory. Even obtained 2 titles. Goblin Slayer allowed him to deal 20% more damage to goblin-type monsters, and Protector of the Bierman territory allowed him to use various facilities within the territory for free, along with a tax exemption if he ever decided to purchase real estate in the territory on top of various other benefits. He was bound to have a ton of messages waiting for him since he had just cleared the chain of quests after finally killing the boss monster, Gorgo. Excellent, Siegfried thought with a huge smile on his face. It was a bit difficult because of the level difference. But did I really deal that much damage? Haha, he thought while laughing inwardly in disbelief. He was very satisfied with his buff skill Contempt for the Strong since it allowed him to wipe 30% off of a boss monster's HP 20 levels stronger than him. Siegfried, Lee called out. He approached Siegfried and said, "Well done. You did a magnificent job. You protected our territory. Not at all. This is all thanks to you." "Sir Blee, as well as your elite troops for buying me time," Siegfried replied. But Blee muttered. However, Siegfried interrupted him and said, "Please do not push yourself too hard. Medic, hurry up and escort Sir Blee." Blee's condition was very bad. His life might not be in danger since Siegfried had fed him potions and tied a makeshift tourniquet to stop the bleeding, but it was still a grim situation. After all, the knight captain had lost an arm. "Siegfried," Blee muttered. "Please rest for now, we can always talk later on," Siegfried insisted. "Ah, all right," Blee muttered with a hint of disappointment in his voice. "Everyone, hurry up and get moving. The wounded still needs help," Siegfried shouted to the others. Their victory against the goblin army was indeed a joyous occasion that made the residents want to celebrate, but the Bierman territory was currently a huge mess. There were corpses strewn all over, and the cries of the wounded filled the air. Buildings and structures were destroyed, and there were even some buildings currently burning. It was imperative for them to attend to the issues at hand before celebrating their victory. Oh, as expected of Siegfried, he is a man who knows how to prioritize things. He is truly an amazing young man. The Bierman territory residents started to praise Siegfried even more. "Ugh, don't exaggerate and praise me for every little thing I say, will you?" Siegfried thought while feeling awkward. "Hiya, I should get some rest as well, but first I should collect the item that bastard dropped," he thought. While he was about to go and collect the loot, a soldier's voice reverberated, "The Lord is here. Pay your respect." A white-haired old man made his appearance. He was Baron Wegman. "Are you Siegfried?" Baron Wegman asked. "Yes." "Baron Wegman," Siegfried replied, "thank you for saving our territory. I, the Lord, and my people deeply express our gratitude to you." Baron Wegman said, "I just did what anyone would have done." Siegfried replied. "Thank you," Baron Wegman said, going down on one knee in front of Siegfried. "I, Baron Wegman, the Lord of Bierman, pay my respect to the hero who saved our territory." Baron Wegman said. "He wasn't alone. We pay our respects to our hero." Everyone in the Bierman territory got on their knees, and they showed their respect and gratitude toward their hero. "Ah, please do not do this," Siegfried said as he hurriedly helped the Baron up before continuing. "I am an adventurer from another world, as you are aware. I did not protect the territory purely out of goodwill, so you do not have to be so excessively grateful." "No," Baron Wegman shook his head and said, "Your reason for protecting our territory is not important. You have given your everything to protect our land, and you have successfully defended it from the monsters. Our territory would have already fallen into the hands of those evil goblins if it weren't for you and your heroic bravery." Siegfried muttered in embarrassment. "I have been watching over you for quite a while now. You are quite diligent and passionate, but it did not seem like you were being driven only by the rewards. You seem to be faithfully doing your best in every situation, and that is indeed admirable," Baron Wegman added. Your words are far too gracious, Siegfried replied. I wish to give you a gift, Baron Wegman said. A gift, Siegfried muttered. He suddenly remembered that the message had asked him to visit Baron Wegman to collect his rewards for completing the quest Goblin Lord Gorgo. Come, follow me, Baron Wegman said and led the way. Would you kindly give me a moment then? Siegfried asked. He continued while pointing at Gorgo's corpse. I have to harvest that bastard's blood as soon as possible. You see, the blood of the Goblin Lord. Gorgo was an expensive material sought after by alchemists, and Siegfried had to move quickly to collect it before it got spoiled. All right. I can wait for as long as you need me to, Baron Wegman replied. Thank you very much, Siegfried said with a bow. He immediately took out a lancing device with a lancet attached to it to collect blood and stabbed the lancet into Gorgo's neck. Siegfried slowly squeezed and released the pump attached to the lancing device. Then Gorgo's blood slowly traveled through the hose and dripped into a leather bag coated with magic. A message popped up in front of him. Alert! You have collected 10 liters of Goblin Lord's blood. All right, I am done, Siegfried said after sucking every single drop of blood out of the Goblin Lord's corpse. Is it fine if we take the corpse? Baron Wegman asked. Of course, Siegfried coolly replied. The Goblin Lord's corpse was nothing but a lump of meat after its blood was drained. Thank you. Hey, cut that evil goblin's head off and put it on a stake to decorate the entrance to our territory, Baron Wegman commanded. Yes, my lord, the soldiers replied. They hurriedly ran toward the goblin's corpse and dragged it away. The goblin that dreamt of erecting the Goblin Kingdom and becoming a king had met a pitiful demise. Baron Wegman brought Siegfried to a treasure vault located deep within the castle. Unfortunately, there was nothing that could be deemed as a treasure in the castle's treasure vault, as the only things in it were a few sacks of gold, some precious stones, and some mediocre-looking weapons and armor. This was already expected since the lord of a small, rural territory wouldn't be able to earn that much from taxes. This is the treasure vault of our territory, and as you can see, it's shameful to even call it a treasure vault. It's called a treasure vault, but it's nothing more than a normal vault to store gold. However, Baron Wegman trailed off as he opened a large steel chest. Then he retrieved a small wooden chest from it and passed it over to Siegfried. This is different. The thing inside this box is the real treasure being safeguarded by the Bierman territory, and I can confidently say that even the larger territories do not possess a treasure more valuable than the thing inside that chest as far as I know, Baron Wegman explained. The fact that the Baron seemed pretty confident of the thing inside the chest made Siegfried all the more curious about it. I wonder what it is. Why is he acting like this? Is it something that amazing? He wondered. However, he did not have a clue about what was inside the chest in the end. Siegfried decided to ask the Baron directly, what is it? See for yourself. Baron Wegman replied. He motioned for Siegfried to open the chest. Ah, yes then. Siegfried muttered in response as he slowly opened the chest while thinking. I doubt it's going to be anything that valuable. He wasn't actually expecting anything when he opened the chest. Clack. What is this? Siegfried muttered, seemingly confused after opening the chest. The treasure Baron Wegman was so confident of was a piece of old worn-out parchment the size of a lottery ticket. Coupon to use the Mercedes workshop. Siegfried muttered the large words written on the paper, and then he read the words again, Mercedes workshop. Is it that Mercedes workshop? All of a sudden, Siegfried's eyes shot open the moment he realized that the Mercedes smithy written on the paper referred to one of the 3 most reputable workshops in all of Nurburg continent. 1. This is a Korean proverb of letting the enemy wound you so that you can take their life. The Nurburg continent was a world where magic, alchemy, and crafting were quite developed. But the developments of these technologies did not happen overnight, as they were developed over thousands of years, and used the wars that shaped the continent to fuel its development. Strangely enough, these 3 arts started to drop their fierce competition for one another at some point in history, and they started to connect by exchanging technologies. In short, their technologies started to fuse together, and the result of those mixtures was none other than the artifacts. Artifacts came in all sorts of shapes and sizes, and the swords that breathed out fire, shields that blinded their enemies, and armors that could be equipped and unequipped in a second, were all artifacts made from the combination of magic, alchemy, and crafting. There were 3 giant workshops on the Nurburg continent that professionally developed, manufactured, and sold these artifacts. And every workshop had its own distinct characteristics and motto when creating artifacts. The 3 workshops were Autonica of technology, Bavarian of Power, and Mercedes the Greatest. These three workshops were known as the Big Three workshops since they were the three largest workshops that created the best artifacts on the entire continent. In fact, they were larger in size, greater in skill, and more expensive than any other workshops on the continent, and the artifacts they produced could not be compared to common workshops out there. However, the best among these three was none other than the Mercedes workshop. The reason they were the best was that they were the first workshop to ever create and coin the term artifact on the continent. The artifacts created by the Mercedes workshop were more than enough to prove their worthiness, as their design and performance were much better than those made by Autonica and Bavarian, and this was why they were able to put the greatest in their workshop slogan. On top of that, the artifacts made by the Mercedes workshop were considered luxury products since they were around 30% more expensive than the ones made by Autonica and Bavarian. Mercedes workshop. Don't tell me it's that Mercedes. Siegfried thought while looking at the piece of paper Baron Wegman gave to him, and he soon realized that the piece of paper was not an ordinary paper, but rather a coupon issued by the Mercedes workshop, although it seemed that a couple of 100 years had passed since the coupon had been issued. I wonder what coupon it is. He wondered as he quickly glanced over the words written on the coupon. The words written on the coupon were as followed: Mercedes Workshop 100% plus 12 enhancement coupon. No level limit. An enhancement coupon officially issued by the Mercedes Workshop. The Mercedes Workshop will enhance any artifact requested by the coupon holder 12 times with a 100% success rate. Type: coupon consumable. Price: 1,000 gold. The coupon worth 1,000 gold turned out to be a guaranteed plus 12 enhancement coupon issued by the Mercedes Workshop. Moreover, the coupon guaranteed the plus 12 enhancement regardless of the level of the artifact being enhanced. This is. Siegfried could not help but exclaim in surprise at the details of the piece of paper. The plus 12 guaranteed enhancement coupon from the Mercedes Workshop was akin to a blank check. The fact that any artifact, regardless of its level, could be enhanced meant that the holder had a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to completely turn their life around as long as they possessed a decent artifact. Of course, the enhancement level of an artifact was not capped at plus 12, so this coupon was not going to instantly turn an artifact into the most powerful weapon on the continent, but the fact that it was a guaranteed plus 12 alone was more than enough to prove its value. It was around 700 years ago when the Mercedes Workshop first opened its doors. They were a new workshop at that time, and they were suffering financial difficulties. As such, they started selling these coupons for just 1,000 gold. Baron Wegman reminisced with a smile.
I see.
Siegfried muttered in response. However, nobody bought their coupons. Of course, the entire continent will be turned upside down if they announce that they would be selling these for a mere 1,000 gold right now, but that was not the case back then. After all, who in their right mind would pay a sum of 1,000 gold to buy a coupon from a workshop that nobody had ever heard of back then? Baron Wegman continued. He was right. These coupons were issued 700 years ago when the concept of artifacts was practically non-existent, and that meant that the value of these coupons back then was no different from a piece of toilet tissue paper. Not to mention the fact that 1,000 gold 700 years ago was a huge amount in today's gold. But my ancestor, Baron Graham, was a very eccentric man. In fact, some might say that he was a bit foolish, Baron Wegman said. Your ancestor purchased this, Siegfried asked cautiously. That's right, he purchased a coupon. I have no idea if he did it speculatively or if he just bought it on a whim, but I think it's the latter since there were records of him gambling his entire fortune away a while after buying this. Anyway, buying this coupon turned out to be the best investment he ever made in his life, Baron Wegman explained. Ha ha. Siegfried could not help but let out an awkward laugh since the lavish spending of an eccentric man ended up being such a great investment. Of course, it did take 700 years for it to prove its worth. But Baron Graham's choice turned out to be a wise one in the end. Anyway, it seems that this coupon has finally found its rightful owner, Baron Wegman said. Are you giving this to me? But this is a very expensive item. Siegfried muttered, taken aback. I am, Baron Wegman replied. But this is too much. Siegfried started. However, Baron Wegman interrupted him. Nobody will be able to use it anyway. Then, he added, that coupon is supposed to be used for the creation of a good weapon when a promising child is born in our household. Then why? Siegfried muttered. Do you still not get it even after seeing me stuck in this rural place? Baron Wegman asked. And no, Siegfried mumbled. Forget about a promising child. There was not even a single promising ant born in our territory in the last 700 years. It's quite ironic that not even one of our descendants was born with the potential to be a master, despite our house being a martial household. Heck, forget about a master. None of them were born with the physique to even get close to the realm of being one. The most promising descendant so far is my son, but Baron Wegman grumbled before trailing off. What happened? Siegfried asked. He's nowhere near enough as well. He is currently studying at the Kingdom's Academy, but he still hasn't managed to get past the early stages. Well, I reckon he just isn't talented enough. Baron Wegman continued with a sigh. People often said that parents were bound to have biased opinions of their own children, but it seemed that Baron Wegman's son simply had no talent at all, judging by his bluntness. I could sell it off and develop this territory, but what use is developing a territory this rural? I doubt it's going to improve any further than this, and we aren't really lacking in funds too. Besides, we don't really want to develop ourselves any further than this. We are satisfied, and we don't really want to bring in a huge crowd from the outside. That's why my family and my territory have no need for that coupon, Baron Wegman explained. So, are you really giving this coupon to me? Siegfried asked expectantly. Yes, I am, Baron Wegman replied with a nod before adding, but I have one condition. What is it? Siegfried asked. I'm not simply giving this to you as a gift. I am investing in you, Baron Wegman explained. Investing in me? Siegfried muttered in confusion. Let's call it an investment in a promising sprout. They say that as the twig is bent, so grows the tree, don't they? I can see that you are going to be a hero that will make his mark on the entire continent, Baron Wegman said with a smile. You flatter me, Siegfried replied. Nonsense. I saw you with my own 2 eyes. My martial prowess might be disastrous, but I am confident in my eye for talent. Actually, all who witnessed how you fought today will undoubtedly think that you are bound to become a master one day, Baron Wegman firmly said. I thank you for your kind praises, Siegfried humbly replied. Ho, no need to be so humble now, Baron Wegman said with a laugh, and then he continued, anyway, my condition is that you will not sell this coupon off to someone else. My hope is that you will treasure this coupon until the right time comes, which is when you obtain the best suitable weapon for you, and then I want you to use this to enhance your weapon. I'm certain that you'll be even stronger by then, and your fame would have already spread throughout the continent by then as well, am I right? It would be great if that happens, Siegfried replied. I'm certain it will, Baron Wegman said in a firm and confident voice. And then he looked at Siegfried and said, I hope that one day when you have made enough achievements you will remember our territory and repay us for today. It doesn't matter what or how you repay us. I most certainly will, Siegfried confidently said while thinking, I will earn money anyway, and getting a guaranteed +12 enhancement is not something that you can buy with money. I should keep this safe and sound for the day that I'll use it for myself. He had no plans on selling the coupon for some quick cash, even if the coupon he had obtained just now should net him more than 10 billion won in cash when sold. He was planning on using the coupon for himself. Why, it was all because money wasn't the only thing that mattered to him. His goal in life was to stand at the pinnacle of B&W rather than become a fat pig that only lazed around in comfort all day. In fact, he would have already sold off the hypercapsule ogre if he was someone who valued money above everything else. I swear that I will never sell this coupon. I will wait until I manage to get my hands on an excellent weapon and use it to enhance it by then. And you do not have to worry about my repayment to you and this territory. I will never forget the kindness the Beerman territory and you have shown to me, Siegfried said with firmness and confidence in his voice. Excellent, Baron Wegman exclaimed in delight before he meekly added, by the way. Can you care for my son if you ever get to the capital? By care you mean? Siegfried asked in response. I mean if you can help my child if he is ever in any danger, Baron Wegman clarified. I certainly will, Siegfried replied. Can you promise me? Baron Wegman asked. I promise, Siegfried replied. A message popped up in front of his eyes. Alert, you have accepted the quest. Promise with Baron Wegman. The quest was relatively straightforward. Promise with Baron Wegman type. Normal quest 1. Repay the Beerman territory for today's kindness once Siegfried reaches the level of a master. 2. Go to the capital and establish a relationship with Baron Wegman's son. Progress 0%, 0/2 rewards, fame plus. Note, More fame will be rewarded the higher the completion level. Oddly enough, the reward for Baron Wegman's quest was an unknown amount of fame. Well, it's not something I have to do immediately, Siegfried thought. He decided to brush his curiosity off to the side for now. He was planning to focus on leveling up, after all. He didn't have the time to care for the Baron's son, and he also couldn't reach the level of a master sooner or later. In fact, Siegfried cared more about his own growth right now that he had no plans to care for the Baron's son anytime soon. Besides, he only had to do that after reaching the level of a master, just like what Baron Wegman had just said. Then, you are now the rightful owner of this coupon, Baron Wegman declared before handing over the Mercedes Workshop coupon to Siegfried. Thank you very much, Siegfried said. He received the box where the coupon was being stored and placed it into his inventory. Alert, you have obtained the item, Mercedes Workshop 100% plus 12 enhancement coupon. Siegfried had just obtained a once-in-a-lifetime item. As a reward, enhancement coupon was not the only thing he received as a reward. Siegfried finally received his rewards 2 days later, after the destruction caused by the war had been somewhat taken care of. It was the rewards from his previous quests and the rewards from his outstanding accomplishment in the war. However, the amount was far greater than what he had been anticipating. Here you go, that is 5,000 gold including your rewards from the Mercenary Guild, Baron Wegman said as he commanded his soldiers to place a sack in front of Siegfried. What? Siegfried muttered in disbelief, seemingly doubting his ears. It was only natural that he would doubt his ears, since 5,000 gold was an astronomical sum equivalent to 250 million won in real life.